said this to you last night.
Ladies and gentlemen, very good morning to you on the
Great you're with us. Welcome to Women's Rugby Sevens in Amsterdam, this European city of beauty, of romance and water. A city of canals and bicycles, tulips and flower markets, lovely restaurants, pubs and fine old architectural street buildings. A city of 50 museums, well led by the world-famous Rijksmuseum of Art with Van Gogh, Rembrandt and Vermeer. 1,280 bridges over the canals, including the famous Skinny Bridge. And we're here at the National Rugby Centre for the Netherlands Women's Rugby Sevens, the final day of the very first IRB Sevens Women's Series season. We've had 3 tournaments already this season, Dubai, Houston and Guangzhou. And here's the table of the result points so far. New Zealand, cup winners in Dubai and China, they topped the overall table. England 8 points behind, winners in Houston, and followed by Australia, USA and Canada. And today the list may change with points to be decided. 20 goes to the winners, and following down, the second get 18, third 16, fourth 14 and so on. Yesterday we had the round-robin games between the 12 countries, separated in the 3 pools, bringing the top 8 into today's knockout round. So here we are at the Cup quarterfinals. First up, New Zealand against Spain. And if New Zealand win and get into the semi-finals, they will win the overall championship. Then it's Australia against Russia, England against France, USA against Canada, with the other 4 in the 2 bowl semi-finals, with, well, a disappointment for the host Netherlands. They will play Brazil and South Africa against China. So it's up then now to the Cup quarterfinals with the top team first out. It's New Zealand against Spain. Well, in fact, the first time they've met in the World Series against Spain. But interesting news that we've just heard from New Zealand, and welcome Melody Robinson aside me, that we've just heard from New Zealand that they have got 3 injured players, which is a bit of a setback for them. This is huge. Number 4, Ruby Tui, 5, Sarah Goss and Kelly Brazier in the 8 are all out injured. That means 2 debutants this series leg come into the starting 7 there in Greg and Tapsell, and 18-year-old Tyler Nathan Wong will shoulder the responsibilities at half-back. This is huge for New Zealand, not just for this game, but if they progress onwards. Well, New Zealand then losing 3 players certainly at this opening round in the Cup quarter-final, playing against Spain. Yesterday they were sort of hot and cold, weren't they? They beat Brazil. That was the only time they won, but they lost, well, comfortably against the USA and Australia. And what do you think Marina Bravo, the captain of Spain, is going to do with this team now? Well, I think they need to go back to what they know, and in Dubai, when they ended up 3rd,
they played unorthodox sevens. They used footwork and they were unpredictable, and they perhaps need to go back to an unstructured style. Of course, they're missing Patricia Garcia, no doubt about that, one of their star players, but they just have to get together, realise that this team only has one reserve to come on and just go for the whole 14 minutes.
Yeah, because I thought at the beginning they've only played the one tournament so far. That was in Dubai, and you know, they beat the reigning world champions Australia and were third in that one. I thought they would have sort of looked rather more competitive yesterday.
Yeah, they did. They improved through the tournament yesterday. In London last weekend, they beat Australia there 14-12 and very competitive against the other England squad, losing 17-5. A great quarter-final against the United States, which they only just lost. So there's no doubt about it that Spain has the potential to break out at any time.
Well, fortunately, I think the drizzle has just sort of disappeared. It's not been very kind here over the last 2 days. A bit unkind. But weather, let's hope the rain stays off. Certainly it was pretty wet yesterday. It is going to be pretty, well, a slippery ball, I think, here, because it rained quite a lot last night, didn't it?
You can see Kayla McAllister there, second in the line for New Zealand. Her brother, of course, is former All Black Luke McAllister, and he is in Amsterdam to support his sister today, watching from the sideline, so that's great to see.
Tremendous. And I thought yesterday Portia Woodman was a real threat to everyone, wasn't she, with her 3 tries?
She is. She's very fast. They know how to use her. They give her the ball with space, and she always has that in and out that she uses. She's got a little bit of a fend, but actually Kayla McAllister inside her, despite the fact she hasn't scored quite as many tries, is the fastest in this team. So she's a double twin tower threat is what I call them.
Top referee from Bloemfontein in South Africa. 7 years of refereeing. Marlies Jordan, who's officiated all these 4 tournaments in this first ever season of the IRB Women's 7 World Series. So tension here then, because it's the first cup quarter-final, and of course it's knockout all the way through this day. So the leaders, New Zealand, then start with their only 9 players out of their 12 in their squad. 3 are unfit, certainly for this start anyway, but Spain get early possession. I think they need to get something early on in the try to give them that confidence that they were losing earlier in the 2 rounds yesterday, into the hands of Maria Ribeira, one of the new players in this season, although she's played plenty of internationals at 15s. Now in the hands of the captain, Marina Bravo. She played in the last Rugby World Cup 7s in Dubai 2009. And set the standard for a promising side. So very disappointing yesterday. And a knock on there, and nailed goes the new player, the 21-year-old Viney Gregg. Knock on.
Here we go, goals.
Well, the key with having just reserves, 2 reserves on the bench, is fitness. And the second day, as Sean Horan looks on, is when fitness counts. And it depends on how much this guy, the coach, has drilled them, how much training they've done on that side of their game.
Coach!
Scrum half, who I thought played particularly well yesterday, Tyler Nathan Wong. Off she goes, but she's nailed there quickly. Good work by Cabane. Into the hands of Real. Now with Bravo. On the halfway. Into direct physical, Cabane again. Away now from Real, Vanessa Real. And little Ellie Martinez, one of the smaller players in their side, and one as well of the 5 physical education teachers.
Well, the pattern that Spain is looking to play at this point in time is they're taking it slightly to one side of the field and then wanting to attack in the midfield. They've identified that the New Zealand defensive system pushes over hard, they slide over hard, but to be effective in that style, they need to be crisper and better with their passes.
Nathan Wong caught again that time by Maria Cabane and turned over by New Zealand, good work there. Maria Ribera flicked away by Medine. Now into the hands, Laura Esbury, top point scorer in yesterday's rounds, 23 points, got a hat trick against Brazil. Good offload there, and again into the hands of Spain. Covering back is Hirimi.
Well, that was a defensive lapse from Portia Woodman there, the number 11 from New Zealand. She didn't trust her outside to make the tackle, went in to help, and that meant Spain had the extra person on the inside, and they made that lovely break down the sideline.
And as you can see there, no one's had a pass yet for New Zealand. It's been all Spain so far.
Right behind me, please, Black. Hands off.
Linda Aitunu waiting to come on the sideline, and she's one of their starting players, so it's obvious that Sean Horan has identified this game to give her a little bit of a rest, but if they don't win, it may backfire.
Hands on.
All fit.
Open up on my mark, please, Black.
Berta Garcia, important player.
2 meters.
Another who played in the last World Cup Sevens. 31-year-old.
Backwards.
Poor pass really over the top of Manuel. Inside in the goal area. 5 metre, and here's a real chance now for Spain with this put into the scrum.
Well, I think New Zealand are cracking a little bit under the pressure, under the fact that they've got the injured players out, and mentally they're not adjusting. They haven't clicked into this game properly. They've made 3 errors already.
Well, there's a big gap on the left-hand side here. I wouldn't be surprised at all if Vanessa Reel goes to the left-hand side. We'll see. Maybe the scrum half could get the break. Oh, but they've lost the ball. Good scrummage by New Zealand. And a good chance to counter-attack here. Set up now by Kayla McAllister. Little knock on, no little errors. Nervousness, I sense. Tapsell there.
Yeah, shame. She did have a 2-on-1 situation. If she had got that pass out to the left there, Tapsell. The key for her and the rest of the team, this New Zealand side, is after making a few errors, is how you bounce back from it, and that's mental hardness.
Well, there's a very wide blind side here, and the switch across goes across with Esbury. I'm surprised that. I think that was a golden chance as a scrum half. I always thought, you know, bring a guy with you, go left as a scrum half. Hard to stop.
Very, very difficult to stop, especially in sevens. I haven't seen that too often, actually, in this tournament.
Little errors there, and a chance for New Zealand to settle down a little bit here. This Tyler Nathan Wong, just 18-year-old, one of many players who's come from playing New Zealand touch. Careless under breakaway, and the chance here for Cabane. Oh yes, nice little dummy, no problem. Just what Spain needed, certainly not for New Zealand. They were careless. They've been very poor bringing out the ball out of the scrummage.
So here's the scrum here. Tyler Nathan Wong fumbled with it, didn't recover from her mistake. It was a lovely little run there. Juliana Manuel, she looked for the intercept. She should have just taken the tackle, but excellent reaction work from Spain.
And a little celebration for Marta Cabane, who has now scored her first try in the World Series.
It's only the second try against New Zealand in this tournament.
Conversion is low, and nevertheless, nothing like to get the try first, is it?
Gives you a big advantage, especially because half-time is just not long away. And this New Zealand team, they're not playing as well as they had during the tournament yesterday, but they did start slowly then as well.
And of course, remember, if they get through into the Cup semi-final, they will certainly be unchallenged in the overall championship. Here's a lovely run by Woodman. Woodman gets go. Brilliant individual from Portia Woodman to add her 4th try of this tournament and her 19th even for this season. This 22-year-old from Auckland. I think she's been outstanding.
Really well done, because normally that tackle would have been made, but she has a lovely fend to use it on her left arm there, and also she's got plenty of pace. So she really created this try herself by beating the 2 defenders. Great reply.
And what a good time to get that, to get it back to level it. And with the conversion good, New Zealand lead at half-time, 7 points to 5. This is close.
It is very close. Really interested to see what Sean Horan says to his team at half-time here, and how he gets them to refocus and get back into the...
Put the ball out. Okay, punching in 3s. What's that? Strike, support, get over. What's the next one? Which was fucking awesome. Which was really good. Okay? Don't let them screw.
Sorry about the word there, but
stay down and punch
rather tense, I think, Coach Sean Horan there.
Put you between the ball and them. Okay,
I've never heard him talk like that before. But to be honest, I do think they need a little bit of a kick up the butt, because this is far from the performance from the series leader. Remember, they are on the cusp of winning this inaugural IRB Women's World Series. If they win this game, all they need to do is make it through the semi-finals. So that is probably another reason there's extra pressure on them.
Yep. Let's go back again, okay?
Yeah.
Outside all day.
I don't even want to run with it.
Nah. Sisters on 3. 1, 2, 3. Sister!
Huddle with Spain. Well, missed a couple of tackle opportunities there on Woodman.
Good, Red? Ready.
So Spain then trailing by 2 points only. Laura Esprit with the start. Nice take by Greg. Greg, who comes from Manawatu, the national champions in sevens.
No! Not on your
And a
feet.
penalty. It wasn't on her feet. Oh,
Backwards play on.
well, that's a bit lucky there, I think, from Greg. Probably went to
Release, get away.
just not forward. Hirimi goes wide via Greg. And once again, Portia Woodman, always a big threat, was certainly a key figure yesterday. That's a poor pass. I know it's a slippery ball, but, you know, the other person should stand a bit nearer if they can't do it as long as that. Neatly over the top. Good break here. And this with McAllister. Has she got away? Chasing only is Martinez, but no one can catch her. Kaylee McAllister. Well, a brother, of course. We all know about him as well. And Kayla, in the New Zealand side, comes from the Silverdale Rugby Club in Auckland. And she has now played all 4 of these seasons, and that gives a very important confidence now to New Zealand with that try.
Yeah, she really created something from nothing there. Hudiana Manuel stood in the tackle, gave her the offload, and then Kayla McAllister from the standing start with plenty of strength.
Nathan Wong with the conversion then. A little bit of comfort now for New Zealand. 14 points to 5.
I think that's the difference there, really. Spain missing 5 tackles.
Absolutely.
Just have to make those one-on-one tackles in this game of sevens.
And not getting anything like the amount of possession they had as they had in the first half as well. New Zealand settling down, one senses. 9 points difference then. Straight into touch, untouched.
That would have been an easy kick-off to take, really. The Spanish girls needed to move their bodies faster because it would have given them an opportunity to attack. Sure, they've got a line out, but line outs are fraught with the fact that the other team can get up and win it off you.
Linda Itunu comes on now. Experienced and a player who's played all these seasons, and she first made her team for the Black Ferns almost 10 years ago now.
Oh, she was an incredible number 8 in the 15-a-side game. A real pleasure to play with.
Started at 18-year-old international and still goes well. Another one, of course, one of the 3 who played in the Rugby World Cup Sevens last time in Dubai. Possession, good again. Portia Woodman. McAllister. Wason Nong. Hiremi. No, indeed, Itunu. Bit careless. Obstruction, says Marlies Jordan.
Good work from Spain at that breakdown. They just have to throw everything at it. They've got less than 3 minutes to go.
Into the hands of Esbury. Wrapped up by Woodman there. Martinez. Good support. Offload to Bravo. Oh, nicely. Ducked underneath. Tapsel. Got her in the second time. Martinez. Bit careless there. That was a little pass, a little knock on to Cabane.
Spanish just wanting to play that kind of short passing direct style of sevens there, and it's working because they did gain some ground aside from the error. And New Zealand, their defence there, well, a little bit lacklustre, and they're not standing in a line, and that provides holes for the Spanish girls to run into.
Renee Wycliffe now comes off the bench.
Coach.
Wycliffe, one of the
Stand up. I need you.
few youngsters here who's a mother. She's got a little child now.
Okay.
10 months old too, so look at how fit she looks.
Where's the babe?
Not here.
Not in the crowd. Good graph there by the captain, Brianna Manuel.
It's fine.
Itunu. That's okay. Ball was free. Set up by Martinez again. Bravo. Certainly Spain wants something urgently now. It's only 1 minute to go. And remember, if New Zealand get into this Cup semi-final, they can't be beaten in the overall championship of the series. So they can just use up a bit of time here, as they're doing with Manuel. 45 seconds. It's almost pretty safe now.
Yep, it's a historic moment. The inaugural IRB Women's Seven Series. New Zealand looking to do the double with their men's, who've also won the series for the 11th time.
Indeed, yes, what a double. And Dubai, of course, were the winners there, and Guangzhou in China. New Zealand won there, and they were 4th in Houston, so pretty consistent. Now in the hands, Woodman. This is Wycliffe. And now McAllister. Good direct, good setup, possession, and there's the hooter. Into space from Manuel's kick. Covering back is Maria Cabane.
It's a bit risky, that kick.
Well, she's a bit isolated, isn't she, too? Surrounded by black shirts, but still a chance, perhaps. Albeit they can't get 2 tries now. And the hooter has sounded. And it's a penalty going to be New Zealand. Didn't let go of the ball, hung on too long. And perhaps an overlap here for New Zealand to wrap it up in style. This is Greg. Good tackle coming in from Bravo. Knock, 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 both ways, always. Offside anyway is the decision from Jordan. So they play on, of course, if it's a penalty. In extra time then. 14-5. Nice little pop over the top from Cabane. Well, got a bit isolated, didn't she? Didn't get good support there. Skiavon. Well, that wasn't the cleverest thing. Or is it going to stay in play? Yes, it is. And obviously a chance now for the captain, Juliana Manuel, to kick it into touch. And, well, of course, with their problems, New Zealand have certainly had that, but it looked impressive in the end. And now with that position, winning in the Cup quarter-final, they have now got into the Cup semi-final, and that's at least certain that they will be the overall championship of this first IRB Women's Sevens World Series.
So the second quarter-final coming up between Australia and Russia. Australia in 3rd place in the IRB Women's World Series. Teams have met once before, Australia winning 15-10 over Russia in Houston. Well, here's the teams just waiting the entry into this wonderful ground here in Amsterdam. We've been royally entertained with some great action on day 1. Day 2, of course, knockout rugby. Well, Russia, one of the stars of their players, number 5 there, is the top trying scorer in the competition so far. And Bazat Hamadova is certainly one to watch. Kasakova and Yamatskaya, the little scrum half for Australia. Sharni Williams captains the side. Keep an eye out for Saemo, wearing the number 4 jersey. And Tiani Benitanen, who is only 17 years old. The referee is Kevin White.
Gold, we ready?
So kicking off, Muramova, wearing the number 11 jersey, Anastasia Muramova. Long, high hanging kick there, well fielded for Australia. It was Emily Cherry winning the scrum cap. Australia up to the 10-yard line. Drier conditions today, thankfully, and the early rain that was there. A little bit of grease on the pitch. Alongside me, Sue Day from England, and 3 Rugby World Cups under your belt, and I bet you wish you were out there, Sue Day.
I'm not sure I do wish I was out there. You know, sevens is a really tough game. The fitness that you need these days to play it well. I'm rather glad my vantage point's up here rather than out there.
Pavel Baranovsky, well, he's a very animatic coach, used to be in charge of the Russian men's team. Goodness me, we can hear him up here in the commentary box, and he is shouting his players on. Yamatskaya, that's scrum half then. This is Kazakova. Kazakova slips out the tackles for Australia. Kazakova up towards the 22, fending off. Great tackle, however, that came in there from Charlotte Kaslik for Australia. Recycling the ball, though. This is Hamadova now, ball in hand, top try scorer. Watch how powerful this Russian takes the ball up. And this is a very impressive start from Russia. Once they get the hands on the ball, they have got the skills, but they also have the physicality. Raditsa Yamoskaya just sealing off the ball, protecting the ball, so Kevin White right on there to penalise the Russian.
It's been an impressive start from Russia, hasn't it? Yesterday they had a really good day yesterday after a fairly disappointing tournament in London. But yesterday they really ran the tries and got the ball into the hands of Kamidova. Petrova played really well too, so I'm really excited to see what they can do today.
Yeah, Russia lost in the opening tie to New Zealand by 17 points to 5, having gone 5-0 up in that particular tie, and then outwon and beat the strong Netherlands team 22 points to 0, and finally took care of China 31-0. So the last two ties in particular, always in command. Switch play into the hands of Emily Cherry. Cherry again finding good space on that far side to Tiana Penatane. Hamadova goes through, kicks the ball in. Pressure on Saimo. Well, Hamadova, 16 tries, only Portia of New Zealand is ahead of her on the standings. And Russia play one less tournament than New Zealand in the World Series. So Charlotte Kaslik there with the long ponytail, setting up that field position. Saimo, she's been strong throughout and is matching some of that Russian physicality. An opportunity to spread the ball here for Australia. Barnstorming run from Sharni Williams that spilt the ball, intercepted by Petrova. Petrova's got plenty of gas. Kazakova bundled to the ground by Sharni Williams. So recycled possession now for Hamadova for Russia, but great counter ruck comes in there to clear the ball from Nikki Etheridge. Hamadova though is offside. Well, Australia really getting stuck in here in this game.
Both teams seem to be really going for the contact. It's a great run by Saimo, but maybe one too many times taking the ball up by Sharni Williams. They just need to get the ball into the wider spaces. Once they've sucked those players in, then move it.
And Tani takes the tap and go. This is Kaslik. Kaslik onto Saimo. Saimo, well tackled by Maligina. Now scissors pass. Sharni Williams showed the ball onto Nikki Etheridge.
Release. Driving over.
Well, that's another turnover ball for Russia. So Australia not protecting the ball. Kazakova on the 10-yard line. Bodies on the deck though, and Kevin White has no doubt.
You're going down, Captain. Hold it.
I think it was Yamoskaya again, wasn't it? She's been penalised already.
Four, okay? You've got to keep your players on their feet. They're sealing off. Number 5 as well. 2 penalties in a row, coming in from the side and also going off the field, okay? Talk to the girls and get them to comply.
Bazat Hamadova not staying on her feet in the contact position, so that's a stern warning from Kevin White.
Yeah, when they compete positively at the breakdown, Russia, they've been very, very successful, really forcing Australia off the ball. They just need to keep their heads up and be positive rather than sealing the ball off.
Switch play here in the hands of Kaslik. Kaslik, well tackled there. Murahamova. Wider ball out wide now to Sharni Williams. Williams stepping back in against the grain.
Roll 11.
Bundled to the touch. Oh, good angle there from Charlotte Kaslik. Kaslik gets the ball back. Emily Cherry this time onto Penatana, the 17-year-old in this Australian outfit.
5. Captain. That's too many penalties. 5. High tackle. 2 minutes, please.
Yeah, Hamadova. Well, Hamadova's the straight runner for Russia. And she'll spend 2 minutes in the bend.
Back 10. To mark. Push.
Yeah, they're just not getting the line in quite the right place for the referee. They have been so successful in the breakdown, but you've got to stay positive. You can't stop the attacking team being able to play the ball.
So this is the ball carrier through Saemo. She's strong, bundling her way down. Of course, Russia, one player down.
Came off the foot.
Oh, it's a bit messy in there, isn't it?
Release.
Good work though from Sharni Williams just to mop up proceedings. There's an extra player over on the wing here if they can get the ball to Penatanak. Goes for the corner and showing great strength. The youngster in for the try from the Maruba club in New South Wales. Well, she was the youngest to represent a senior national team. She also has a sprint and hurdling background, and she certainly showed her skill to go into the corner here.
Yeah, really good finish. Kaslik just gets the ball out, little step inside and powers her way over the line through 2 tackles. Really good finish. Now, Australia, though, for me, are just making things a little bit too difficult for themselves. They're taking the ball at once, sucking everybody in, but then rather than getting it out to their wingers, their fast players, they're taking it in again. You know, they just need to spread the defence a bit more, especially with 6 defenders on the field.
A useful nudge from Katrina Barker. So Hamadova looks on. Katrina Barker then with the restart, long hanging back into the hands of Malagina. Malagina up to the 22. Double wrap tackle by the Australians.
2, you got to move.
Sharni Williams penalised for not moving.
Fine, I'm happy. 10.
Strong running from Marina Petrova. Yamovskaya, this little scrum half, she's a super little runner here. Up to the halfway line now.
Play on.
Russia desperately trying to clear clean ball here. Muharamova up to the 10-yard line. Yamovskaya onto Petrova. Petrova, super tackle from Australia. Very, very good defensive play by them.
6 in from the side, goal.
Well, it's the half-time hooter. Yamovskaya sets off. Good play from Emily Cherry. Now this is a chance from Australia on the far side. Etheridge gets the support of Sharni Williams. Etheridge back in, ball in hand. Usatar with a tackle, but the ball's popped up into Sharni Williams, and Sharni Williams, well, what a super try. She was involved in that play 3 times to finally latch on to the scoring pass.
It just goes to show the importance of support in sevens and of working your heart out when you're so tired. Sharni Williams kept going, she kept going, took the pot pass at the end, and there were no Russian defenders there because she just worked that little bit harder.
And the fact that she was able to get off the ground on the previous movement and get that support was what made it so impressive. Conversion attempt by Katrina Barker. Barker, she gets plenty of height on the ball, but not the direction. So an impressive start by Australia. Really, Hamadova perhaps costing her team by being in the bin. 10-0 half-time score.
Someone keeps talking to me from the sideline there. Someone
Nikki Etheridge looks on there. And coach Chris Lane just outlined the instructions.
I did see it. That was good that you have. That's perfect, thank you.
Well, Sue, Australia have started pretty well, but can Russia get themselves back into this tie?
Look, they definitely can. They've played some good rugby. They had 6 players there at the end when Australia was scoring their points, but even then they were giving it a good go. They were having a go at Australia. They've got a couple of fantastic finishes, so there's no reason why not at all. It should be a good second half.
I'm just looking down, I see Shannon Parry there with the yellow scrum cap is off the bench and takes her place in this second half. Nikki Etheridge alongside her as well. Marina Petrova looks on. Good hanging kick once again.
Come off his knee, come off her knee.
So possession into Australia's hands right away. Oh, good show and go there from Penatini. Charlotte Castlett switches the play on to Shannon Parry. Parry sizes up Hamadova. Well, it was a wee bit scrappy in there.
Accidental offside, you kicked it straight into your own player.
Well, no need to repeat, we can hear Kevin White's instruction loud and clear. So Nadezhda Yamoskaya, this is the scrum half. She'll set the play. Shannon Parry looks on. Muharamova throws the wide pass out wide. This is Petrova. In fact, it's Kazakova. Kazakova all the way. Kazakova's got real pace. What about this for a try from the Russian? That is magnificent. One of the best we've seen here in Amsterdam. And that was just pure pace all the way to the line.
That is a true finisher's try, isn't it? She saw half a gap and she thought that gap is mine, and she went for it. In covering defence, Kasich just didn't have a chance. Here she goes, head up, sees the gap, powers through the gap, and then powers just pins her ears back, puts her head down, and she's past the covering defence. Fantastic finish.
Well, I was looking down my notes just to check. Had she not scored a try in the previous ties, and she hasn't. That's her first one of the weekend, and yes, she kisses the ball. The conversion to come. Anastasia Muharamova gets the additional 2 points, so very much game on, and Russia right back into this tie.
When you're ready.
Muharamova with the restart, kicks long onto Saimo. Now there's only one route that she would normally go, and that is straight. Look at this, bundled to the deck by Kazakova, the try scorer for Russia, but ball and turnover play here. Petrova had intercepted the ball. Usatar shrugs off the attempted tackle by Penatini.
It's a ruck.
Oh, good counter ruck coming in from Australia, but potentially from an offside position, but play on advantage being played. Hamadova on the wide outside. Now Hamadova, can she go all the way to the line? Got pace on the outside through Malagina in, and that's the score there for Russia. So a double whammy for Russia, and suddenly they've just upped the pace.
Another fantastic finish. You know, in the first half they were a little bit frustrated in their attempts to turn the ball over at the breakdown. At half-time they've obviously talked about being positive in that breakdown area, but still really challenging. They're winning the ball, getting it out into those open spaces, and it's really working. What Russia are doing that Australia have failed to do is really get the ball into those wide channels. Fantastic finish.
Pavel Baranovsky, he is entertainment personified, is he not? He's just one of the great charismatic coaches in world rugby.
How can you fail to be inspired by a coach who's like that on the sideline? He's got so much passion for it.
Anastasia Muharamova on the far side doesn't really get contact on that ball. But with a second try, Russia leading by 12 points to 10.
Yeah, so Australia need to stop playing Route 170. They need to get the ball into the open spaces and really test this Russian defence out. Let's see if they can do that.
So ball out to Charlotte Castlett. No, she came on a dummy cut. And Australia,
it's gone backwards of red.
Just losing the ball there through the hands of Emily Peliti. Peliti, one of these touch players who've been recruited into this Australian 7 squad. Yamovskaya, great ball skill. Tackled there by Peliti.
Roll at, 8 at.
Ball's there, so you just need to get the possession back. Hamadova now. Hamadova just takes the contact. Good tackling coming in from Australia. Now there's players over if they can get it out wide. Yamatskaya. And on the far side, Yamatskaya, while she threw the ball, there was perhaps an opportunity to get out wide to Kabieva.
Holding, red. One's on her feet.
2 minutes, still plenty of time for Australia to get themselves back in, but they're going to have to attack from deep.
Yeah, you only need a couple of, a few seconds in sevens to score that winning try, and there's always spaces. Australia just need to find those spaces, really move this defence from side to side. They'll be wanting to pull their best penalty move out here, I would think.
Let's go.
Shannon Tarry then takes her position. Switch back on the far side for Australia. Thumping tackle comes in. Cancelling. Back inside to Madison and Leslie Elliott. Now Australia, well, eyes off the ball. And that could be a fatal error for Australia. Vania Paletti just knocking the ball on there, the youngster.
12 green off, 12 gold, sorry.
Yeah, very little time left now. You think that Russia are going to try and keep their hands on this ball. Nice steady scrum, move it one way, move it the other, just look after the ball. And they have been very strong in the breakdown, so you think they could do it.
Charlotte Kaslik retires to the side, replaced by Alicia Quirk. I think we should just keep the camera on this man. He's entertainment.
He must be just as exhausted as his players by the end of a tournament, the amount of energy that he puts into it.
Well, certainly Russia have upped their performance in this scrum of Nadetsa Yamatskaya.
Crouch! Touch!
This is her third event, the 24-year-old. Try and 4 conversions to her name. And she'll have to release the ball quicker than that. She might be penalised. Now on the far side. Super tackle comes in for Australia, but recycle possession. Hamadova. Bit of spilt ball, and well, really you look at the clock, 1 minute to go, and this is the last opportunity you feel for Australia.
Yeah, it could be a very expensive knock-on for Russia. We just said they needed to keep the ball, stop Australia getting their hands on it, but this is a chance for Australia now. They need a good scrummage here.
So they're putting at the scrum, fed by Barker. No wide outside, but a knock-on, and that. You could just hear the groans, the knock-on. And Russia look as though they've got this one. They just have to be careful. Get the ball back from the scrum, keep possession. When they hear that hooter, kick it out of play. And Pavel Baranovsky shouting instructions to his team from the sidelines once again.
Yeah, that was a nervous play from a young team in a difficult situation. They got far too flat.
Kazakova once again, Kazakova for the try line, and this is the winning try, the second try, and once again pure pace as she goes over for the try, and Baranovsky is up and down the touchline in celebration.
Kazakova's been a revelation in this match, hasn't she? She saved her best for the quarter-final situation. Again, saw the half gap, went through it, powered over the try line. Fantastic.
Just a lovely show, wasn't it? And then a goal on the outside, classic sevens play.
Yeah, we've seen her do these things before in previous years, but you know, this year, this series, we've just not seen very much of it. But suddenly, just at the right moment.
Here he goes, look at this. Well, that's what it means to Russia. They've won this particular tie. Outstanding performance. Look at the delight from the Russian girls. That's a massive sculpt. It's a tremendous second half performance when you would consider they were down at half time. Final score then is Russia at 19, Australia at 10.
The third quarter-final here at at the National Rugby Centre in Amsterdam between two sides who actually met each other in their Pool B yesterday, England and France. Well, England have named arguably their strongest lineup. Rachel Burford, the number 3 jersey, will organise. Ruth Laban, the speedster, will finish off. Katie McLean's the captain. Plenty of experience in this French lineup. Number 8, Leboeuf, is 30 years old. Number 4, Lagougine, 31. Vaupoy, 31 too. They've all got strong 15-a-side background, so expect direct sevens, confrontational. Well, Sude, we haven't seen France too often in terms of on the 7 circuit, but they've certainly competed very well.
This tournament, they really have. They've really upped their game. A fantastic victory for them yesterday against Canada with the final play of the game. So I'm expecting big things from them today. This should be a really, really close game. England have named what I think is their most mobile lineup. You know, they've got Rachel Burford in there, Fran Matthews, Katie McLean. So it looks like they're going to be trying to move the ball. And France did a lot of that yesterday as well. So it should be a great game.
England in their alternative strip. Scored 360 points in total in this IRB series. Sherry Trumbull from Canada, the referee for this one. You can see the concentration there on the face. France, they beat Canada 8-7. They lost to England 12-5. They beat South Africa 14-12. What that tells you is when they play a side, they keep it close because of the style they put out there. Well, not the best start there for England, but France play the ball. That means play on. As we see Bill just on the wing there. That's a good... Oh, it goes to ground. Shouldn't have hexed it. Still... The French go to the right-hand side of the field. Lagougine just can't hold on to it. So you can see their intent.
Yeah, a bit of nervousness there at the start, the kick-off not going 10, overcomplicating it. Katie McLean normally kicks left, decided to kick to the right, and it goes wrong and gave France the first possession, but a couple of mistakes early on from both teams.
You probably should have left it, because then you get the scrum and the halfway. It's Maya. Has got a bit of a knee to the kidney, it looks like. It's never pleasant.
She looks like she's okay. She's up and going again.
And she goes to the left-hand top side of the scrum. And Fran Matthews has the ball half-back for this one for England.
Yeah, you have to assume England are going to be wanting to try and get the ball into the hands of Ruth Laban. Yesterday, if she did one thing well, she ran tries in from all distances. So I imagine their tactic's going to be to try and get the ball to her as quickly as possible. Pretty simple.
And she's got some very good distributors inside her. No doubt about that. This English team, one advantage they'll have over other sides is that they are quite fit.
Yeah, they've done a lot of work on fitness, and whilst this might not be the first choice squad, there's some players from London that aren't here. The whole squad have been working very, very hard on fitness and have had a programme for several months now.
Bit of pressure on Matthews. The captain takes it, and McLean goes for a bit of a trot, makes plenty of ground, and Laban can't quite get around the defence that time. And penalty to England. So they take the quick tap, and this time they go to the middle of the field. It's Packer. Switching it right. Here she is. Looking good there, Laban. It's easy to finish that off, so England gets the first try.
Yeah, as we said, get the ball into the hands of Ruth Laban, and you can see the pass to her came from Rachel Burford, who England have selected in the forwards for this match. She normally plays at scrum half, but they've just tried to get more distributors on the pitch, and what does that do for you? It means that you've got the perfect pass to your fast winger running under the post. Well, not quite under the post.
Yeah, they haven't used Burford as much as you would have expected in this tournament, but that means she's got fresh legs out there. And you're right, when you've got a prop that can then go out wide on one side with skills like hers, you're away laughing.
Yeah, France really not had the ball yet, so it'd be good to see what they can do when they do get their hands on it. Fanny Horty yesterday was really outstanding, so I'd like to see what she can do.
Conversion no good, so it is 5-0 to England. Yeah, there's plenty of talk about this new strip of England's launched before. When was it? Before the London Sevens?
That's right. I'm a bit of a fan, if it's okay to say so, of the more traditional strip. Let's say playing in white with a red rose on my chest.
Oh, well, France playing in white this time. And this time they have possession, so we can see what they've got. And they opt to go wide, which is a great option. There's a little bit of space out there. Great tackle from Packer. And as always, England put pressure on in that breakdown area. Decided she couldn't make the pass that distance. Vautois, this time she gets it out to La Gougine. It's a bit of a lobby pass, but it gets safely to Ledouf. Ledouf back on her feet to the midfield, wrap around, short ball. This is looking good from France. Just inching their way up and powering her way through is Ledouf. This time it's out on the wing. Mayan.
You're on the ground, white too.
And the referee decided to ignore the blowover and has given the penalty for not releasing on the ball.
We've seen a lot of teams in this tournament really have a go at the breakdown, haven't we? And it's been very fruitful for a lot of teams. As long as you're positive in that breakdown area, clear the player out of the way positively, try and stay on your feet, then the referees are happy with it. It's when people have been sealing the ball off, as we saw in the last game, it tends to get called.
So McLean gives it back to Matthews. Bit of a dummy, then Leybourne. She's taken care of there by Grassino. Oh, bit of a knock on, I think. Friend Matthews. Oh no, line out. So it's French ball.
Yeah, for me that was an example of it. So England are thinking must get the ball into the fast player's hands, but really wasn't good ball, and so Ruth Leybourne ended up with lots of defenders on top of her.
Well, they've hashed that up, so Allen passes out to the speedster. Leybourne. She's just not able to get on the outside at this point. Quarter-final times means the marking is tighter. And once again, they're looking to try and get it out to the speedsters as Chamberlain. Nice cut there, and Packer hit it well. She stayed in play, popped it up to Matthews. Oh, ball stripped there by Bell. And France, unfortunately, knocked it on.
Yeah, nice move from England. They moved it wide, and then they had Marley Packer out on the wing, one of the bigger players. So ran a nice wide arcing cut from Abby Chamberlain, and Packer on a nice straight line, powering through the defence.
And she had a bit of work to do to regather it back in. So we've just got an injured player down here for the French team. It's La Gougine. She's getting her nose fixed up, it looks like. She did look a little bit dazed, I'd have to say. So she's taken to the sideline. Not the way you want to end your tournament in a crucial quarter-final match with England. Cleaned up there by McLean. Pops it back. And Burford takes it in. Chamberlain. McLean has to again clean up the mess. But still England maintain possession. Matthews. They've got numbers out here, England. And Laybourne gets it. This time she has got a bit of space and she just glides in off her right foot. And now she is straight under the post. It's another 5 points for England.
Yeah, that's exactly the sort of situation a player like Ruth Laybourne wants to be in. Essentially a one-on-one with the whole pitch to play with. As a defender, you've got no chance there with someone with that kind of pace. They take you one way, take you the other, and you're completely flat-footed. And then get the ball out here. Katie McLean looks up, realises she needs to fix the defender, gets the ball out, and then Ruth Laybourne goes for it. Just goes to the outside, cuts in, easy.
Yeah, great work from Katie McLean. She's hardly done anything wrong this entire tournament. And some of the balls that she received in that stanza of play, not pretty.
No, I mean, off the back of the scrum in sevens, sometimes you just want to get the ball. That's job done if you can actually get the ball back to your 10. It's so scrappy at the back of the scrum. So, yeah, you're right, she did very, very well with that ball.
So England leading at half-time, 12 points to 0 over France.
And it's that little skip away, and then move it. Okay. You got it away nicely over there, and we managed to get on the outside.
So they're coming in like this, they're trying to snap a hand, so if you just take a step back, like Bert said,
I'll be able to still get right. Maybe I should still get hold of it.
Okay, well, just like, keep working, just keep coming back from it, right? All you need to be mindful of is if you're going to get to the edge, you just need to take a half yard in midfield, don't come on to them so much, right? So that we can still get depth and just coming on to the ball, okay? Right, things are full, we need to slightly up, okay? Because they are looking to come out of it, and the other one is the fucking top of the pack. One change from you, off, pushing on the wing, okay? Let's go.
So about to resume the second half here. This young English side are doing very well. Of course, it's a very different squad from the one that won London Sevens last weekend. It's a good game so far, 12-0. 100% of all tackles have been made by both teams. Very impressive. And only 2 errors. So that is a good kick-off high. The chase was on from France. And cleaned up by Maya. And referee says off your feet, so Maya gets another chance. And this is a good opportunity here for France. They draw and pass, but no, the winger came in. She should have stayed wide. Glassano. Oh, look at this here. I don't think anybody knew what was going on. Now that is a good option. Very accurate, quick throw in there. Maya. Out to Orta. What can Orta do? Just holds the ball up, gives it back. This time they just keep going forward here, the French. And Orta again involved. Ball rolled back. And that breakdown. Numbers to the right. It's a 3-on-2 in this situation, but they're just unable to draw and pass, and there's an error there. Just not able to capitalise on the possession and maybe the matchups and the people when they've got 3-on-2s.
Yeah, they're just the little errors at the wrong times for France, isn't it, at the moment? England competed really well at the breakdown there, which meant that the France had to concentrate on the breakdown, slow the ball down, and so they were able to reorganise their defence, and that's how they're able to defend that one.
Well, we've just had 3 substitutions come on for France, which is pretty interesting. We've got Munya, Isa and Ebel. So that's fresh legs. And Alexandra Matthews runs on for England.
Yeah, Marley Packer coming off. She's got through a lot of work for England in this tournament, so I'm not surprised they want to give her a little rest. Alex Matthews, a really big, strong girl, so they'll be wanting to get the ball into her hands.
Well, she's gone into the position where all big, strong girls go, the tight head prop. And McLean, bit of a cut there as Claire Allen hits it in strong. Another cut. But they're just heading back into the traffic at this moment, England. McLean, she's got great passing skills, and that was a good ball out to Kay Wilson. Oh, big defence there. Good anticipation from Grassenau. And the ball has popped out the side. Could have been advantage, but doesn't matter.
A great anticipation in defence, wasn't it? The ball came to Claire Allen and the defender was with her at the same moment.
So they've taken the penalty, decided to go for the line out. And with the last line out that the French had, they overthrew it and England won the possession. Discussion about who is coming on, and that's Natasha Brennan, who ran on for England.
Yeah, a little bit of confusion there. Quite a lot of reorganisation for England, so they need to be careful now to make sure they've got players in all the right places.
Advantage over.
Well, this is very direct, looking good there from Beals. England, well done.
Yeah, really quick work from Katie McLean to get in on the break then there, try and get the ball back. You've got to play the ball on if you're the attacking player, and Katie had every right to go for it. Wasn't allowed to take it, so penalty to England.
So, a few cuts there from the English girls. Not quite as accurate as they would have wanted at that point. But they're leading 12-0 in the third quarter-final here of the Cup competition. Just over 3 minutes to go. So it's a good performance so far from this English team as they get a bit of room to move on the far side of the field. They've got one down injured though, so they're a man down. Still, a little bit of space out here for Burford. France have got numbers to the ball, but very good work there by McLean again. She is a star, that girl. Oh.
A little bit of confusion there, I think. England wanted to tap it, the referee wasn't looking, referee looking over the injury, so I think let's stop there and start again.
We'll give that point to Beers.
Nice hit though, wasn't it?
It was. Mind you, you look at Burford and I think, that wouldn't have hurt her.
No, she's not bothered. She's happy with that as long as she can get up and keep going, which she can.
We've got another player coming on for England, Emily Scott. This is unfortunate. Is that Natasha Brennan on the ground? Number 2.
Yeah, she's just come on the pitch, Natasha Brennan. Obviously, she's taken a hit or gone down awkwardly, and with pretty much her first play, really unfortunate.
Having a few players out injured already today. New Zealand with 3 down. That could definitely affect their chances as this tournament progresses.
Yeah, 3 players down, only 9 players to rotate in a tournament situation is really tough. So, you want to try and keep your speedy players out wide fresh, but they're going to have to play most of the minutes of most of the games. Really, really difficult. But if any team can do it, I think New Zealand can.
You're just saying that because I'm a Kiwi.
That's right. No, they've been very, very impressive in the earlier tournaments, haven't they? They look from 1 to 12 like they've got the skills and they're good enough to be there. So he'll have no fears about putting some of his, slightly less than first choice players out there.
Well, this team has performed very well. I think there was a question mark over how well they would do, but they've impressed so far, and they're a good chance to take out this Amsterdam, the final leg of the IRB Women's World Series. Of course, New Zealand have already won the series, having made the semi-final. And the crowd gives the injured player, Natasha Brennan, a bit of a clap.
Yeah, you're right about England. This has been a really good test for some of the players that haven't had quite so many opportunities, and so far they're coming through it very, very well, which is great for Barry Maddox. Gives them a few headaches when it comes to World Cup selection time, but rather have too many to pick from than too few.
Well, we know that this lady here will probably go to the World Cup. Maybe Marley Packer, Burford. Is there anyone else, do you think, has pushed for a chance?
Well, Claire Allen went to the last World Cup, the 2009 World Cup. Claire Allen with her hands on the ball now, so she'd obviously got to be a good bet. She's very, very experienced, played a lot of 15s and a lot of 7s, and quite versatile. She can play centre wing, a lovely pace and step on her.
So, England with the ball, and looking very composed at this point. Laban. Apologies, that's Sonia Green. And McLean. Just held off the ground, but France told to release the ball, and they haven't. Tackler did not release, penalised.
Yeah, the referees are really strong on that ceiling. I think it was 12, was off her feet and sealing over the ball. England couldn't get to it, and the referees are being really, really strict about that at this tournament.
So I think England, with a minute 50 to go, no, they've got this one sewn up. They're not going to expend too much energy. Save that for the semi-final.
Pinpoint accurate kick from Katie McLean. That is what you want at this point in a sevens game, and she's got so much experience. She knows, kick the ball long, take your time getting to the line out, use up the time. You're 12-0 up. You don't want to use up too much more energy, ideally.
McLean, she's the captain of the England 15s team. She's got 59 caps for them, the first 5. She's 27 years old, and she plays for the Darlington Moden Park Sharks. So here's Allen. She's doing well setting up her outside, Kay Wilson. Oh, that must have been pretty much 50-50.
Tight call, but the referee was right in line with it, so it must have been forward. Unfortunate for them. But a chance for France to get their hands on the ball.
I've wanted to see Kay Wilson out there because, I mean, she's got plenty of raps, but she hasn't been given the opportunity yet.
No, she was absolutely fantastic last season, scored some amazing tries, but unfortunately she got injured, broke her leg in London last year, and really hasn't had an opportunity since to play. So great to see her back out there. See, she needs to get a few more tournaments under her belt to get all the way back to her best.
So this time, the French have a bit of an opportunity, but, they're just cleaned up by that England defence. It's working really well. Bit of a pick and go there. Just continuing to stick with that very direct style of 7s, the French team. Ball has popped out at the back of that breakdown, and the English pounce. And this is Sonia Green. Is she going to make it to the line? Just reeled in by that French defence. Kay Wilson. I know they've got numbers out here, the English. And here's a chance for Alexandra Matthews, and that was just beautiful to watch.
I think she'll claim that was some footwork there. Stood up the defender, completely stood her up. I think she pretty much stopped, to be fair, and then went. Lovely little finish.
Well, it's good because they took this opportunity on the right-hand side here with Green. She nearly made it to the try line, and then it was good, accurate passing. Here's where she stopped. Oh, I think that's an in and out.
Absolutely. It's good, simple 7s, isn't it? They ran it all the way one way, recycled the ball really well when Sonia Green took it in, all the way back to Alex Matthews. The other big forward on the other side scored the try. Fantastic.
So a dominant performance there from England over France. They win the Cup quarter-final 19 points to 0.
19 for England and 0 for France. Thank you very much. Dames en heren, dit was de wedstrijd Engeland-Frankrijk.
So England will be playing in the Cup semi-final against the next winner, which is the rival classic Can-Am, USA against Canada. Well, they've met twice in this series. USA lost in China, but they drew all the last time they met in Houston, 12-all. And of course it's a very key game because in the overall championship the USA are 4th, Canada are 5th, and they've only got 2 points between them. Well, the USA side this season have had won 13 games, they've lost 6. Their best was when they won the Cup final in Houston, and an interesting side there because 6 of them have played all in this tournament series. The only one is Kimber Rochier, and look out too for Victoria Falayan, one of the stars this season, who's already scored 12 tries. And Canada, well, fascinating, isn't it? Number 1, Heather Moyes, who's returned to rugby after competing in Olympic bobsled when she came 4th in 06 and was a gold winner in 2010. Referee here, Chelsea Gurr, 27-year-old from Christchurch in New Zealand, experienced, started refereeing at 16 and 11 years refereeing, and has done 2 of the tournaments all season. Could be an accounting one, this one, shouldn't it?
Yeah,
Scott?
very much so. And Canada right off the blocks. Tremendous take by Jennifer Kish from the kickoff. So a real edge to this particular tie.
Jennifer Kish, tremendous. She's a great ball winner. She has been all this season. And this great rival between them. Look out too for, in Canada, Mandy Marchak. She leads Canada so well. She's also scored 11 tries this season. And fascinating to see Heather Moyes back.
Yeah, she saw yesterday scoring a tremendous try, Heather Moyes, against South Africa.
One of the most experienced players, now 34 years, and hoping she'll get into the Moscow Rugby World Cup Sevens. Oh, and perhaps a little nervous there by Falayan.
Interesting, Nigel, preparing for this game, we're having an interesting debate about the size of ball that the women play with, obviously size 5, but would it go down to a 4.5 or a 4? Because sometimes that long pass is difficult to deliver. And you saw on that occasion the speed wasn't on the ball.
The trouble is they don't want it.
Yes.
They want the same one as the men. But you're absolutely right. I mean, we've seen a lot of passes have dropped short of the person. Here's a chance now with Kelly Griffin. And in fact, what am I talking about? It's Moleshi. It's Canada with the try. And a pretty simple one, really, but a mistake in defence there, United States.
Well, as I said, from the opening, it was very, very sharp, and Canada have been coming out the blocks well. Ball bounced out for Kaylee Moleshi, and in she goes for her try.
Well, there's nothing like getting the first try. Gets away from the nerves, and the conversion is just drifting away from the left hand upright. Mandy Marchak there. Well, she's played both in World Sevens and 15s World Cup as well. Little knock on, but so the penalty for Lion, not the right place. For Lion, who plays for the Berkeley All Blues. Now Rochier. Great running, oh brilliant, cutting inside, she's got pace too. Chase comes with the Harvey. And here's a real chance, perhaps, as it goes with Potter. Offload in the hands again with Ringenberg. Oh, and another knock-on by the USA, and that time it was Yanisha McGee.
Well, what a cracking tackle, wasn't it, that Jennifer Kish had. But it was an outstanding run by Victoria Verleyen. And look at this, Kish, wow, in she comes, just cuts down the flying machine. Wonderful play by Jennifer Kish.
Just a little stop here, I think, waiting for someone to come on. Is it happening or not? A little attention to one of the Canadian girls.
Hands up, ladies.
She's okay.
Time on. Crouch. Touch. Sit. Stay down, White.
Good break through the middle. There's pass on from Kish again. Moyes. Shani did well. She turned it over. Good play. Russia. Now with Potter. Bit of space on the outside for Vanessa McGee, but hesitated a little, I think. And the cover is good. Drifting across for Canada in defence. Griffin chases. Kish covering very well in defence there for Canada. Now with Russell. On the short side. Oh, the kick is going to go into touch. Oh no, it's bounced back in. Remarkable. Well, you never know with the rugby, do you? And Marchak has no one to get near her. Second try for Canada.
Well, it was a long-range try from Canada. Heather Moysa, it looked as though her kick was going to go out. The vagaries and bounce of a rugby ball. Here we see this little kick, little chip kick. And Moysa looked as though she didn't. She thought it was going out, didn't she? But Mandy Marchak was very, very sharp, followed up and outflanked the defence.
Mandy Marchak, who's been playing for the Saracens in England, in London, based though in Manitoba, and first her game in this Cup quarter-final, remember. Conversion good too by the captain. 12-0 then, just about half a minute to go of this first half. Happily the rain stopped off here, still a bit damp on the surface. Dubisset, Boris, now with Harvey. Needed someone on her elbow, really. Here's Kish. Overlap, surely. Oh, it's a poor pass again, as you were saying earlier. Perhaps sometimes the ball is a bit too big for them, I don't know.
Well, we could start a debate on social media, so if you want to tweet us at IRB Women's or hashtag ARM7s.
Half-time then, and a good start for Canada with the lead of 12-0 at half-time. Quite balanced, aren't they, these two teams?
Very much so. I've been really impressed actually with Heather Moysa. I read her blog, and on her website, and she underwent major surgery back in November.
Yes,
then
I
was
know.
asked by Canada to come back into the team, and to come back and rehab so well is a testament to her enthusiasm for the game. We'll just listen in here,
And particularly
to
coming
John
back
Tate.
at the age of 34. I mean, remarkable.
Otherwise, back off and stay connected. Hey, remember, right? We got to force them to beat us with skill, right? So we got to keep taking away the outside, don't shoot, nice and calm in defense, stay connected, right? Nice tight lines, we're going nowhere, right? We come up, stay connected, and keep the discipline up.
John Tate,
Great job on the discipline.
of Canada, and for the USA, of course. Well, he's a Canadian himself and has been 3 years with the USA now, having been in earlier years with the Canadian men's side in the World Series. He's done a good job with them too, the USA.
Well, USA have got an opportunity to get back into this game. They've got some very, very good players. Gillian Potter has stood out for me. There she is, wearing the scrum cap. Also Kelly Griffin. But undoubtedly, if they can release the pace of Victoria Folayan on the wing, then they've got a real flying machine there that could get them back into this tie.
Well, they played in the unofficial game at Twickenham last week, and they met, and Canada won 10-5 as well. The USA want to get a victory over them, which they haven't had this season. Andy Marchak, lovely push off there. Was a footed touch, not quite, got the ball away into the hands of Folayan. A little knock on there.
Well, full credit to Chelsea Gurr there. She was right up with play of the referee.
Well, they're fit these days. New Zealander from Christchurch. A lot of experience of refereeing. 11 years, and she's only 27. Not steady were Canada in the front row. Russia. Folayan's got pace. Oh, and she can push away the defences as well. Griffin. Not a perfect pass, I'm afraid. Kish again, she's always up there. McGee. Good turnover by Canada there. And again, it's that work, the graft of this person, Jennifer Kish. Stripped away, Magli Harvey. Now, beautiful time here with Moleshi. Bounce went forward, I'm afraid, to Kelly Russell. Had a real chance there, 3 against 1 at one point.
Well, Kaylee Moleshi showing great individual skill here. Look at this little skip out. Well, that was the pass, but she started the movement with that little skip on the 22. An excellent sidestep that started the movement.
Still time for USA to come back here. About 4.5 minutes to go. Away with Russia again. Little dummy. Ringenberg. Russia. And now Griffin into the big Gillian Potter. Some hesitations in the back division here with the USA. Now a chance with Folayan. Now she's got the pace and the try.
Well, Nigel, that's exactly what I was talking about at half-time, but it's taken until this time to finally unlock Victoria Folayan round the wing. And it's just a matter of the USA using that wider pass, slightly laboured to get there, but once it was, there was always the space out wide for this fast runner for the United States to outflank the Canadian defence.
Well, she was one of the stars in the tournament last weekend in London. Another person from the Berkeley All Blues in California. Now a chance, important one, this conversion attempt with Kimber Rogier. Is it going to be? No. Drift across again, the face of the posts. It stays 12-5. And of course, if USA get a converted try and it's 12-all at the end, then there will be extra time. The excitement of that, when the first try of any score would bring through the winner immediately. Kish, ball went through her hands and went forward.
Well, Jennifer Kish will be frustrated with that because she's given up that possession. Interesting, Rosie here, the fly half, the standoff is right behind the back of the scrum to receive, but Canada have taken one against the head.
Again, a careless pass really from Greenshields that time. Big tackle coming in from Marchino. Now, good counter-attack here. Mandy Marchak. A terrific tackle from Potter on her. And another good tackle coming on Harvey that time. And again, Potter with another tackle. Really pressure on Canada here inside their own 22. Turnover ball. Roger. Oh, lost ball there by Falayan. Still a little... It's a little slippery ball still. Although it's not raining now, it's plenty of rain over the night. So just 1 minute left for the USA to try and level it and get it into extra time.
Well, USA, having turned the ball over, then caused the knock-on. And you just look at that clock, a minute left, and Canada need to protect the ball.
On comes Sadie Anderson, one of the two players from Penn State University. And coming on for Canada is Cheryl Phillips. Plays the same team as Heather Moyes in Toronto Scottish. So into the last minute here. Place for the semi-final. Winners will play England. And the first semi-final will be between New Zealand and Russia. Mandy Marchak in defence here. Kish breaks away well, steps out of the tackle. Into the hands now of Cheryl Phillips, just coming on. Falayan with the tackle for the USA, but still possession for Canada. And times here with Brittany Waters. He's quick. This is going to be the settle of it. Marchino chases, can't get her, and that settles it for Canada into the semi-final. Great work by Brittany Waters there. Set up initially by Jennifer Kish. And Brittany Waters coming on then, this experienced player of 30 years old from the Marilona Athletic Club in British Columbia.
Well, once she breached the defence, there was no sweeper in place, and whilst the chase was on from Marchino, Brittany Waters just showed that she had the faster legs.
And Mandy Marchak with the conversion as well, settles it in style. Canada then will go into the Cup semi-final and will face England.
This is the end of the game in the United States, Canada. This is America and Canada wins in Navy Bank.
Time now for the semi-finals of the bowl section of the competition. First off, we have the home side, the Netherlands, up against the bottom place team after pool play, Brazil. These teams last met in Guangzhou. And of course, the Netherlands won that one 22-0. Here's their lineup for this match. Linda Franzen, the captain. She's been consistent this entire tournament. And of course, Kelly van Haaskamp with the 12 tries through this entire IRB series. She's a threat. Santini, Avila, Belcone, Rocha, Gervard, Bierent and Malbauer start for Brazil. And of course, all competing for World Cup positions with the Euros to come before the World Cup at the end of June in Russia.
Yeah, there's a bit of disappointment here for the Netherlands, the hosts here. They started well enough yesterday, winning 19-0 against China. First half against Russia were good, but then they were taken apart in the second half, and well, they gave New Zealand a run for their money as well, but lost that one 15-0. Brazil, relatively new in sevens, and failed, in fact, to get a try yesterday. They've, of course, going to be the hosts of the Olympics in Rio in 2016, and they've been very much the women dominating rugby championships throughout South America. And they've won, in fact, their championships every year since 2004. So at least let's hope they'll get a try. May yet will win the game. Who knows?
So they try the alternative kickoff to the left-hand side, but it's taken cleanly by Van Haaskamp. A good offload and good run here from Selbek. Van Haaskamp, pressure on her. She's got to go to deck. They get it back and they go to the left-hand side. Halkirk, a good pass out to her winger, Visa. Powerful run there from Visa. Got to stay in, away from that sideline, and she does. So this gives the Netherlands a good chance to the right-hand side of the field if they get their passes to stick, and they certainly do. Here is Van Haaskamp. Beautiful work from her, and a lovely ball to Selbek. Now that's the way to start for the home team. 5 points.
Well, what a classic that was. Absolutely wonderful work by Van Haaskamp. She made the break through the middle, and then with the wonderful timing of the pass. As you'll see here, good hands, good passing. Here she is, look at the visions, the cuts inside. There's the time of that pass. Lovely try, classic.
It was a beautiful dummy. And when she broke the line, she then opted to look for the support play, and the conversion is good. So 7 points to 0, the Netherlands. Van Rossum does the kickoff for the Netherlands. And it's taken by Bierent. Just crabbing sideways, Brazil, but managed to find a little bit of space here. And this time, Rocha pushed over to the sideline by Selbek.
Yeah, good work there by Selbek. Had a awareness of the touchline.
Oh, nice option there. Franzen throwing it in, acting as halfback here. Gets the ball to Van Rossum. She opts to come back down the short side. Ball at the back of that breakdown. And Halkirk manages to get there. Franzen a little bit messy in the midfield, but Selbek sets it up. Another switch to the right-hand side. And a little tip through by Visa.
Didn't need that. No. You know, there you could see the defence in Brazil, and there was an overlap possibility. So this is Gareth Gilbert here. He's originally from South Africa.
is in charge of this Netherlands team.
And one of the Brazil players, Berendt, just been checked she's okay. She's had a bit of a knock. Back now, though. Back of the line out.
Oh, great work there from Ivan Altina. She's a very tall girl.
Well, opposite to the Brazilians who just haven't got the height here.
And she got up very high by lifters as well. So there you go. At this point, the Netherlands had most of the ball.
Well, they were very disappointed yesterday, Netherlands. They, they've had good close games against England and New Zealand this season, and Russia as well. And they really fell against the two top teams who look so good at the moment, Russia and New Zealand.
This is good work from Halkirk and her teammates, because Brazil have just been pushed back by the defence. And yes, the Netherlands win it with Zisa.
They just haven't got the physical opposition, have they yet? Brazil.
Van Houskamp, and when Van Houskamp has got space like that, it's too easy for her, and she collects another try for the home team.
Well, it's all in her genes, isn't it? Because her mother was a star playing sevens in Netherlands. In fact, started the game of sevens in Netherlands quite a long time ago.
And she was the Sevens Player of the Year in 2011, 25-year-old. As the conversion is attempted.
Game off! Game off!
It wasn't a bad kick, but not
It wasn't, was it? It was excellent from Van Rossum. Just missed.
So we've got time off, as there is an injured Brazilian player just over there at the goal line. Now this will be a tragedy, because they've already had Ramalho and Sada, their captain, gone, so they're actually playing with the 10 players. She decides to tough it out. So 12-0 the score in the bowl semi-final here. The National Rugby Centre of Amsterdam. 42nd Amsterdam Sevens. We've got 97 other teams playing on the backfields. Starting today, going through to tomorrow, but this is the final day's play for the final leg of the Women's IRB World Series, as we see a very good little break here from Selbach. She's very strong, and that was a great run.
What a super try by Bien Selbach. Very elusive, and particularly delighted by the home crowd here, because this is where she plays her rugby, at AC Amsterdam here. Well, perhaps the elusive talents is because she's also been a Junior World Judo Championship player. She knows how to get out of the way of the opposition.
Well, that would certainly help at the breakdowns, and she's powerfully built too. Certainly showed some acceleration there, as the Netherlands now 17-0. So Gareth Gilbert will be a little happier with this performance. And I've got to say, even though they did lose by big scores, in particular to Russia yesterday, they actually played a good game against Russia. It's just that it was the physical nature of that match they couldn't match.
Yeah, it is strange, really, because last week in Amsterdam, in the invitational game for the women at Twickenham, Netherlands beat Canada, they beat Russia, they beat Australia, and only lost in the final to England in the final. So, they just didn't find their best form yesterday. You can see now what they can do. Here again with Van Houskamp. She's such a big influence here in this side.
Well, pass travelled forward there. And the score 17-0 at half-time. It's a big score. Very difficult for the Brazil side to get back into this game. And the home team is giving the crowd something to cheer about.
Well, Brazil have certainly come into the Women's Sevens World Series to get the experience, really. I mean, they've had not many wins. I mean, they've beaten Japan and Argentina and Tunisia. And it's really, you know, go into the deep end and you learn the game, and that's what they're doing now. In charge of the Netherlands women for the last 3 years.
And of course, to his left or to our right, Scott Wardrum, a former All Black, played for the New Zealand Sevens team in the late 90s and 2000s.
And interestingly, really, is Brazil as well. They've had several of their Argentina men's playing who have been helping with the coaching. Santiago Gomez Cora and Mattia Albina both have played for the Pumas in the Sevens series over the years. So they're learning it.
Well, Brazil have only just in 2012 had the women's series established there. It's 5 rounds, 12 club tournaments, 6 teams. So they're starting to get more experience in the game of sevens. They've also, the union has a 4-year deal with the Canterbury Rugby Union, and they bring over coaches from the Canterbury Rugby Union, like Dallas Seymour, the former New Zealand Sevens star, and with them today they have Chris Neal, who was the coach of the men's Canterbury team in the Nationals in Queenstown this year. So they're getting plenty of resources behind them in terms of the coaching.
And I'm just thinking we may be getting some sun after yesterday. Well, it was all dark and grey and wet.
Yes, conditions mightily improved here today. But now that you've said that, it will probably cloud over again. So, a little attack here from Berendt, but ripped away by Visa. Well done. And she's driven forward with those powerful legs. Quick tap from Franson. Oh, this is good from Franson. Pops the ball back to Hal Kirk, but just not successful. And the referee has gone back for another injured player now, put the time off.
Yes, they've had a bit of luck, bad luck, haven't they? Yesterday, as you say, the 2 injured players, and Sada being particularly important in the strength of their side. And there is Maria Berendt. Looks like trouble with her right leg.
Yeah, she'll be a loss because she's actually been an incisive player for Brazil. 22-year-old. She actually went to America to play rugby in 2008 and 2009 for the New York Rugby Club. And so we see the power of Visa. So she becomes, I think, the 3rd player today to be stretchered off. So that was a penalty for Brazil in the last play, and so they opted to go for the line out. Santini to throw in, and that's nice. And Santini just darts around the back, but she's drifted across the field and made it very difficult for her teammates. She tries to clean it up here.
Well, she escaped, didn't she? Just luckily.
But the Netherlands
held up.
Have held her up. 3 of them there. And Selbek part of them all. It's Lorraine Larosse. 46 points so far in the series. Come onto the field after starting off the bench. She's slotted straight into the centre role and got involved straight away. Here she is with the ball. Franson. The pink out to Visa. Just running a little bit to the side, but Visa able to get rid of a couple of tacklers, but then drops the ball.
Well, some tackles, terrific, bravely from Brazil, but they just don't have that physical presence, do they, that we'll see with Netherlands here. Much bigger side.
I think when you're a small team like Brazil with good footwork and speed, you just have to get the tackle technique right. And certainly on this girl here, Van Haaskamp, that was a beautiful swerve. She really is class.
Third try in Amsterdam this week. Kelly Van Haaskamp. Well, she will be a very important player in the Women's Rugby World Cup Sevens in Moscow. And they will be against New Zealand and Canada and Tunisia in their pool in Moscow. And Haaskamp, well, she will be absolutely vital.
Well, they're taking her off as the conversion is made. So the score just gets larger, 24-0. And Kelly Van Haaskamp has a well-deserved rest. I want to put her there to rest her for the final of the bowl. She is their strike weapon, there's no doubt about it. It's 3 minutes to go here in the semi-final of the bowl. The bowl, of course, played out between teams 9 to 12 after pool play. This Netherlands side probably expected to do better, but it doesn't matter because today with Schouten with the ball in hand, that was lovely work, accurate passing, and she just pinned her ears back and went for it.
Well, what real pace she has. Schouten coming on later, another one who is based here in Amsterdam. A 27-year-old who has played in 2 of the tournaments this season, and that's her second try. Nice angle, switched, and with the pace, no one could get touch to her.
Yeah, really good, Schouten. She looked like she was going to take the outside. Body checked and went back in on the inside. It's nice to see the Netherlands have got another weapon like her come off the bench. 31-0. Well, this is comprehensive. And they would have wished that they had played like this yesterday.
Absolutely. Different performance altogether. However, that's a fault mistake. Just giving Brazil the free ball.
Oh.
And they've made a mess of it themselves.
Mulbaumer, who took the quick tap. That's just basics. Probably just overthinking things a little bit. Just get the pass to the player first.
I think even the Netherlands supporters would wish Brazil to get at least one try in this tournament. They haven't got one yet.
There he is there, Chris Neal from the Canterbury Rugby Union. And so this, once again, looks like a bit of space. Fortunately, hit the knees of Schouten. Oh, and she continues through with that tackle on Santini, warned by the referee. And it's a scrum for Brazil.
Well, it's now or never for Brazil. 30 seconds to go. They're put into the scrum.
So Santini is out on the wing, waiting hopefully for a pass, but it's a difficult one. She manages to scoop it up. And they just reset out there. Looking to recycle the ball. And it's gone over the sideline, as you can hear, the full-time hoot up. The Netherlands, a very good performance from them to take the first semi-final in the bowl, 31 points to 0 over Brazil.
So second bowl semi-final coming up here at the IRB Women's Sevens World Series is between South Africa and China. These teams have never met in the World Series. And South Africa, well, they've won 5 out of the 15 times that they've played. Mara Williams is a robustious forward leader. Keep an eye out for number 11 as well, Promesa Gadu, who has shown real pace throughout this tournament. 3 tries to her name. For China, well, they're without a single try or point, but they've played some good rugby. Pijai Wen wearing the number 3 jersey, Maja Lau wearing the number 7 jersey are their playmakers, but it's all about trying to get the ball in the right position. They've got good handling skills, but they just don't quite have the pace. So South Africa should see this one through fairly easy, but China, at the very least, should be looking to score some points. And alongside me, Melody Robinson, former New Zealand player. And Melody, we have been impressed with South Africa. Again, they lost against England by 14 points to 7. They lost against Canada by 7 to 36. And then the tightest game, the last one, last night, by 12 points to 14 over France. They've had real problems in terms of just converting pressure into these winning games.
Well, the thing with South Africa is they have very good attack. They've got some real threats out there, in particular Gadu. But the problem with them is their one-on-one tackles. If you went through the statistics, you'd see they've missed a lot. If they can fix up that area of their game, they'll be a real force when it comes to the World Cup in late June.
Well, Andrea Spadoni, who referees on the HSBC Sevens World Series circuit, has come to Amsterdam following on from the last 2 tournaments in Glasgow and Twickenham. And Pei Jie Wen, Yolanda Miring looks on. So China, can they get some points in this bowl semi-final and challenge South Africa? Well, kick not 10, according to referee Spadoni.
Well, the basics that you have to get right in sevens, because otherwise you're going to give these girls who are excellent with the ball in hand a chance.
Promesa Gadu, she's the flying machine, but good tackle that came in there from Liu Yan, wearing the number 6 jersey. Lorinda Brown up to the 10-yard line. Gadu goes in to clear. Shona Weston. On the 10-yard line. This is the ball handling skills that we're looking for from the team. Zhu Zaxi. China just getting ball back. Pei Jie Wen. And then an error coming in from Maja Lau.
Well, China have impressed me for a number of reasons. Even though they haven't won games, they've had very good passing skills. Their basics have been great, and they hit the ball with pace. They're actually quite accurate usually.
Well, there in the middle of the picture is Shona Weston. Similar looking Yolanda Miring. Break on then by Zeni Jordan. Gadu goes in with a loose pass. Now wider ball there by Weston. Weston again, loose pass, doesn't find a player on the outside. So ball away. Here's the captain, Mara Williams. Williams through the hands. This is Miring, Yolanda Miring. Now Gadu has the pace. Can she go all the way on the outside? Super tackle comes in, but the support work is excellent for South Africa. And Zeni Jordan opens up the scoring with a classic sevens try. And it's all about the backup play there from South Africa.
And Yolanda Mering, give yourself a pat on the back because you created that. She's a class player. Of course, Jordan finished it off. Here's Gardu. She had the presence of mind to get it to Mering, who gave the offload. And it is good support play. And that's all about fitness on day 2.
Yeah, it's also about the pace, and China haven't got the pace to match the South Africans. So once the South Africans used that wide channel from Gadu, that enabled the try to be scored. Conversion was successful. Yolanda Mering with the conversion. So South Africa into the lead by 7 points to 0. As Denver Wanis looks on. Wanis, interestingly, took an under-18 to the Australian Olympic Youth Festival in January. And understand he's got his eye on 1 or 2 players who may force selection through to the Olympics in 2016 in Rio. Well, South Africa managed to get the ball back from the kick-off. Bella Makuwazela takes it down onto the ground. Weston has a little look. Tackled there by Yi Zhenju. Breakaway by Makuwazela. And the pop pass, second try for Yolanda Mering. And South Africa in dominant form here.
Well, that all started from a turnover at the breakdown, and the captain of South Africa, Mara Williams, gained that. But then it was finished off well. Here's a nice pick and go. Number 3, Makuwazela. And Mering, I mean, she's in everything all the time for this team. I'd say that she'd be the fittest in this side. Work rate huge.
Well, Yolanda Mering. This is her 3rd event, age 29. She's also played cricket, hockey, softball. She appeared in the Rugby World Cup, Women's Rugby World Cup in 2010. But the accuracy on the kick not good on this occasion. So all these players from China, they're all selected from Beijing, from the one club. The club have been national champions since 2008. And of course they hosted the 3rd tie on this women's series in Guangzhou. Overhead pass then finds Zhou Jiaxing. Zhou Jiaxing bundled to the touch. But player going down on the ball, so quick tap and go there from Gong Guye. Gong Guye then taps the ball, restarts the movement. Now they come tight down the blind side. You just think with sevens they should be going wide to start with, just to spread the defence, because they're closing down that channel.
I can see what they're trying to do. They've been told to take it one way and then bring it back to the blind, but they're not actually taking it to the open side enough before they switch back. And so now they're doing what you suggested.
Well, they obviously understand the English words. But no, I'm speaking to Mr. Hong, the coach for the China team and the team hotel. And he has high ambitions for his squad to go further. There is Mr. Hong. And all the girls are very much enjoy his coaching style, they were saying, and they just want to, as I said, we'd be maybe being overcritical to them because it is a developing sport in China.
Well, all of these teams are improving. I mean, this is the first Women's IRB World Series. It's just going to get better as it progresses.
Wrap around played by Mering. Oh, good show. Can she go all the way into the corner? That inside pass again, picked up. And rather fortuitously lands back into Yolanda Mering's grasp. Well, there's a couple of penalties against South Africa, going down on sealing off.
That sealing off is basically when you've got possession of the ball, you go to ground and then someone stands over it, stops the opposition from trying to steal it. Well, the referees want it to be a quick game, contestable at the breakdown, and that is why they're pulling that up.
Alpei Zhao Wen is age 26. This is her third event since her debut in Dubai. Takes her position. She's a centre in 15s and 7s. Dong Guye with the throw. She takes the recycled possession of Yang Hong. Now the kick downfield by Ma Jalao. For the cover from Zeni Jordan. Jordan actually a very good footballer. Great awareness, good kicking skills. Acts as a sweeper in this lineup for South Africa. Oh, good handling skills here from South Africa, but pass was rather awkward there. Weston, Shona Weston, can she go all the way? Oh, lovely little bit of individual skill. She's been chased by Yi Jianzhu and tackled superbly by Yi Jianzhu. Well, you almost thought that South Africa were away there.
Oh, Weston created it all herself. Just needed a support player with her. She'd done the hard work. Just tired legs. So see this here. Just a beautiful step. Body swerve too. Just there, she's starting to tie up. Just needed somebody just to hit that ball off the shoulder.
So half-time here in this second bowl semi-final. South Africa 12, China 0.
Let's not rush things. Let's not rush. On the line break, take your time. Pick your support. The support is there. Just show a little patience. Find the weak space. Look where your supporters are. And the support behind her, communicate your position. So that we play. We're doing well by looking after the ball, but we can do better, especially in the contact areas, by making sure we don't concede the penalties. We all know there was a request, and when we go into the breakdown, our heads is up and we're not landing. So if you're in doubt about your position, play the ball. Play the ball. All right? So what I want from us now, 2 more scores, and then I roll this up and I give you a break. All right? So 2 more scores. Quicker, the better. We are doing some unnecessary passes still. We can cut down on the number of passes still. Taking it wide, working with us. But we will only be effective when they're taking it wide if we're starting deeper, so that we can play with them and take them as far as possible into the trench and pocket them. Taking a bit too long to pocket back. But this one is there. It's for you to go and take it and secure it.
Denzel Van Heerden, the conditioning coach. Also Redford as the former SA Sims players, technical advisor to the team. Well, they were cup finalists in Dubai and beaten 41-0 in the final by New Zealand, but they were a real surprise there, and they came out absolutely firing. Houston, they finished in 8th place, and they currently stand 7th in the series. And they came into this tournament actually having won the Confederation African Rugby Cup 7s last month in Tunisia. And you know, on day one, I think it was important that they got off to the right start, but England won an absolute humdinger of a game by 17 points to 14, and really that dented the confidence, I think, of this South African team.
Well, actually, South Africa looked really good in that match. The only thing they didn't do was just make those tackles. They're a good side. The longer they are in this IRB series and tournaments around the world, the better they'll get.
Well, the kick was not 10 metres. So China will tap and go here. Lu Yang, switch play by Pei Wan. And again, that's that switch move. That's good pass there, wasn't it, by Yang Hong. Out on the far side to Zhou Zhaxi. Zhou Zhaxi goes to the ball. Yi Jianzhu goes in the number 12. And she'll reset the play. Now that's a little bit more urgency. Yang Hong with a quick tap and go. Guye. Well, it was an awkward pass into Ma Jalao, who spilt the ball there. And it's all just a little bit scrappy.
Yeah, I think Guye, she didn't have the confidence to pass from left to right, so she turned her body, her back to the defence and passed it that way. And it still went to deck.
This is the mark.
It's just tiredness at this point of the competition. Day 2, when they wake up in the morning, if you're not used to playing regular 7s, if you're not used to contact, you're just so stiff.
Yeah, it was interesting. I was watching the Netherlands this morning. All the team were in the pool. The Brazilians were out warming up. The Chinese, well, I think they were in a team meeting. That goes Lu Yan.
I saw one of them eating chicken nuggets and no one else in the other teams had been touching them.
Good. On the far side then, Pei Zhiwen. Zhiwen inside pass now, that's clever play, that's Gong Guye. Now recycle possession, and that's where the ball needs to come out wide, but they've gone down that blind side again. Yolanda Mering goes in with a tackle for South Africa. They're holding the ball up. Mara Williams is also there, but from an offside position, and Mara Williams penalised
from the side on more
for coming in from the side.
The thing is, this Chinese team, despite the fact that they are losing 12 points to 0, they're going to learn a lot from playing teams like South Africa, like the Netherlands, New Zealand. The more time you get out there, the better you get.
And no team has actually put them to the sword. They've always actually competed quite well. Their defensive alignment has been good, and that some of their passing skills is. It's just sometimes that lapse of concentration that's, and you just feel as though you're urging them to score the first try of the tournament, because they would take such delight from that. Yang Hong is lifted in the line out, so wrap-around play. Pei Zhiwen, tackled by Mering.
Good.
Lu Yan goes in at scrum half. Gong Guye. This is good hands now. Can they put away? That's a nice show and go. Is this the try from Yi Jiangzhu? Oh, what delight. We were talking about them. Well, girls, show some emotion.
That was really good. I mean, get over for a try. What happens here on defence? It was Mark Wezela from the South African team who didn't work hard enough on defence. Push over. There she is in the background. She couldn't make the tackle, and so the try was made, and China go 12-7. So this actually makes it pretty close.
There we go, and you know, a big smile on my face. Mr. Hong consults with his team on the sideline, and Pei Zhiwen will have the opportunity to start the game. Still 3 minutes. And is there a little bit of excitement in this second bowl semi-final?
Yeah, South Africa have got to get back up on defence. They've got to get their work rate back. It's the two forwards, Mark Wezela and the captain Williams. And they're given an opportunity here with a mistake from China.
Pei Zhiwen doesn't get it, but Mara Williams took the quick goal. Mering to Weston. Weston shrugs off the tackle, recycles possession. This is Yolanda Mering, good ball player. Not releasing the ball though, so China have got possession. Tap and go then. Through Fan Zhuan.
Hands away, Green. Stay.
Now, what confidence have China taken from this try then? Pass looked forward there from Yang Hong.
Number 3, Green. 3, Green.
Gong Guye takes it to the deck.
Right advantage.
Now pass is going out wide. Well, there was an opportunity to get an overlap there, but an offside from South Africa.
Offside.
Well, this is a great place to have a penalty in the middle of the field. You've got options either side.
Well, Zenny Jordan thought it was a penalty for South Africa. There she is, just running past your shot there. She got back into position, and now she's back into the sweeper position. 6 up for South Africa. Sweeper is back in Zenny Jordan, the try scorer for South Africa. Switch play. That's better play from China, but the pass was poor. Zenny Jordan. Jordan up the narrow side on
Simon Rowley
at the 5-yard line. Mering picks up. She has a little dart round the side.
It's good. It's the first. It's the first. Good play.
Jordan then through Mark Wezela. This is the captain Williams. Williams shrugs off the attempted tackle. This loose-head prop in 15s.
Off it.
Weston with the pass then onto Lorinda Brown. Brown gets the support of Weston once again, steps out the tackle and goes all the way. So the tackling costing China dear, and Weston in for the try, and that's going to get South Africa into the final of this bowl competition.
That was a great interchange of play. Weston did very well. Her work rate's been good. She hit a short ball. Check this out. She hits the short ball here. And the thing about her is she stays on her feet. Once the tackler falls off, then the next tackler, she just keeps going. Nice little dummy, even though there's no one in sight. Good 5 points for her. And the game, South Africa's.
The touchdown is then converted by Yolanda Mering. The final whistle goes for Andrea Spadoni. And South Africa, well, they were made to work hard by this Chinese team. Mr. Young, Mr. Hong can take full compliment and congratulations there for his team. They stuck in there. South Africa, though, through the final, they win by 19 points to 7. Well, there'll be plenty of home support in this bowl final that will be coming up later on. Here we go then. The Netherlands will play off against South Africa. Now the Cup semi-finals of this IRB Women's Sevens World Series here in Amsterdam. New Zealand versus Russia. England versus Canada. Two cracking ties there. And in the plate semi-finals, Spain against Australia and France versus USA. Well, we are taking an entertainment break. There's some rugby on the back pitches here in the Amsterdam Sevens. We'll be back to you in about 50 minutes' time. Come back and watch us for the final stages of our IRB Women's Sevens World Series.
New Zealand against Spain. Well, in fact, the first time they've met in the World Series against Spain. But interesting news that we've just heard from New Zealand, and welcome Melody Robinson aside me, that we've just heard from New Zealand that they have got 3 injured players, which is a bit of a setback for them.
This is huge. Number 4, Ruby Tui, 5, Sarah Goss and Kelly Brazier in the 8 are all out injured. That means 2 debutants this series leg come into the starting 7 there in Greg and Tapsell, and 18-year-old Tyler Nathan Wong will shoulder the responsibilities at half-back. This is huge for New Zealand, not just for this game, but if they progress onwards.
Well, New Zealand then losing 3 players certainly at this opening round in the Cup quarter-final, playing against Spain. Yesterday they were sort of hot and cold, weren't they? They beat Brazil. That was the only time they won, but they lost well comfortably against the USA and Australia. And what do you think Marina Bravo, the captain of Spain, is going to do with this team now?
Well, I think they need to go back to what they know, and in Dubai when they ended up 3rd, they played unorthodox 7s. They used
Help him, Maddox! Go, Walker! Go, Walker!
Oh, yes! Lekker Cassis, goed hoor!
Dames en heren, een toernooi zoals de Amsterdam Sevens kan nooit zonder sponsoring. Sponsoring en de vrijwilligers maken het mede mogelijk om een fantastisch toernooi als dit te organiseren. Graag, voor zover u dat nog niet wist, wil ik u voorstellen aan onze sponsors. De hoofdsponsor van het Dames Sevens programma, Ernst & Young. De Nederlandse Rugbybond is trots om te vermelden dat Ernst & Young, partner van het NOC-NSF, vanaf heden de nieuwe hoofdsponsor van het Dames Sevens is. Ernst & Young richt zich op sportgebied, onder andere op coachen, de Olympische ambities en de verdere ontwikkeling van de Paralympische sport. De Dutch Ladies Sevens en Ernst Young and team up on the way to Rio. De subsponsor van het Dames Sevens programma, de firma Cap Gemini.
Hey, wat is dat?
De dames onder 18 hebben net weer gescoord. Score is 12-0. Ladies under 18, Holland scored again. The score is 12-0. There's another score. Holland. Number 2, Bordeaux. Score is Holland 19, Germany 0. Ladies and gentlemen, continuation. The half-time score, 19 to Holland, 0 to Germany. Ladies and gentlemen, another score by the number 4 of Holland. Excuse me, 14, Pleuden. The score is 26 to Holland, 0 to Germany. Scorer for Holland, the number 24, Marsha. With a conversion taken, leads us to a score, Holland 33, Germany 0. De try en conversie door Nederland brengt ons op een score van Nederland 33, Duitsland 0. last try in conversion by the Netherlands brings us to a final score of 40 Netherlands, Germany 0. Dames en heren, er mag gedanst worden. Dames en heren, laat het horen voor de 118. Ik hoor jullie niet. Dames 118, laat je horen. 40-0. Dames en heren, een ware tegenstander, de onder 18 Duitse dames. Ladies and gentlemen, the next fixture on mix number 1, starting at 13:36, will be Spain versus Australia, where we have a change in the Australian side. Shannon Berry starts to replace Shani Williams, so number 1 will replace the number 2. Starting at 13:36. Dames heren, de volgende wedstrijd op veld nummer 1. Spanje, Australië. En in het Australische team, daar is een replacement. Shannon Perry, de nummer 1 van Australië, is de replacement voor Shani Williams, de nummer 2.
Welcome back to Amsterdam. Here we are in the Netherlands Rugby Centre, alongside from this lovely city of water, of bicycles, of lovely, correct, and we have here now coming up the focus now on the principal event of the IRB Women's Sevens World amidst the famous annual Amsterdam Sevens. So we have the final tournaments of the IRB Women's Sevens World Series, and coming up, well, let's see what the situation is at the moment. Over the series, the past three we've had, New Zealand there are at the top, and they've now actually clinched this World Series table by getting into the semi-final of the Cup. England behind them, Australia, United States and Canada, all those points still to come. And let's have a look at the points, because this could be very significant, particularly where they might come. The winners will get 20, the runners-up 18, 16, 14, and all the way down. And even if you come last, you get 1 point. And these games are going to happen now before the end of the day. So we will next have the plate semi-finals. This is the first game that we'll be seeing now. Spain against Australia, and then France against the USA. Those two in each of these games are the ones that lost in the Cup quarter-final. But these are the winners who've come through into the semi-finals. New Zealand, Russia, and they certainly have been quite a revelation this season, Russia here. And England against Canada will be the second Cup semi-final. And we have also, of course, the bowl final, which will see the host Netherlands here against South Africa. Well, it's an interesting first game that we're going to see first of all, which is Spain against Australia here, because they've met twice this season. First time, and in the only one that Spain had been in earlier in the season, in Dubai, in the fourth playoff. Spain beat Australia 17-5, but yesterday, well, they turned them right over, didn't they, Australia, with a win over Spain by 31.7. Australia, of course, having been in all the 4 tournaments this season. So Spain, we saw yesterday, didn't we, Sue? They were sort of wiped out, really, by Australia, but I just wonder if they'll come back this time.
Really disappointing yesterday. They've been a little better today. They've improved as the tournament's gone on. You'd still have to expect that Australia are going to be too strong for them, given yesterday's result. But, you know, Spain do have a lot of experience. They have played a lot of big games at big tournaments, so you never know.
Well, it was Spain who lost to New Zealand, and they gave them, well, a run for their money, certainly. They got the first try and then conceded 2 tries to New Zealand later on and lost 5-14. Australia, they were beaten in the Cup quarter-final by Russia, 10 points to 19. And Russia look very improving all the time, don't they?
Russia have really impressed at this tournament. They put so much pressure on in that last game, really surprised Australia. They've got pace all around the pitch. They've got a couple of good playmakers now. So, you know, they're the surprise of this tournament. Could be quite special.
Well, how do you see this one? Spain against Australia, 3rd time. Who's going to win it?
My money has to be on Australia. Spain weren't at their best yesterday, but, you know, a 30-point loss is a big loss. Australia, I think, have just got too much firepower. They've got a couple of big ball carriers, but they do need to get the ball into space. They've tended to revert to Route 1 rugby a bit too much.
Well, both countries are going to be in the Rugby World Cup 7s in Moscow. With Australia, they'll be in the pool with South Africa, China and Ireland. And Spain will be facing USA, Brazil and Fiji. And of course, don't forget about this, because it's going to happen in the last weekend of June for this Rugby World Cup women's semi-final in Moscow. So the first plate semi-final here. It's the plate you don't want to be in, isn't it? That's the trouble, and it's a lot about in the mind now, having the disappointment of losing in the Cup quarter-final.
That's exactly right. It's exactly the experience that I had in the 2009 World Cup when Australia knocked us out. We had to lift ourselves to come out and play against Spain. As it happens, mentally it's such a big challenge, and of course this is quite a young Australian side. They won't have experienced this sort of thing much before, so big challenge for them to show us what they're made of.
Yes, I remember that. It was against Australia. You lost 10-17, didn't you? But came back, and then at least you won the plate final.
Won the plate final, but as we said at the time, not quite what we went there for.
Referee Kevin White from Scotland, new is the season with the men's and now with the women's as well as referee. And Australia started up and win the kick-off just about, and get a penalty as well, as Spain went over the top. Happily, the weather has improved remarkably today, and the rain has disappeared, thank goodness. And perhaps almost a dry pitch at last. Into the hands then of young Charlotte Kaslik, into the hands now to Seimo. Kaslik again. Good tackle coming in there by Martinez, and the turnover via Esbury. And of course, these players also know that they've got to impress their coach to make sure they get into the Rugby World Cup 7s.
Side.
Knocked away by Cabane. Got the try against Australia.
It's advantage over.
Here. Esbury again. Looking sharp. It's better play here. Into the hands. Oh dear. By Skiffon. Knocked on. Snatched at it, I think.
Yeah, real loss of concentration for Spain there in the middle of the pitch. A really good bit of possession that they had. Nice little break down the left-hand side, so they'll be disappointed with that. Very, very good attacking opportunity for Australia, though.
Ready? You're on it, you're on it. Crouch!
Christian looking
Set.
Urgently that. Concentration. Attempted the switch there, did Kaslik, that was taken out well by defence. Ball into the hands of Emily Cherry, one of the quickest player in women's sevens, and she'll get the opening first try. Brilliantly done on the outside. Acceleration, but around the defence.
Yeah, there was only going to be one result when Emily Cherry got the ball in her hands with that much space. She's a very, very good proven finisher in sevens. Just get the ball into those wide open spaces and she'll finish it for you. Kaslik's been caught a couple of times in possession in two minds in the middle of the pitch. When you've got finishers like that out wide, just get it out to them.
Emily Cherry, just a 20-year-old, who's been captain of the 15s, under-20s for Australia as well. Very promising player.
Okay.
Barker, very close, just dropped short of the crossbar from the touchline.
Yeah, you say Emily Cherry captaining the side. Great finish. There's a lot on her shoulders in this game. You know, she is their go-to player to finish for finishing. She's captaining as well. So a lot of responsibility, but she seems to be coping with it very well at the moment.
Good work by Skjevon. Back in the hands of Marina Bravo. Loose ball, though, with Emily Cherry.
Cross forward. 6.
And here is Marina Bravo, the captain, most experienced player, and one of the most talented. Oh, a lovely break here. Elizabeth Martinez. Cabane. Sometimes we've seen those long passes. It didn't need to be so wide out, did it?
No, they've put themselves under too much pressure. It just needed to be simple hands out into space. If the pass doesn't need to be too long, you get a bit closer together. It leaves your fast players more room to play with. Just needed to be simple hands there.
Well, they've scored the most tries of any one country so far, Australia. 13 of them.
Touch.
And everyone except for the new person, Talisha Harden, has scored during this tournament. It's pretty remarkable. 11 out of the 12. And here's Cherry. She scored in the opening game against Spain.
Won it, that's fine. It's gone backwards.
Turned over. Quite a promising start here by Spain.
Release. 1. Thank you.
Really got to forget their opening game when they were well beaten.
It's a deliberate set down. It's the second one.
Deliberate knock on again, and that's a chance for Spain because there'll be a 2-minute yellow card, and Marina Bravo passes it on. Big intact there by Etheridge, but 3-2 here, 2-1. It should be chance here going in for Skjevon. Round she goes with the try. Checked a bit at the end by Shannon Parry, but a good try, and they've taken the advantage there of 7 against 6.
Yeah, good finish for Spain. Australia just hedged their bets a bit too much in defence there. If you're playing 6 on 7, you can't cover everybody. So what you need to do is get out of the blocks really quickly and just stop the ball getting into those wide open spaces. Maria Casado there just needed to be hit, quickly, player and ball, and it would have stopped the ball going out wide. Got to get up quickly.
So it stays as just the try, but a good start now for Spain. There's Katrina Barker in the sin bin. And of course she has been their principal goal kicker as well, so they may miss her. I don't know if Australia get a score now.
Play on, she was there.
Taken away. Good work by Marina Bravo. Perhaps a chance again here to break, yes, with Martinez for the second try. And the defence just cannot cover all the attack at the moment with 6 players in defence.
Yeah, Spain taking really good advantage of the extra numbers. A lovely turnover from Marina Bravo, who really has been Spain's standout player. Manages to see off a couple of defenders, move the ball, and then a lovely little bit of footwork there.
Time's off. Australia, please move up. Time on.
So good play by Spain there with Martinez coming from Girona, and one of the 5, I think 6 it is actually, 6 physical education teachers, so that's why they're pretty fit. No problem at all. Spain lead then at half-time, 10 points to 5.
solemos acercarnos mucho a los avances, que te pasa un poco aquí con ahí, ¿vale? Pero intentar, de acuerdo, darle salida a la pelota sin hacer daño. Tienes posibilidades y agachas siempre la cabeza porque vas a asegurar la pelota. Pero intenta explorar otras cosas porque tienes bastante seguridad y en un momento dado puedes venir, ¿de acuerdo? Y os da tiempo a mirar, ¿de acuerdo? Pero intentar sacar de los nudos del contacto, del combate, deshacer ese nudo no con un rack, sino con el balón en movimiento. Y estáis viendo, pues está dando espacio, ¿vale? Pero no vayáis a los rack porque es un punto donde nos vamos a desgastar.
Beat Australia again.
It would be a fantastic victory for Spain. They've not performed well in this tournament, but if they can turn it round and get a victory for Australia, it would be huge for them. For Australia, it's a really big test of a young team. This is the sort of test, though, that they need to be having, that Chris Lane needs his young players to have. And so, you know, they need to show what they're made of, get themselves together and really have a go at Spain.
And to be honest, to them, it's not their fullest squad, is it? I mean, people like Rebecca Tavo and 2 or 3 others you would see probably in this.
Yeah, that's right. There'll be more players coming in, and of course Shani Williams, who's been their captain throughout this tournament, is on the bench as well. So it looks like she's probably hurt in some way. So yeah, they're missing a lot of the leadership they'd normally have, and that's why I'm saying so much pressure on Emily Cherry and her shoulders, and the 1 or 2 other experienced players they've got. Big test for them.
And of course they don't have someone perhaps so significant as Ches Soon, you know, who was captain when they were the champions in 09 in Dubai. So 2 tries to 1. Spain start the second half. Saimo sets it up well. Still 6 players for Australia here, of course, but that has ended now because back comes Barker after suffering her 2 minutes. Sounds like no time at all, but 2 tries within the time that she was off the field.
Yeah, whole rugby pitch is a lot of space to cover with 6 players, and not only that, really tires the players out who are there. So now they've done a little bit more work than they otherwise would have by this point.
Scrum half for Cavani. Not the best scrum for Spain. Eventually comes out to Bravo. Did well. Martinez. Nice inside again. Trying to stretch it wide there, out to Esbri. Bravo sees the gap, nicely done. Has she got the pace? I don't think so, but still going on circles round and eventually tackled well by Barker, in fact.
6 release. No advantage, lost forward by red, sorry.
I think that her supporters lost where she was going. You know, she was going round in circles.
Goal, 11 and 4 substitution.
Yeah, I think she looked up, thought, I don't have the pace for this, and looked for her support who weren't quite there for her.
Replaces come on off the bench now for Australia. Pelite and Leslie Elliott.
Yeah, I think that's a good call by Chris Lane. His young team is starting to look a little bit tired. He needs some fresh legs to just inject some pace into this.
Crouch, touch,
just thought
set.
As though Shannon Perry coming on is just limping a little bit. I don't know. She was in the front row just there. Now tackling. She's tackling Bravo, holding her up too. Now she goes down, number
Ball
one.
taken by red, turnover.
Shannon Perry, one of their experienced players of 15s.
Yellow one,
And
gold one, substitution.
this time her first World Series tournament this season.
Gold one.
Just wondering, I think she's coming off. Yes, she is indeed. Thought she was. Not looking fit, and something to do with the leg, obviously.
Wait for it.
Yeah, definitely struggling, isn't she? And you can't carry an injury through a sevens game. It's a shame for her.
Time on. Crouch, touch, set. Red, you're pushing too early in the scrum. Ball's
Pushing
not in.
too early. Spain penalised. Away by Kaslik.
Roll, Red.
Good tackle coming in from Bravo then. Does set the example, doesn't she? And again, and another good tackle coming in as well, this time on Etheridge. And I think that was the tackle by Berta Garcia. Hasn't really flourished, has she, so much? She's been a terrific player. Of course, no Patricia Garcia, same name. But the two of them have been great over the last few years.
Yeah, no, it's not been the best couple of tournaments for her, the last two.
Sense that. Esbury finds a lovely break, caught from behind by Pelite, this 17-year-old, but an overlap here must surely be a try. It was a bad pass. Wasted, absolutely wasted a golden chance there of another try. The ball going to Maria Casado on the deck.
A bad pass, but also Spain were just getting a little bit over-eager there. Casado is just too flat. Stand a little bit deeper, really run onto the ball, give yourself a bit of space. Don't force. There's few opportunities you get at the top level. You can't force them.
Touch, set.
How crucial that might prove to be. This is Kaslik. Then to Pelite. Too hard a pass. It's lucky though into the hands of Harden.
It's advantage over.
Now Leslie Elliott.
You're on your hands
used there. Penalised. That was Leslie Elliott.
Some more.
And Spain getting the majority of possession. And Bravo's going to put it down to the corner. She hopes.
Yeah, Spain are doing a really good job of pinning Australia back in their 22, aren't they? Australia can't get any good attacking ball. They're under pressure all the time.
And Australia really are under pressure with just under 2.5 minutes to go.
Time on.
It's been a hard battle between these two, looking a bit tired, I must say, some of them. Away now by Cabane. Bravo sees a gap again. Oh, that was going to be a beautiful pass. But she lost it. I could see exactly what she's going. She's going to put it behind the defender.
7 red substitution.
And she lost the grip of it.
Yeah, you could see it, you're right, you could see exactly what she's trying to do, and it would have been such a good move had she pulled it off, but instead, ball spilt forward and another chance for Australia. Let's see if they can get out of their 22. Just really need to run onto the ball at some pace, get the ball into the wide spaces, really challenge Spain. And they haven't challenged them, they've been taking up the middle too much.
So is their chance still? Last 2 minutes to go for Australia here. Well, I thought the Australian actually did have the ball in her hand when she went to touchline, but never mind, away it goes with Leslie Elliott. Wide now from Etheridge. And here's a break. Oh, what a tackle coming in on Cabane, on Penitani. Superb tackle. Picked up now. Is she offside, Casado? Yes.
Australia really need to pick the pace of the game up here. They've got a penalty. There's a minute to go. Players down though, so they have to wait now.
What a great tackle that was. Well, they've got, what, just over 1 minute left, Australia. Try and conversion, of course, would be a win. At the very last moment.
Yeah, a minute's plenty of time in sevens to get that score, isn't it? They just need to be precise. They need to keep their hands on the ball. They don't need to score off first phase. They don't need to put the pressure on to try and do that, but they do need to look after the ball.
Garcia's got, so she's got a bit of a cut on maybe her nose or somewhere on the face anyway. But she's all right. She's going to carry on. Brave lass.
Yeah, in a game like this, such an important game that could be such a big result for them, there's no way she's going to want to come off.
Time enough still for Australia here, into the hands of Quirk. And Tabaka. Oh, it went behind Penitani. Few poor passes have been desperate, really, for Australia. Golden chance again for the Golden Australians.
Yeah, for me again, they were just trying to force that too much. There was no need to have to be that wide. Just come in, keep it safe, keep your hands on the ball.
Sensible tactics, takes up time. Marina Bravo puts it into touch with 30 seconds to go. And of course they will have the throw-in because it was a penalty.
Time's off.
Yeah, it's fair to say at the moment that the experience of the Spanish team is winning over the youth of the Australian team. They're doing all the right things, taking their time, kicking for line, looking after the ball.
That's a very good observation. It absolutely does it. Sort of the head experience, isn't it? People like Marina Bravo. Now the break with Ellie Martinez. Has she got the pace? I think she may. Brilliant. That settles it anyway. Well deserved by Spain, having been beaten 31-7 by Australia yesterday. They've really come back, and I'm sure coach Boris Gutierrez will be absolutely delighted. And terrific performance.
Spain can be really proud of this turnaround, as you say, from a 30-point loss yesterday to a really solid line out there, ball out into space, and a fantastic finish. Australia. Really proud of the way they've turned things around.
So a little celebration, quite right too, as they place their position into the plate final. The conversion is a good effort, but it's just short of the crossbar. But there is the final whistle. And for Spain then, disappointment for Australia, certainly, with that important yellow card making a big difference. But Spain were dominant really throughout the whole performance. And they will go through into the plate final against the next team, who will be France or United States. And here's Scott Hastings.
Well, Tim Visa, lovely to see you. Obviously, you were born here in the Netherlands, play for Scotland, and you're the ambassador of this event. What do you think of the ladies?
No, it's brilliant. The quality of rugby is really high, and it seems to be very competitive between teams. So it's actually really good, and it's great to be here.
Before we get into the rugby, where are you at the moment with your training, etc.?
Well, we've just finished our season with Edinburgh, so we're in the off season, and we're concentrating on a summer tour now with Scotland. We're going to South Africa, so that'll be quite a challenge for us.
This is a great event, obviously been going for 42 years. Do you think rugby will take off in the Netherlands as it progresses?
Well, I think with Sevens going Olympic now, it's only good. I think the media attention over here has been really good, and the ladies are great ambassadors for the sport. So hopefully this is going to take us somewhere. Yeah.
Hey, good to see you.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
So the second plate semi-final here in Amsterdam, France versus the United States, who will make that final against Spain. Well, United States lead 2-0 in the series. Well, here's the teams coming out. And France, well, they pulled off a great result to open their account yesterday, beating Canada with a last kick of the match by Christelle Leduc. They're actually selected her to start on the bench, and that's a bit of a surprise. Jade Lepesque has scored 2 tries over the weekend, and Fanny Horta has been slick alongside Marie-Charlotte Hebel. Well, United States select the same starting lineup when they lost to Canada by 19 points to 5. Julian Potter is a hard-working forward. Kimber Rossi pulls the strings at fly half, and if the USA can get the ball, watch out for the pace of Victoria Foloyan. Referee is Andrea Spadoni, and here pulling the strings, as I mentioned, Kimber Rossi. Superb kickoff. And Gillian Potter, you can always notice her with the scrum cap, hard-working forward. Ball then out wide to McGee on the far side. McGee stretches her legs down to the 22. Can she stay in touch? Just the tackle came in there, just a bundle. The big long stride in McGee into touch.
Yeah, good defence in the end. The French defence over-committed a little bit, giving McGee that extra bit of space, but managed just bundling her into touch. You can see this US team with McGee on one side, Folayan on the other. If they can get the ball into those spaces, they could really stretch France.
Well, the throw was squint from France. Well, all these players are full-time athletes with the US residency Olympic programme. They're currently 4th on the world standings with the IRB Women's World Series. This is the 4th tournament. Rosie then. Well, she looked for the gap, got it. Good defence came in from France. Shannon Izar with the tackle. For Lyon, well, the pass was poor, right round her bootlaces. She's had to pick up, but knocked the ball on. So a poor pass from Devon Oswanet.
Yeah, you say the US side have got full-time athletes essentially in their Olympic programme. Big difference between these two sides. France, of course, just last weekend were playing the top 15 playoff, so all of these players pretty much playing 15s, and so have had very, very little time together to prepare for this. And on that basis, they've done very, very well this tournament.
So France, well, a little guddle there at the deck. And then Lagouin, my apologies. Get my French accent right.
And a very good decision from her in the end, under a lot of pressure.
Yeah, sometimes, the kicking side to the 7-a-side game is sort of almost frowned upon, but sometimes just to relieve that pressure and then reset your defensive line, challenge at the line out is sometimes better rather than putting yourself under pressure.
There's definitely a time and a place for kicking in 7s. You've just got to kick well, not straight down the throat of the covering player and put yourselves under pressure.
So Rosie to Foylan, but she couldn't handle the ball. The pass was delivered into her hands, but play on. And here's Foylan's pace. Look at her stretch out down that touchline. And that's the pace we were looking at earlier on. And that's the pace that gives her her 4th try in the Amsterdam Sevens this weekend.
Sometimes those bounce passes, let's call it, are the hardest ones to defend. Everybody stops, the attack stops, the defence stops. And if you can pick the ball up and get going, and things are a little bit disorganised, and that's exactly what she did. And she's got great pace off the mark once she's moving. So hard to stop.
Rapid round the down the fringes there. Well, Rosie is a good kicker of the ball, so Kimber Rosie. It's high, but it's wide. So misconversion. And there Victoria Folayan. Triple jumper and a 200-metre runner in the state of Florida as a senior. Went to Stanford University. And as I mentioned, part of this United States training program for the Olympics, and we've seen a real difference today, haven't we, in the fitness of this United States team.
Yeah, they've been doing a lot of hard work on their fitness. They're one of those teams that gets better and better as tournaments go on. They're not fazed by the hard work they put in. In fact, they relish it. They relish meeting teams later on in the tournament who may not quite have the same fitness levels.
So counter-attack on for France. Fanny Horta. Another loose pass, wasn't it? And just a string of errors here.
Yeah, France are putting themselves under pressure, getting some good ball, but just not doing anything with it because the little errors are creeping in. Another good attacking opportunity for the US.
Well, it was into the breadbasket of Marie-Charlotte Hebel, but she spilt it.
Set.
Ball is pounced on by Jade Lepesque. Well, the wraparound play, but good defence here from the United States. Shannon and Zara taken in, but holding on to the ball as are penalised. Quick tap and go then. Now United States. Well, Rosie took it into the contact. McGee gets the support of Christy Riggenberg. Riggenberg went to deck, but this is good recycling of possession. The long wide out play to Potter. Potter tackled by Fanny Horta. Ball taken on by Kelly Griffin. Griffin drives.
Play on.
Good clean ball though from United States. More tackling coming in. Good aggressive tackling coming in for France.
Goodness me, there's a lot going on at the breakdown, isn't there? Yeah, France defended really well, but for my liking, the US are just taking it down the middle one too many times. Move it out to Falayan and to McGee. There's a lot of space out there like that.
Well, here's McGee. This is what you were talking about, Sudé. And when you get the hands into McGee, well, Venetia McGee, well, it's that power, that's that pace that gets the United States their second try.
Yeah, so there she goes, ball in hand, quick step on the outside, ball out, just getting it into the space, and she's in. They've just overcomplicated it too much. They're almost pick and going round the base of the rucks, and there's no need to. France aren't putting that much pressure. Just get the ball out and get it into their hands.
So the conversion is unsuccessful from the 23-year-old Kimber Rosier. Wearing a nice bright pair of orange boots. What colour did you wear, Sue?
Black, always black.
With white laces?
Black with black laces and as few stripes as possible. You don't want anybody able to tell whose they are.
Well, United States, 2 tries. They'll have the kickoff right on the half-time hooter. Kick is guddled, but retained by France through Julie Biez. But the interception and mistake, however, knock on. Half-time, says Andrea Spadoni. So United States, well, in a commanding position in the second semi-final. Spain beat Australia by 15 points to 5. At the moment, it's USA 10, France 0.
United States 10.
Let's find the spaces and let's go through. 1 minute on, put the pressure on him. 1 minute on, put the pressure on. Let's do it 7 times. Let's take this one off their field. Now let's go. Stay disciplined.
Well, the United States are one of the core teams, along with Australia, Canada, England, New Zealand and the Netherlands in this inaugural series. Of course, they hosted their own tournament in Houston. And France, well, their second IRB Sevens World Series event since their debut in Dubai. They finished 10th over there. And in the Hong Kong Invitational Tournament, they actually finished in 3rd place. So they have got the ability to beat other teams at this level. And France have recorded wins over Canada, 8 points to 7 in the pool stages, and also a great win over South Africa by 14 points to 12. But this morning they lost in the quarter-final to England by 19 points to 0.
Yeah, the US have just been in control of this game so far, haven't they? The physical side of the game, they're winning the breakdowns.
Well, it's a bit like Bagatelle there with the ball bouncing there. Great crowd here in Amsterdam for the sevens on the back pitches. We've got Vets 10s tournaments, we've got sevens going on, invitational sevens, mixed sides, and a sprinkling of a few internationalists out there. I saw Tina's Delport of South Africa earlier on. Still looking very fit, I'm afraid.
Come on, go play.
France then attack. Oh, that's a good break there by Lagougine, and handed on to Shannon Izar. Oh, great try by Jade Lepesque, and that was France delivering one out the top drawer.
France at their best, wasn't it? That was a fantastic try. Hopefully we'll see it again in a second. Off the line out. Ball goes out and she really challenges the defence here. Gets tackled and manages to make a fantastic offload, and then takes her out, takes her in. Another offload. Another offload, and Jade Lepesque in under the post. Really lovely example of how the offloading game in sevens can really challenge defences.
Well, Lepesque converts her own try and adds much interest here in the second plate semi-final. They pull back the score. USA 10, France 7. Still plenty of time for scores in this second plate semi-final. What is the United States response to this then? Again, they look to Victoria Verleyen. Flying, oh, well, there was a wraparound pass there. Didn't quite meet Natalie Marchino. But an error there by Verleyen out the contact area.
That's disappointing, because they've just done there what I've been asking them to do all game. Just move the ball into the wide open spaces. Just that offload to Marchino didn't quite come off, unfortunately, but they're stretching France there.
Well, France have made a change. Marie-Charlotte Tabel comes off, and on goes Amélie Moulinière. Ball back into Annie Lagougine. Her break created the try. Shannon Izar in the centre. Now quick ball back into Jade Lepesque. Oh, you could see it up here, couldn't you? Even from the commentary box, her eyes just left the ball.
So it just seems a concentration thing, doesn't it? They're just thinking about what they're going to do next. Got to catch the ball first. Got to make sure the ball's in your hands before you can do anything with it.
Well, Devon Oceani with the feed, with the feed of the scrum. Oceani under a little bit of pressure, skips and ducks under the tackle. When you consider that France have probably left their two best players on the bench and now just bringing them, one of them, Camille Gracineau, off, will this be the push for France to try and win this game, or will United States get hold of the ball?
Not for leaving.
Not if they commit penalties like that. Quick tap and go, but another knock on from Camille Gracineau. As I said, one of their better players, but this particular tie, Soudé, is just littered with errors.
France will be kicking themselves after that. That was a fantastic chance to get back at the US, but I don't know if it's two teams a little bit tired towards the end of a tournament. I don't know if it's just, it's a big game, lots of pressure on. It's such a shame, because there have been quite a few chances that have gone begging.
Well, Christine Ledouf comes on into the fly half, the first receiver position. There she is.
Touch.
The immediate instruction there, but her first task is defensive duties first of all. Natalie Marchino shows the ball, gets the inside run from Verleyen. Ball ripped away, superb by Chloé Pellet. And France have got a real opportunity here. Well, there was an extra player on the outside, but Jade Lepesque took it to the ground, recycled. Oceani in with an excellent tackle on Julia Biez. Oceani, this is Potter. Now Potter, there's only one route for Potter. McGee then takes on two really hard-working forwards here for the United States. And then the pace out wide. Chip and go, well, Verleyen. Well, a rather ineffective kick. If you're going to kick, maybe kick long.
Yeah, we talked earlier about the bigger time and a place for kicking, and that probably wasn't it. Gave France a chance to get the ball, but US have got it back.
Smashing tackle, Jade Lepesque on Kelly Griffin, but this is good ball retention from United States. Osviani, well, she took the contact, isolated though. Cavalry, well, it arrives in the shape of Natalie Marchino. McGee gets the ball away. Now the kick downfield will have a chase here from Christy Riggenberg. Riggenberg chasing down Julia Biez. Biez gets down on the ball, bundled to touch. United States have got the ball here. Oh, excellent pass from the base. Offside and advantage being played. France will have to reset quickly, but United States through Griffin. Victoria Verleyen comes back. Still advantage being played. Oh, McGee just drops the ball. Will the referee Andrea Spadoni take it back for an advantage to be played? So United States will still have the put in at the scrum.
Yeah, Christy Riggenberg did really, really well. It was her that did that initial kick. Now, we said there's a time and place for a kick. That was the right time for a kick. She kicked into space, managed to put pressure on the France player fielding the ball, and has given the United States a great attacking position 10 metres out.
Okay, number 4, white.
And Katie Doughty comes on to feed the ball into the scrum from Beantown. She figure skated, this young lady, for 12 years, the Harvard University graduated. Feeds the ball into the scrum. Riggenberg, little bit of a juggle. Marchino puts ball onto the boot. Well, oh, great cover back there. Oh, a knock on, was it? Backwards, says referee Spadoni. So France, 30 seconds on the clock. Ledouf with the pass. France are going to have to attack all 100 metres. Massive hit comes in from Gillian Potter to push France off the ball.
Great pressure from Potter, wasn't it there? That's really, really important. She managed to get France back behind their try line, and so a 5-metre scrum for the US, and with just a few seconds to go, that's probably won them the game.
Well, it's been a close tie. Amandia Vupre packs down the scrum, so they put in here for the United States. They just need to get the ball out of play, but they've decided to play it. Marchino, Foyet. Oh, Marchino decides to go on her own. Natalie Marchino, and the mistake there. Is there enough time for this scrum? No, says the referee, Andrea Spadoni. Despair for the French, delight for the United States. The United States will play Spain in that plate final. They win this tie. The final score, United States 10, France 7.
This is the first Cup semi-final for the final leg of the 4-series IRB Women's Sevens World Series, New Zealand against Russia. In encounters so far between these two in the series, there was a 12-all draw in Dubai, and in pool play, it was 17-5 to the Kiwis right here in Amsterdam. That match was so close, it was only decided in the last few minutes. So crowd starting to build here, the atmosphere too definitely lifting as New Zealand unveil the side they've named, and they've brought back 2 of the players with injuries who sat out the quarterfinals. That's prop Sarah Goss in the number 5 jersey and playmaker Kelly Brazier. No doubt these 2 will add plenty as New Zealand struggled against Spain, only winning 14-5. Fudiana Manuel, the captain, as always. The Russian team has a familiar look to the one that beat Australia in the quarters. Number 10, Ekaterina Kazakova. She was outstanding, scoring 2 tries with her signature in and out and pace. The second highest try scorer in the competition, Baizat Hamadova. Well, she was a little quiet in the last game, but expect her to step up in this one. New Zealand, of course, with 54 competition points at the start of this final leg, They only needed to make the semi-final to win the inaugural IRB Women's Sevens World Series. So already the overall leaders. But they've still got a job to do now. And Scott Hastings, Russia, probably the one team they did not want to meet.
Yeah, absolutely, the physicality, but also the pace of Marina Petrova and Ekaterina Kazakova. They're quite outstanding, and they're Anastasia Mukaremova. And as they've gone through this tournament, Russia, through their coach Pavel Baranovsky, he's been an absolute inspiration to them.
Absolutely. After that loss to New Zealand in pool play, they beat the Netherlands 22-0. They out-muscled them at every aspect of play. Then they beat China 31-0. And Australia was probably the favourites to win their quarter, but they took them out 19 points to 10. New Zealand's path to the semi-finals. Well, firstly, the win against Russia, and then they beat China 24-0. They beat the Netherlands 15-0, and then Spain in the quarters, as I mentioned before, 14 points to 5. So even though they've won the overall series, no doubt a few nerves for this Kiwi side. They've struggled to start well in all of their matches, really. It's a mental thing for them. I think too, Scott, that teams have started to become familiar with the style of play that they have, which is get it out to their two fast girls, Woodman and McAllister. That's the referee for this one, Sherry Trumbull from Canada.
Yeah, one player I've actually been very impressed with from the Russian point of view is the scrum half, Naditsa Yarematskaya, and a little gem of a ball player. So New Zealand are going to have to be very aware, because she breaks a lot from the contact areas around the areas of the ruck. And when you've got the sight of Bazat Hamadova coming and bearing down on you, well, they've got power and they've got pace, this Russian team.
So Kelly Brazier opts to kick it short. It's not quite high enough. The chase was good, cleaned up by Hamadova. Now, as often they do, they give the ball out to Kazakova. She's very elusive, always manages to squeeze past one of the tacklers. So this is a good passage of play from Russia. They continue up the field. You can see the determination on Petrova's face. It's a good run. Left Aitunu in her wake. This is good. Now up on the left-hand side of the field, Usita. Oh, this is great work. Kazakova just stringing together pass after pass. Here's a danger player, Hamadova. Just look at that. The power.
Well, 13 passes completed in that passage of play. New Zealand didn't have the hands on the ball to that error, but you have to be impressed with that start by the Russians. New Zealand having to chase ball, and is every sevens player. Well, here's Pavel Baranovsky. He's certainly a character. We've talked an awful lot about him, haven't we? And just upset with that, perhaps, that last drop pass there from Russia.
He's saying, cut the drop passes. Sort them out. Brazier at halfback, out to her captain. Takes it right up to the advantage line. That was good work. Here's McAllister, and she's done a great job. Look at this, nearly up to the halfway line. Just with one phase. Manual to Brazier. Accurate passing to Aitunu. Goss, nice step inside. Just the half break offloads to Aitunu. Hereme is on the outside of Aitunu. She's got a bridge over the breakdown. New Zealand continue to attack. This time to the far side of the field where Woodman has the ball. Oh, the defence has done very well there, Kazakova. And this, just like Russia before, continued passage of players. Brazier how did she do that? That was magic feat. Individual try there from Kelly Brazier.
Yeah, Kelly Brazier just showing the skill from this New Zealand team. We talked about the Russian holding on to phases of play. Well, New Zealand have just strung together 10 passes of play, 10 passes to create that try. And just the skill set that saw young Kelly Brazier break the defensive alignment of this Russian team and to get that crucial opening score for New Zealand.
Kelly Brazier has been a star on the local scene in New Zealand for quite some time. In the 15-a-side game, she set a New Zealand record, a club record in 2009, 64 points in one game. And then at representative level, 2012, she set another record, 45 points in one game.
I think I scored 45 points in my career.
Yeah, she is a talent. Just getting the ball boy to run a ball on so Brazier can have a shot at goal. 5-0 as it stands now. He's 23 years old. And it's over. That was a very good drop kick from Brazier. Score now 7 points to 0. New Zealand have the edge early stage of the game.
Well enough, the upright for Kelly Brazier. But a magnificent try there from New Zealand.
So this time, it's a miss kick. Hasn't made the 10. So Russia will get the ball back middle of the field. And this is very tough to defend.
Well, we've not seen a lot of Nadezhda Yamatskaya here. She's the scrum half. Everything pivots around. A lot of the Russians play around this scrum half.
She likes a change of direction, and that one was just a cut. Maligina. Oh, nice hit there from Manuel on Maligina. But look at this here. You just mentioned her, the little halfback, Yamatskaya. And talk about sheer pace. That was awesome. And Russia replied in the best way they can.
Well, Nadezhda Yamatskaya, I talked about her breaking out from a lot of the play and showed utter pace there. Look at this, cuts a great angle. Kyla McAllister couldn't get near her, and despite the attempted tackle of Kelly Brazier, this little scrum half is given a real lift to the Russian team, and with the conversion to come, can she tie the scores out at 7 apiece?
The pool game between these two teams very even, exactly the same at this point. I think the only reason New Zealand won that was because their fitness told out in the latter stages.
Well, that in the moment, it's the width of a crossbar, or an upright, I should say, that saw Kelly Brazier convert her try. But that just goes to show the threat that Russia posed to this New Zealand team.
They're a great-looking team, Russia. Athletic. Unusual kick to start off. Easily picked up by Brazier to Manuel. And here's McAllister. There she is. That's a lovely fend. Keeps her legs pumping. Manuel, Brazier. This is nice work from New Zealand. Very accurate passing. Here's Hani Hedeme, and she's powerful on that wing, and that was a beautiful fend. If they've got a threat on one side, they've got one on the other, and her name is Hani Hedeme.
Well, what was interesting about that try for me was Russia had all the defensive alignment here as they were pushing across the pitch, but pure strength here from Hedeme. Just handles off Yamatskaya.
Well, it was a big, powerful girl against a smaller one, Maligina, 1m73, 68 kilograms. And then you've got Hedeme, who's 1m76, 77 kilograms. And when you're going at that kind of pace, it's hard to pull down.
But sensible play from New Zealand.
So that one wasn't converted. So at half-time, New Zealand lead by 2 tries to 1, 12 points to 5.
The score 12 for New Zealand and 5 for Russia at half-time.
Well, in the quarter-final, Russia were 10-0 down over Australia, and Pavel Baranovsky gave his team an absolute roasting, and they responded. Will they respond in the second half?
And strike and get on that weak shoulder. Get that bend out. I want to see the Māori girls coming from New Zealand now. Yeah. Squeeze. I want to see it, honestly. I want to see it. Okay? With or without the ball. Stay connected a little bit more, okay? Don't get up in front. Have patience on D. If we're not all there together, we slide. We slide, okay? Don't get in front. Girls, you got this shit, eh? Let's seal it. Let's seal it.
Sean Moran concentrating on the defence there from the New Zealand team about keeping in line, making sure that you don't front run. If you do, you create a hole for these Russians.
What was also he was saying about the physicality of his team. Match the Russians in the physicality and you've won the game.
They are excellent at the breakdown. The Russian team, they are aggressive in the tackle and they've got pace. So Hadiyamova kicks off, and that is a good one because it hit the 10 and Hamadova has scooped it up, and her long, lean physique running down the field. Oh, that was a high tackle, it looked like to me. Bent the neck backwards. And Russia keep attacking. Their little halfback, Yamotskaya, thought she saw a hole. Taking it back a little bit, just resetting. That's Kabiva who's come on after the break. Oh, great defence from Manuel. But they come back for the penalty, which was the high tackle on Hamadova.
Pitunu came in on Hamadova. Here it comes. Well, just it was the flare, it was the arm that was left out, wasn't it? Yamotskaya then with the tap and touch and go.
Just switches back the other side, Petrova, and they get it out to Hamadova to give her another go. Second highest try scorer in this competition. 80 points all up overall in the series. She knows how to get it over the line, but it's her teammates putting in the effort now. Yamotskaya pulled down. Russia continuing to retain possession. This is great. Petrova trying to go on the outside. Here she is, Hamadova. She's inching closer. She's over the line. What's the ref called? I think she's called a knock on, or she's consulting.
Good. Try or no try? There's nothing to add. So far, we're agreeing.
A try to Russia. So this makes this game very interesting.
Well, the conversion still to come. Well, we marked this young lady out for special attention, but what about this from an attempted tackle and save? Kelly Brazier in there. Look at her trying to hold back the big Russian, and downward pressure over the ball.
She was a little bit quiet in the quarter-final, but she has been devastating this weekend. In fact, every time she's played on the international circuit, she's been great. Well, that may be crucial because the conversion has been missed. So New Zealand lead 12 points to 10. Hurry move up. Restart straight to Goss. She goes to her captain. Here's McAllister. She gives it straight away to Woodman to give her a chance. And she has gassed Hamadova. Check that out. A nice inside swerve too. She's heading for the line, and this is a great reply from New Zealand. Woodman, what pace.
Well, that surely wins the try for New Zealand. Individual brilliance, individual speed, and individual strength from Portia Woodman. The quality of the passing, but to take Hamadova on the outside. Once she got around Hamadova, Yamatskaya was bundled to the ground. Hamadova couldn't get near her. And Portia Woodman will remember that name.
Well, her father was an All Black, her uncle was an All Black. She's got the pedigree. And I think the key with Woodman there was that she checked the ball back on the inside, and that made Hamadova hesitate slightly. It's just that tiny bit of space, that's all she needed. So the score, 17 points to 10, but New Zealand's kick-off, that means Russia get a chance. Needing this kickoff to be accurate. The last one was short. This one just over the head there of Titova. So Russia will get the throw into the line out.
Well, you always watch a clock in seven-a-side rugby because you can score 2 tries in the blink of an eye. But with the quality of New Zealand's defence and the territory that they have here, they're going to put Russia under pressure.
Well, well done, Sarah Goss, to get up and mess up that Russian line-out, but they were good enough to still maintain possession. And we've got fresh legs on there. And Iditji. A bit of a run from Kazakova. So 3-2-on-2 situation out here. Oh, look at that big hit, but Linda Aitunu fell off Yamatskaya.
No. Back it up 10 from the side.
And a penalty's given to the Russians. This game still hanging right in the balance with just over a minute 30 to go.
Yeah, Yamatskaya just took a little knock on the knee there. You could just see her going down.
Yes, thank you, I will. Yep. No, that's my judgment call. No, yes. I will watch that.
Bit of discussion there with the captain of New Zealand and the referee, Sherry Trumbull. This gives the Russians a chance to consolidate, think through how they're going to attack, what tactics.
Yeah, well, Sean Horan, he'll be pleased. Remember, his half-time chat was about matching Russia in this physicality game. And when the try came from Portia Woodman, well, her pace, her strength there is maybe the difference between the sides. Don't count this Russian team off quite yet, but as you watch that clock going under the minute, really the chances of Russia staying in touch with New Zealand are fast slipping away.
Well, that pass, Yamatskaya had to go back to pick it up. And now Hamadova, oh, what's she kicking that for? A girl that powerful, keep the ball in hand.
Well, not only that, because New Zealand are so well drilled, they had Kelly Brazier back as a sweeper in any case, and so if you're going to kick, you know, the sweeper's always going to get the ball, so not only are you giving up possession, but you're almost giving the rest of the tie away.
So Hyatt comes on for Muharimova. You never know, a new player onto the park could spark what they need. Goss, accurate work, line out time. That's a great pass. Woodman has to jump to reach it. This time the defence takes care of her.
10 red roll, back up.
And I think that's coming in the side there. So New Zealand just take the quick tap, continue to go up the field, gaining metres. Heremet. Oh, the ball's been stripped out. Good work there by Titova. So Russia get another chance with pretty much time up. It will be after this play.
Well, Russia will need some individual brilliance if they're going to score the length of a field try. It's still possible, and New Zealand have had to work every single minute of this semi-final.
So here we go. The last throw of the dice. What can Russia put up? Good scrum there from New Zealand, but great ball from the girls in red. Oh, lovely footwork. Just skips out of the tackle, Kazakova. She's under pressure. Being pushed backwards now.
On the line, holding on red.
And it's a penalty to New Zealand. So it's all but formal. A quick tap. Manuel finishes it off. How about that? New Zealand taking the first semi-final of the Cup competition at Amsterdam Sevens, and their captain Juliana Manuel, beautiful.
Well, Kazakova, she tried to go from deep. She did it against Australia in the quarter-final, I should say. But New Zealand will wrap it up. Well, here's the conversion then coming from Kelly Brazier. And Kelly Brazier just puts the icing on top of the cake. And despite the attempts of the Russians to get back into the game, it's a happy squad here from New Zealand. New Zealand winning that particular one. And into the final, New Zealand at 24. It's Russia 10.
New Zealand then going into their third final of the season. Well, it was a tremendous quality that, and Russia, well, ever improving, aren't they? So to the second Cup semi-final and the clash between England and Canada. They've met twice this season. They've won each time. Dubai, Canada won, and Guangzhou, England won against them. Well, it's been fascinating, really, because they've already beaten themselves once this tournament already in the pool round, when England won 14 points to 0 in that one. And England have also won twice against France and lost against South Africa. Canada, though, did win comfortably over South Africa and beat USA in the Cup quarter-final. Canada won in 19 points to 5, and England in their Cup quarter-final beat France 19-0. So Jennifer Kish there, Canada there, one of the two real cornerstones of the Canadian side, alongside Mandy Marchak, who's been absolutely outstanding. England, by the way, have lost one of their players, Natasha Brennan, who's injured her leg, so they're losing one player. But it looks as though, like England have their strongest possible lineup here, Melody.
They certainly have. I've enjoyed watching England progress through this tournament. They're gutsy, persistent. Their breakdown work is excellent. They've been working well as a unit together. And as for this Canadian side, well, they've been hot and cold through the tournament, losing to France by 1 point. We'll say lost to England also in pool play, but they had a fantastic game against the United States in the quarterfinals. And the thing I like about this Canadian side is they have attacking threats across the park. And that lady there, Jen Kish, she is a legend. She's been playing sevens. She's been on the circuits, the unofficial ones, for the last few years. She's distinct looking with those fantastic tattoos. She's wonderful to watch.
Well, there's a little bit of history, really, between England and Canada, because they met in the Rugby World Cup Sevens in Dubai 2009, and they met in the final of the plate, that one. Not that they wanted to be there, but the two teams were there, and England beat them 12-0. And I wonder what's going to happen in Moscow next time. So Katie McLean leads England out in their new strip. You can describe what it is you like. Some people call it a sort of Christmas tree on the front. I don't know, what do you think about it?
Well, at least it's got white in it.
That's a very good point. I'd at least recognise it is actually England in white, and all the pattern on the front. Canada then will start here. The referee is Chelsea Gurr, 26-year-old, who comes from Christchurch. So who will it be facing New Zealand in the cup final here in Amsterdam? Magali Harvey starts.
Advantage, white.
Knocked on, advantage already, but England well taken. Every player getting a hand on the ball early. Set up by Abigail Chamberlain. Cross from Claire Allen. Good passing here. Kay Wilson, she's just the single one who's made her debutante in the tournament this season. The others have all been. And again, to left to right, and across from Burford and Chamberlain. Now and again it's Claire Allen. First little mistake, but it went backwards anyway.
Back.
Bit of pressure there on Alexandra Matthews, but still possession. Dummy little switch there was Katie McLean. Burford. Now it's Kay Wilson. The switch. Marley Packer. She's played extremely well this tournament. And wide out into the corner. Brilliant sequence from England with Kay Wilson. Is it? Oh, it's a forward pass. Chelsea Gurr.
Well, she got it right.
Forward pass, white.
Nigel. It was obviously forward. This is the end of a great attacking sequence, no doubt about it. There's the pass there.
Unlucky, wasn't it?
Very unlucky, because it was wonderful. They had stretched the defence to the right-hand side, and Canada was scrambling.
Sit.
Classic passing until that last one. That's gone forward too.
Not forward, advantage.
Yeah, I think Harvey just drifting far too much to the left-hand side. It was only her and her winger. She needed to really step back to the right.
Could have been real chance there with Heather Moyes outside, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I mean, she's a great story, isn't she?
Absolutely amazing.
Won the gold medal, the Olympic bobsled 2010. Of course, she had that major surgery in November last year on her leg.
And played in the 15s in Edmonton in her own country. Absolutely outstanding in the 15s World Cup, what, 7 years ago now. 34-year-old, hoping to come back into the squad and looking the part. England attack then, about 15 metres out from Canada's line. Jennifer Kish does so much great graft, sets it up well. I think she's been absolutely key, hasn't she?
For
she
Canada. Is. Her work rate, the decision making, and that was great scrummaging.
Fled on via Farrell into the hands of Heather Moyes, who's now on the right wing now.
I think Canada's scrum.
There's tension here, isn't it? You can tell. You can see it absolutely. The little tiny little mistakes. Back it comes now with England with the put into the scrum.
They've both obviously got game plans. They know what they want to implement. I think that the winner will eventually be the one that outmuscles the other.
Well, Barry Maddox has been very well. He was saying he's well pleased with this squad. It's not actually the final squad, of course. That won't be selected until about a week before the Rugby World Cup 7. Well, I think about June the 18th, he said England will pick their 12.
Roll white.
Good turnover by Canada again. Here's Mandy Marchak.
Release. Vantage not releasing. Tech will let it go. Keep going, keep going.
On the penalty. Kish. Cutting inside is Heather Moyes. Good pressure from England, though. Good work coming from Kay Wilson and from Claire Allen. But perhaps an overlap here on the right-hand side. Perhaps she hasn't seen it. Great work by Magali Harvey. Just lost possession of it. I thought there was a real chance on the right-hand side there. She had two outside her.
That was great from Harvey. She's got X factor, the skill. She skipped out of the tackle there and just danced on her feet, right to left. Left the defender standing. And if that pass had have gone...
Or if it had gone the other way. I think she hadn't seen that she had the support on the right. But exciting moment.
Great break.
Sit.
Well matched at the moment, aren't they? Here come England then. Deep in their own half. Kay Wilson. Cross from Katie McLean, the captain of the side. Now it's with Rachel Burford. Has many caps as 15s, but has become a specialist also in 7s too. Many of these have played both 15s and 7s for international for England. Claire Allen takes them out, drives in, physical work. Packer, then Burford. This time Matthews. Good support, Marley Packer. Oh, and the interception by Jennifer Kish. I doubt she's got the pace to go. She wants some support, and they're a bit slow getting to her. She has to throw it back, which she did. Was there a knock-on? I don't think so by Canada then. Oh, no, it wasn't given. Now, Magali Harvey. Will she go round the outside of Abigail Chamberlain? Good tackle from Chamberlain. Wow, almost non-stop.
Offside.
An offside against England.
Exciting stuff so far.
Well, only 3 seconds to go of this first half and no scores. Could have been either way, but they've been tremendous in defence, both teams, and almost non-stop.
England 80% of their tackles, Canada 77%.
Maleshi, Jennifer Kish again. Wow. Down by Marley Packer. Here is a chance for Farella. Again, great England defence on their 22 line. What a battle this is. Looking for the place of the cup final here. Held on too long. Quickly taken. Good reaction from England. Wilson. Kay Wilson, the new one, the debutante. Did well, offload it with one hand. Cross from Packer. Now Matthews and Burford. Great crash then, wasn't it? That Katie McLean goes through the gap. Will she get the step? Yes, she has. And behind the post, the captain sets the example. Katie McLean, the first try of the game, right on the stroke of half-time.
Katie McLean has been the star for this team. Burford, of course, one of the other key players, and they linked up. She just put her foot down on the accelerator, swerved in, beat Farella on the inside, and it was an easy 5 points. And England just solid during that first half and deserved to go into it in front.
Well, what a good time to get the try right on the stroke of half-time, and the conversion as well. And England half-time lead in this cup semi-final, 7 points to 0.
Thank you.
Susie Appleby there, the assistant coach, a legendary England halfback. Let's have a listen in.
Barry Maddox there, who's 3 years now with England. Came through from the Welsh Rugby Football Union, and his early team he had was the Welsh under-16s. Went through Hartbury as well, and then done a great job with England with the Sevens in the last few years.
As we saw them, girls, we looked after the ball, we retained it, we went left to right, and the gap's open, and that's why we're in through. The other reason is our tempo. You know, that buzzer had gone, but we had the will to tap and go, and we just scored on the sticks and got our rewards. We have to do that again this half, step it up another level.
As always, Rachel Burford doing the talking. She's their organiser out there. Jen Kish, captain for Canada. I think Canada have got a little bit more X factor, in particular Farella. She's a ball player. English team don't necessarily have that style of player in this squad. But the problem is for Canada, Farella's made the break and she doesn't have the support players off her.
Well, I just wonder if John Tate, the coach of Canada, has thought I'm going to give a little bit of a rest for one of his stars, Mandy Marchak. Is she still? I think she's still out there. Let's have a look. I thought she just walked off.
Well, I think they've brought on Dubeset Boris. Number 5 there. I can see her on the field.
Oh, she's still there. She's come back on. So Mandy Marchak, I didn't think they'd want to take her off the field yet. Into the hands of Farella, one of the players from Quebec. It's now becoming a very important province of rugby women's in Canada. Penalty here. Well, it's still wide open. 7 points to 0, England lead. And they have this penalty. Probably a routine here from the practice days. Laybourne got real pace, but well checked that time. Into the hands of Burford. Cross. Difficult pass that to Katie McLean.
Well, England have brought on Laybourne, and the number 6 on the wing.
Got real pace, hasn't she?
Gosh.
Comes from up in the north of England at Darlington, Bowden Park.
What number off, please?
And has scored, what, 5 tries already in this tournament and 8 before then. So 13 tries in 2 tournaments.
Well, now Marchak comes off.
Well, I wondered about that. Surprising, really. She's very much the playmaker of the Canadian side. Jennifer Kish has everything except real pace, but good support here. Wide out now into the hands of Dubeset Boris. Moleshi. It's one of the things that one does see with, we were talking about earlier, New Zealand are very accurate, aren't they, with their passing, but quite a lot of mistakes with others. But here's Jennifer Kish again, and a chance overlap to Farella. No problem. Bianca Farella brings Canada right back into it.
Well, they made good out of bad, really, because it was an awful pass to the midfield. But then the workhorse that is Jen Kish, she checked the ball on the inside, held the defence, and then Farella, who's their star, she's got pace, and it was easy for her to finish off.
In her 3rd tournament, Farella, with her 2nd try in this tournament, that's 9 altogether. Oh, how unlucky was that? Off the upright, the wrong side. So 7-5 in this cup semi-final. And still 4 minutes to play.
The game's hanging in the balance, no doubt about that. Just one moment could turn it.
And Canada bringing on Brittany Waters. She's quick too. Did it go forward? I think so. Just knocked on by Kelly Russell.
Well, it's good to see some of the female athletes starting to compete in the air, because if you watch the men's game, a kick-off is a prime opportunity to regain possession, and you see them get up in the air and tap it back. Not successful that time, but if she keeps practicing doing it, she'll get there.
It's a real skill. And of course the restarts are absolutely. Now into the midfield is Brittany Waters. Dubicet Boris. Good tackle coming from Claire Allen. But dangers here for England. Oh, it was a bad two-pass to Russell, wasn't it? The real chance, but offside against England. And this time Russell into the hands of Jennifer Kish. Should she have passed it then? Well, it's going into Russell. There's the second try and the lead for Canada.
Great backing up, Kelly Russell. Awesome work. She's one of their props. A hard worker. She initiated the quick tap. Kish probably should have given the pass out wide, but it didn't matter in the end because Russell, 26-year-old, 1.79 m and 79 kilograms, got over.
Great support. And this likes a good kick. Oh, what a beauty coming from Magali Harvey. And those 2 points can be so important. And the lead then. Canada 12, England 7.
England have to lift their game now, don't they? They've got to get it back. They've got the ball, do something with it.
1 3/4 minutes to go. Just one try between the two teams. Possession is everything here. And it's got, oh, well, I thought it had gone, has it gone, no, which way? And it was England who knocked it first. And they will therefore have Canada took this, and the scrummage. England bring on Emily Scott, this youngster from Thurrock, 20-year-old, who was in England's under-20 15s.
The thing for England here is it's not just about winning the game, it's about World Cup spots. This is the second of two squads. They've got a chance to put their hand up. They've got to do it in tight situations like this.
Well passed back by Moleshi into the hands of Harvey. And now Dubicet Boris, coming from Toronto, Scottish like Moyes is there in Ontario. Just into the last minute here. Oh, well taken by Moleshi. That could so easily have been a knock-on. But Canada just keep ball, and that will be the win into this cup final. Dubicet Boris again. Well played by Russell. England can't get the ball, that's the problem. Magali Harvey holds it. Just 30 seconds to go. Magali Harvey still there. Support is good from Kelly Russell as well. Canada drive on, 5 metres out from England's line. Perhaps an overlap if, well, Kish fancies a chance here, just short. Again, it comes out wide again. Dubicet Boris. Well, did she not see two players outside her? Real chance there for Moleshi. She would surely have just, campered in. It would have been so easy. Held up, finally. There's the hooter. And that is, in fact, anyway, the win for Canada. Well, a tremendous second half by Canada there. They held on with the ball. 2 great tries. And they have made it into their cup final to face New Zealand. Excellent game.
It is a great effort from Canada considering how they started the tournament. They are defending champs here at the Amsterdam Sevens. They know how to win this tournament. They've got X Factor in the side. They will challenge New Zealand. It is going to be a great final for England. Well, they did well throughout this tournament. Just at that last hurdle, they just couldn't get over it. But well done to them too.
And for Canada, of course, they've really just got better and better as the season has gone. In Dubai, they were a plate final. In Houston, they were 7th. In Guangzhou, they were 3rd. They're now at least going to be 1st or 2nd. And well played to Canada. a tremendous 4 games that we've just had in the middle of the day, and so we will come now to the big games a little later. First of all, there is the line-up for the cup final. New Zealand against Canada. New Zealand in their 3rd final out of 4. The plate final will be against Spain against the USA. And finally, the bowl final for the hosts here, Netherlands, who will play South Africa. So we'll be back in about 13 minutes or so like that. So come back here to the National Rugby Centre of Amsterdam and join us for the finals in the IRB Women's Sevens World Series. See you soon.
Change the assessor batteries. Yeah, it's full on PM1.
It's going everywhere.
Get your ear tune off.
Yes, you can dance.
Well, welcome back to the Amsterdam Sevens and the final IRB Women's Sevens World Series. And what an atmosphere we've had throughout this day 2 of action. Day 1, of course, of the other Amsterdam Sevens. Lots of games going on, but coming up, Brazil versus China, an 11th, 12th playoff place. And then we'll hit the bowl final between the Netherlands, who'll have obviously the home support behind South Africa. We've got a 7th, 8th playoff on the Women's World Series. That's going to be between Australia and France. And then the plate final between Spain versus USA. And then there's a 3rd, 4th playoff. And that will be between Russia and England. An absolute cracker there expected. And then the big cup final. Well, New Zealand are already been crowned the champions of the IRB Women's Sevens World Series, but they're up against Canada. And of course, you always want to finish off a tournament with a bit of silverware. And what a trophy we have got here in Amsterdam. Well, this is our first game, though. This is between Brazil and China, and very much, well, the 11th, 12th playoff place, but for me, very much a case of developing nations here. And these teams have only met once before, as you can see. Brazil lost on that occasion by a slender 2 points, losing by 19-17. Well, Brazil have been shorn of 3 players through injury. Mirani Ramalho, Julia Sada and Maria Bechled are all out injured, so that's the reason they only list the 9 players for this final. Keep an eye on number 4, Edna Satini, she's the scrum half, and also Luisa Campos is a playmaker as well. For China, well, they've only scored 1 try in the tournament, and that was in the last match against South Africa, and it was scored by number 12 there, Yi Zhenzhu. Pei Xiaowen wearing the number 3 jersey has also been prominent, but for China, this is very much a development process for them. Both these teams, incidentally, will be playing in the Rugby World Cup Sevens in Moscow, coming up in June next month. So very much a stepping stone towards Moscow. And for one of these teams to get a victory in the Amsterdam Sevens is at least some reward for their efforts. And alongside me is Sue Day. He's played in 3 World Cups, also in Sevens. And Sue, you know, both these teams, you know, have struggled, let's be quite frank. 198 points they have conceded between them. They've only scored 7 points, but there is something still to play for in this wonderful game of 7-a-side rugby.
There's a lot to play for, isn't there? These are both proud teams. Sports people are proud people. They don't want to leave this tournament without a win under their belt, so I expect this to be a very, very tightly fought contest.
Come on then, I'm going to put you on the spot. Who's going to win this one?
I'm going for China by a short margin.
Well, that's the words of Sue Day. China by a short margin. So, starting is Pei Xiaowen, their top point scorer on the IRB World Series. Now the ball taken by Luisa Campos, the playmaker, and an early threat here from Brazil through Thais Arrocha. Edna Satini. Oh, nice little loop play, but the pass was kind of fired at Balconi. Move bar in the contact, Barbara Santiago. So early pressure or early command of the ball here from Brazil.
Yeah, good defence from China so far, quite well organised, but Brazil really challenging them. Little knock on their turnover ball.
Breakaway then by Lu Yan. Lu Yan, and can Lu Yan get the second try of the weekend for China? Lu Yan picks up from the mistake, and Lu Yan in for a try here to open up the scoring in this 11th, 12th playoff.
Yeah, great to see her get her opportunity. She's been such an important player for China, Liu Yan. They just clear up this ball that's on the floor. She spots her opportunity, just pins her ears back and goes for it. Really, really good finish.
It's interesting, if I read down the results, they lost 19-0 to the Netherlands, 24-0 to New Zealand. Russia beat them 31-0. And they were beaten by 19 points to 7. They have actually been very competitive in all their matches.
Yeah, as we've been watching, we've been saying that all the way through. They've actually strung some pretty good phases. They've played together. My frustration has been once they reach 2 or 3 phases, they tend to kick the ball away. Keep the ball, play some rugby. Well,
Mr. Hong is their coach, and this team is based in Beijing. All the girls play for the same side. So Pei Zhiwen, she'll have the kick-off, and again the skill and the kick-off is excellent. Not collected by Brazil, they have to go back on the ball. Luisa Campos. All just thrown away. Just a little bit scrappy here from Brazil. Barbara Santiago has to take it to ground, taken on again. But once more, turnover possession. Great opportunity now out wide there for Maja Lau. Maja Lau to the try scorer, Liu Yan. China starting to switch the ball. Well, they've got players over on this near side, but it is Yi Jianzhu who decides to take the alternative option. There's the kicking game. Pei Zhiwen dives on the ball and scores a second try for China. This is a really positive start for China.
Great start from them, and just to prove me wrong, I'm telling them that they're kicking the ball away too much, and what do? Lovely chip over the top into space, nobody at home, gets the ball back and scores under the post. Really good piece of play, great vision.
Yeah, Yi Jianzhu back into Pei Zhiwen. She kicks ahead, and nobody at home in Brazil's team.
Second try for China, the number 3 by Yemen. Which score Brazil 0, China 12.
So Pei Zhiwen converted her own try. And they score China 12, Brazil 0. It's difficult when you don't have the ball to get involved in the game. Now, high hanging kick once again, fielded by Beatrice Moravar. Oh, that's a great interplay there. Luis Campos tackled. Good recycle ball here. Advantage being played out wide. Ball taken back in by Tass Rocha. Now Brazil, if they can put some width on this ball, Russia, that's the way to go. It's there's players on the wide out. There's a 2-on-1 here, but the pass was poor. Juggling is Edna Santini. Well, I saw these girls warming up in the hotel car park earlier on, and they're full of colour. They're all dancing around, but just quite not matching that exuberance with the skill required at this level.
Yeah, it's just that it's a little bit imprecise, isn't it? Sometimes at the breakdown, the ball's spilling out the sides of the breakdown. The pass is not quite going to hand there. So Brazil, especially at the moment, just struggling with the precision that they need to be successful at this level.
Well, that was Chris Neal there. And Chris Neal looks after both the Brazilian men's team and also the women's team.
Touch. Set. Go.
Well, we've not seen I've not seen a scrum go down in all the games we've seen. This is game 29, and I've not seen one scrum reset.
Okay. The same. I think it's the first reset scrum I've seen. Let's see if they can keep this one up.
Well, in the 12 jersey on this side, Yi Jianzhu up against number 13 Beatrice Mulbar for Brazil. Pei Zhiwen with a good pass. The show from the try scorer, Liu Yan. Pei Zhiwen had looked round but didn't get the pass back. Holding on to the ball, says referee Marlies Jordan.
Yeah, there was an opportunity there, wasn't there? If you just made the last pass out there to Jiwen, but unfortunately, opportunity given away.
Well, Brazil opting to go for touch, and it's probably going to be the first time that they've got into the Chinese half.
Yeah, they should have the height advantage over China, so hopefully they'll get the ball here and show us what they can do out wide.
So Luisa Campos, she'll have the throw in here. Campos is a physics student, I should say. Luis Campos then. Show the ball by Thais Balconi. Balconi, this is Angela Gavert.
Backwards, Brown.
Gavert back onto Santini. Santini skips down, manages to get the support and offload there. Tremendous run here from Luisa Campos. Campos tackled there by Dong Gu-ye, but the try and this follow-up by Edna Santini gets Brazil back in, and of course, more importantly, their first try of the tournament.
And what a try it was, and what a celebration from Edna Santini. She had been wanting to make that score all tournament. Lovely run down the outside, step inside and a great offload, and they keep supporting so that when the tackle's finally made, there she is again, Santini to finish it off. Fantastic.
Hey, that's what it feels like to score your first try in Amsterdam. The conversion was successful. So we've got a game on here, half-time. China with 2 tries. There's the conversion there, Matthias Rocha. And at half-time is China 12, Brazil 7.
So Brazil,
China also ball watchers, so they push over really hard on one side, so there's a chance to switch back. But if you're going to switch back, you need to drop fast and shift it into space. Same thing again is that you need to move it out of that pressure point. That's where they are the most brutal in that area there. So move it, keep it alive, look for the short passes because they're weak in the tackle. They keep choosing what, change your angles.
Chris Neal having his words translated there. They've got a 4-year deal with Canterbury Rugby Union to help bring Brazil into the professional era. The women's team went to Christchurch in the summer to play and train. 8 of them live together in Sao Paulo, and 9 are semi-professional rugby players, and there's 33 in the squad, so there's a real push and effort. And as we mentioned, both these teams are actually in the Rugby World Cup Sevens in Moscow, and Brazil are they'll be up against USA, Spain and Fiji. And for China, well, they're in the same pool as Australia, South Africa and Ireland. So I'm sure each of those teams will be watching with interest this Chinese side, because they've come out and leading Brazil by 12 points to 7 in the first half.
That is a tough draw for China, isn't it? Australia, South Africa and Ireland, really tough draw, but you know, they've shown they can hold their own in this tournament.
Well, I'm sure you would agree with me, Sue, because they've actually improved as the tournament's gone on. Their handling skills have been excellent, and I'm sure they'll take an awful lot out from this experience. These high-intensity matches, part of this IRB Women's Sevens World Series. Of course, they hosted their own leg, the 3rd leg in Guangzhou, back in March there. Good switch play here from China. There's far more width to the Chinese game we've seen. Sprint is Yi Zhenzhu. In fact, it's Zhou Jiaxin, and Jiaxin is in under the post. Wonderful try there, but it was the width they were able to put on the ball which brought that try for China.
That's right, wasn't it? It was a lovely finish, as you say, by Jiaxin, but it's the width. They're just under a little bit less pressure than they have been in previous games, and they're actually getting a chance to show their ball handling skills. They're all good passers of the ball. They've just been under a little bit too much pressure to show it. Once they get the ball into the wide channels, really good finishing.
The conversion is good from Paige Jewen. So China, well, in a very healthy place at this moment in time, leading Brazil by 19 points to 7. Of course, the try-scoring team kicks off to restart, and Paige Jewen, with 3 conversions, kicks deep on this occasion, taken by Edna Santini. This is Santini, my apologies, out on the wing. Santini, she's a little bustling little scrum half, this player. So opportunity to tap and go. Tas Rocha kind of got herself isolated and tackled by Lu Yan. Now white ball here from Brazil. Well, the passing is just not accurate enough from Barbara Santiago. Well, China coming up in numbers there now. Can they get their hands and turn over this ball?
Holding.
But again, holding on to the ball, and the errors that Brazil are making are counting not only possession, but they're counting against them.
That's right, and China are putting a little bit more pressure on in defence than Brazil, and so they're hitting Brazil behind the gain line, giving them little opportunity to run, and then when they're not doing that, Brazil are making mistakes.
Maja Lau decides to kick for touch.
Number 14, yellow. 14. 14.
So
Yes.
one of the two subs, there's Mr. Hong there, based in Beijing. So Brazil with only one sub left to use. Vanessa Gardelim is still on the bench, but that's Gabriela Avila.
2 meters.
Gabriela
2 meters from that line.
takes her position. So China well in command here.
Get back.
3 minutes and 40 seconds. Plenty of time for another try. Yang Hong takes it the line out. Wraparound play. Bei Jiwen out to the try score in the first half. Li Yan. Li Yan just too much pace once again to dot down for her second try in this 11th, 12th playoff.
Very, very simple rugby done very, very well. That's all you need to do. Catch the ball in the line out, move it wide, passes that go crisply to hand, and if you know you've got a speedster on the outside, then just let her have a go. If I were the coach, I wouldn't be too happy with that one-handed finish.
Well, she dots the ball down, and Bei Jiwen will have an opportunity to kick another conversion. 24-7. Well, it's a good effort, isn't it? What a wonderful kick.
Yeah, and the restarts have been very, very good as well, haven't they? They really do have a good kicking game, and now that they've stopped kicking too much during the game and keeping the ball in hand, they've got the right combination now, I think.
Well, Bei Jiwen will start again, the 26-year-old from Beijing. This is her third event. She made her debut in Dubai back in December. And well, this is something for China to now build on, isn't it? No, Sudi alongside me, she called it right from the off that China would prevail. And it's looking that way.
Perhaps a slightly bigger margin than the short margin that I predicted.
Well, Edna Santini wasn't held in the tackle, so play was allowed to go. And Tas Rocha, can she get on the outside? The attention comes in from Lu Yan.
No hands.
But much more urgency in this Chinese performance.
Tackler, release first, please. There you go.
Tap and go from Tas Rocha.
Get back.
Ball taken in by Angela Givard.
Get back in, please.
Well, China not really getting back 10 yards, so a potential opportunity for another penalty and quick tap and go. Oh, down the short side. Brazil tried to go into the edge. A reach out for the try. Well done, Tas Rocha, who goes in at the corner.
Yeah, good try. The Chinese defence was never really organised. The referee may well have called them back for not being 10 had the try not been scored. But once you give away a penalty that close to your line, in defence you need to be sprinting back, getting into place, getting on the front foot and sprinting back over defence. And China never did that.
Thank you.
Brazil were on the front foot and eventually forced the way over for the try.
And it's interesting talking about getting back into position, and it's the sharpness which you see of the top teams in this tournament, the Canadians, the Australians, the New Zealanders, all getting back into position, so their awareness within the game is what the difference is.
Yeah, a player on the floor is a player out of the game. You've got to get up, you've got to get yourself back into the game. The hardest time to do that is when you're going a penalty away, because of course you've got to run back another 10 metres, but you have to do it.
So the conversion's not successful. Brazil, though, back in the game. But China, very much the winners here. 26 points to 12 is their lead with, 6 seconds on the clock. So this will be the last play of this 11th, 12th place playoff game. Beijing Wen just puts boot to ball. And with the final whistle, well, there's not much celebrations from the Chinese, but they've done very well. And they must be proud of their efforts here in Amsterdam. They came here to learn, they certainly did that. And we'll next see these two teams on the fields in Moscow at the Rugby World Cup Sevens in June. Shakes all round. Final score, 11-12 playoff. It's 26 points to 12 in China's favour.
Amsterdam. It is a great city, no doubt about that, with the canals, the museums, the wonderful cafes and conditions today at the National Rugby Institute here. Not too bad, a little bit cloudy, and there are a lot of spectators because today is also day one of the traditional Amsterdam Sevens. 97 teams here competing, as well, of course, as the IRB Women's World Series, where we have had 12 fantastic sides going for it. It is a great party here. I've never played at the Amsterdam Sevens. Former international for England, Susan Day's with me. Have you played here?
I have played here. In fact, scored my first ever victory over any kind of New Zealand side on this very pitch in front of us.
You had to mention that. So this is the first of the finals we're about to see. Of course, the ultimate prize is the cup, and New Zealand and Canada, there it is. Now that is a beautiful trophy to take home. New Zealand, Canada, going to play off for that a little bit later, and that is going to be a fantastic clash because, Sue, I'd say that those two teams pretty similar in strengths and styles.
Yeah, very much so. They've both pulled it out of the bag as the tournament's gone on. So both got better and better. New Zealand and Canada, both the semi-finals really played to their strengths and put in good performances.
But of course, this is the bowl final of the 2013 Amsterdam Sevens between the Netherlands and South Africa. They've only met once before in the World Series, and the Netherlands lost that one. The home team, well, they've been a little bit slow to click into it. But today, a very good performance from them. No surprise in the lineup. Van Altena, Fransen, Visa, Selbeck, Van Haaskamp, the number 7, plenty of pace, Helkirk and Van Rossum. And for South Africa. A couple of changes here, actually. Their star try-maker, Vamisa Gadu, she's on the bench. Tash Hofmeister starts. And Shona Weston, the tall blonde, who had a great game previously, she's retained in the starting 7. Mara Williams, their talismanic leader, as we wait for the two teams to hit the field. And there's going to be a huge amount of crowd support for the Netherlands.
There really is. The crowd have taken this team to their heart. They didn't have such a good day yesterday. They've played much, much better today, and they're going to want to come away with some silverware.
The referee, Sylvie Bro of France. Her 10th match in this women's IRB series. Yes, the Netherlands, they beat China 19-0 in pool play, but then they lost to Russia. Didn't score a point against them. And they lost to New Zealand 15-0, but they didn't improve on day one. And then earlier today, they beat Brazil 31-0 and showed their attacking prowess as we wait for Van Rossum to kick off. So just in front of the 22 there, easy to pick up. And here's the young Weston. Sets it up, well, she's held up there. And yes, it's a maul, turnover, first blood to the Netherlands.
Yeah, and really good strength from Inga Visser there. Held the play up. There's no way they were getting to ground once she's got her arms around the ball. So first blood for the Netherlands and a chance to attack.
Linda Fransen is the halfback for the Netherlands. She's got the responsibility of getting the ball into the scrum. And it's a little bit messy, popped out the back, cleaned up nicely. And here's the big star, Van Haaskamp. And her teammates continue. Now this is looking good down the sideline. Fransen. Oh, great defence, South Africa. And so they come back to the right, but the pass is not good to Deck, and that halts all of their progression. And get it to Deck finally. Van Haaskamp, good pass to her number 9, Van Altena. Just continuing, showing patience. Nice dummy here from Van Haaskamp, and that pretty much is her class. She had 2 on her outside. In fact, they had the overlap, but she didn't need them.
She didn't need them. They recycled the ball, took it into contact, recycled it, moved it wide, recycled it, and eventually the star player on the team, Kelly Van Haaskamp, puts her head up, sees half a gap and thinks, I'm going to do it myself.
Well, she was in that standoff position, first off the breakdown there. She hasn't had her hands on the ball as much as we would have liked to have seen this tournament. And conversion is good, so score 7-0 early in the bowl final between South Africa and the Netherlands.
Yeah, that's absolutely right about Kelly Van Haaskamp. She is a world-class winger in sevens, but there's no point having a world-class winger in sevens if you don't get the ball to them. So I suppose probably a little bit of frustration for her. Move herself in and just have a go herself.
So it's a similar kick. Meering, South Africa takes it. She's hit hard from Van Altena. And once again, the Netherlands have done a good job here. And they get the penalty. Quick tap. Straight out to Selbek. And that pass just putting pressure. But it's offside. Look at Van Haaskamp. Takes a quick tap. Puts on the burners, and that is a lovely little pop pass. Can Van Rossum make it? Note to Deck. So they're going to have to restart their attack. And Van Haaskamp, I think she's just decided to be the playmaker today. It's Visser. And up the blind side they go. Oops. Van Rossum, she thought she had somebody on her left-hand side, but she didn't. And this time there's a little bit more space for Van Haaskamp. Oh, that was risky. She probably delayed the pass just a little. Needed to give it sooner. And once again, the Netherlands get the whistle.
They've been really, really tenacious in defence, South Africa. They're not giving up. They thought they'd made it pretty much down the other end of the pitch, got pulled all the way back by the referee. Really impressed by their work ethic, racing back to stop Kelly van Haaskamp.
Well, South Africa have been very good on attack during this tournament. It was their defence that's let them down. But in that case, they held tight. So 18 passes completed, just 2 for the South Africans. It shows you where the possession is so far in this match, with 2 minutes 30 to go before it's half time. Franson. Nice clean ball. And they decide to maul it. It's a different tactic. Just trying to take that direct approach, and this is working, isn't it? That was a try, a fantastic one to the #1, Joyce van Altena.
I certainly suppose it had the element of surprise. It's not often you see a catch and drive in a line-out in sevens rugby, especially when you've got on the far wing off good line-out ball one of the world-class wingers in the game. But hey, it worked. Catch and drive, a little pick and go, and I think a fantastic finish.
Well, I think that during this tournament too, what has let them down is the fact that the passes have been going to ground. They're not quite as accurate. And when you've got that happening, sometimes you have to make shorter passes. And so it's a change in tactics for this match. So 12 points to 0.
One of the we said that South Africa have hardly completed any passes. One of the reasons for that is because the kick-off chase by the Dutch has been so good. Ordinarily, you'd expect to get possession off kick-off, run it. They've just not been able to, because the chase has landed just as the ball's landed on the South African catcher.
So this time it's the new girl, Western. Oh, they've lost possession again. So far, the Dutch girls have been good at that area. Just a short passing game. And they still go forward. Here's Helkirk. Ball's at the back. Williams entitled to contest. And they get it to the ground. She's to let it go, Williams. And so the Netherlands decide to go for the kick. It's Van Rossum. And that has worked out for them. How often have we seen teams kick it? We've thrown our hands up going, no, why did you? And that time it worked.
Yeah, that time it was the right decision, wasn't it? She picked her head up, saw there was no one at the back, and kicked it through. Picked it up very skillfully and popped it over the line. Yeah, that wasn't an aimless kick, that was a kick to regain possession, which is always okay.
It's usually teams in sevens will have a sweeper, someone just slotted in that fullback role, just to cover a player who breaks through, or a little kick.
Yeah, and often the closer you get to the try line, teams will get rid of that sweeper just to put more pressure on the blitz defence, which I think South Africa had done there, and the Dutch made the most of it.
So half-time score in the bowl final here at the Amsterdam Sevens, it's 17-0, the Netherlands with a very handy lead over South Africa. It's the back of Gareth Gilbert, South African coach. Let's have a listen in and see what he has to say to his girls.
Wat bij meiden, we zijn er nog niet. Ga ik afmaken.
Yeah. Listen, yeah. One voice. Listen, yeah. That was the first half of clinicalness. Everything, passes, everything, work together. The discipline now that we spoke about yesterday is to come into our play now. Can we hold the ball, keep going through the phases? Nothing wrong. Keep the support. Don't step out now looking to score. Keep the support good. Yeah. All right. Keep the decision making. Hey, listen, penalties now. Slow it down. Go for the kicks if you can. If it's in the middle, tap it. Use the chromo. Yeah. Okay. Rustig aan, dames. Hey, but keep the tempo. Yeah.
Well, the message, keep the tempo, because often you find that teams such a big lead. They take their foot off the pedal, relax, and the other side starts to strike back, and anything can happen.
Yeah, the worst thing they could do right now is take their foot off the pedal. He said, pick up the tempo, keep your structure, don't get overexcited, because if you've scored 3 tries, just carry on doing what you've been doing, because you've been doing it well. Absolutely the right advice. I'd love, though, to see South Africa actually get their hands on the ball and show us what they can do.
They won't right at this point in time, because Marin will kick off. And it's a lovely kick, nice and high, and the chase is pretty good there from South Africa. In fact, it's very good. And force the Dutch player over the sideline, and that means they get the throw-in and a chance to attack.
Yeah, a really good chase and a really good tackle by very small Hofmeister on the really quite sizable Inga Visser. So really, really good tackle and some possession for South Africa finally.
So OT ball off the top. And that's good work in retaining the ball. It's a dummy cut. Gets out to Hofmeister. Brown there at halfback. Oh, the ball slips out of her hands. It's good work from the feisty Selbek.
Yeah, they're just competing really well at the breakdown, the Dutch, aren't they? Not just right in the breakdown, but as soon as the South Africans pick it up and try and play the ball, they're really frustrating South Africa, who simply can't get any good possession. Good work from the Dutch.
So there it is there, the statistic. South Africa have given the ball away 6 times. And when you've only got 7-minute halves, that is crucial. But Fumizo Gadu is on for South Africa, and it could make a big difference. And here's a chance. Williams. Nice hands from Gadu. And she's only little, and somehow she gets through. Just driving those legs. This is good from Jordan. Oh, show and go. Brown, they're very close to the line now. That is aggressive work from the Dutch. And yes, won that contest.
Again, South Africa just can't get any joy at the breakdown of court at all, can they? The Dutch are so dominant there.
So it's just a short kick over the sideline there from Van Rossum. It doesn't matter because they'll still have possession.
Yeah, following the coach's instructions, I think, from half-time. He said, slow the game down. You don't need to be taking quick taps from your own half when you're 17-0 up. So take the kick, uses up a few more seconds, and keeps possession, of course.
So Laros is on for the Netherlands. And so is Mayongo for South Africa in the number 9. And you head out to the midfield with a nice little 1-2 cut. Selbek, she's gone to deck. South African player contesting. They managed to retain the ball. Yeah, they're just playing really sensible, very patient. Happy to set up the breakdowns. Here's a little breakdown the field now. She hasn't quite got the legs, but she breaks, looks for support, and that is a beautiful hit from Laros. She's got the ball to Van Haaskamp, and she's going to finish it off. That's a fantastic try from about 80 metres out.
Yeah, that was lovely play, wasn't it? I think it was Angelka who started it, made the break down the outside really, really well. Knew that she wasn't going to make it and then had the patience. So here she goes, realises she hasn't got the pace to outstrip the really quick covering defence. But fantastic vision, gets the ball out with such pace, and then the ball into the hands of Van Haaskamp, and only one thing's going to happen then.
Yep, Laros, well done, because she knew she had the speed on her outside. And that's Van Haaskamp, the 2011 IRB Sevens Player of the Year, 25 years old. She is the poster girl for the Amsterdam Sevens and her team from the Bassett's Rugby Club. She scored plenty of tries. She's right up there. The top try scorers in this competition. Before this series started, she was already on 11 tries and 57 points. And she's got a double in this one.
So let's see what South Africa can do here. Gardu's on the pitch now, and she's been making things happen. So let's hope she can help South Africa to make something happen here.
Just need to probably straighten up and set it up. See that work there, driving over. And it's one back in fantastic style. I see a Pink. She's having a go on the outside. Williams can't catch her. And turnover ball, attack out wide, and it's another try for the Netherlands.
Yeah, good finish again. It all came though from South African inexperience. They took the ball into contact, and they know all the way through this game the Dutch have been really competing hard at that breakdown. Only put one person in to win it. Dutch turned it over, and a great finish.
It was a good finish, and she put a fend in too, just to make sure. I think South Africa in Dubai, they made the final conversions not good, so 27-0. They made the final in Dubai, surprised a few people getting that far, but they actually played a more physical game then. At the moment, their squad consists of mainly very small, fast girls. They've got the two big props in Williams and Makwazela, but those two haven't been involved much.
No, you can't underestimate the need for some big ball carriers, ball winners in sevens. Yes, it's a game for speedsters. Yes, it's a game for space, but you've got to win the ball first.
And it's a knock on there. It's a great chase once again from the Netherlands. Mara Williams unable to take the kick-off ball. She's a good leader for her team. Williams, not your classic sevens athlete, but when she does take the ball up, she takes out a few defenders.
She does. The problem is that I think they rely on her a little bit too much. You know, the big players in sevens, you do need to rest them. You know, they do their job. They do some ball winning. They do some first phase, and then they need a bit of rest. Mara Williams rarely gets a rest. So by the end of a tournament, you know, she's done a lot of hard work.
I'm not sure if I've seen her come off once. At least she's mentally tough. We know that. And so South Africa being pushed back to their own goal line here by this very aggressive and in-your-face defence. And look at this here. It looks like the Netherlands are Pink. They've had another turnover, and they're so close to the line. This has got to be a try. She did knock it on, but it's penalty, offside. So tap to the right. One. So the number 10, it's Scruton who's out there, and she finishes it off. This is turning out to be a bit of a march.
Yeah, it wasn't the prettiest of final passes out onto the wing, but it got there. That's what's important. They got it into the space. So here we go. This is off the tap. They realise the space is out wide. She hasn't really got the ball in the right place in her hands, but gets it to where she needs to get to, and they finish it off. The Dutch seem to me a fitter team than South Africa, so they've survived this tournament far better. They're still in good shape now, whereas South Africa, they've done a lot of defending this game as well, which is hard work.
Yeah, the fitness requirements in sevens, so tough on the body. LaRosse struck it pretty well, doesn't convert. It's a very good performance from the Netherlands. Fantastic to see them finish on a high note, 32 points to 0. Scott Hastings has their coach.
Gareth Gilbert, some consolation for you with the win in the plate final.
Yeah, fantastic to come back after the disappointment yesterday. Really proud of the team, how they fought back today.
Yeah, your team on day one, shutouts against New Zealand and also against Russia, but you've performed really well against New Zealand. What was the difference coming into today then?
Yeah, I think we really focused on the positives of the game against New Zealand, the energy and the real determination to defend our line, but also to really take it to them. And that energy gave us a lot of confidence coming in today, just to show that we can perform at the highest level.
Now, just a quick comment on this first ever Women's World Series to culminate in the own backyard backyard here in Amsterdam. It must give you a lot of pride with all the support and with the exposure this ladies' game has had.
It's unbelievable. I think this is the biggest crowd I think we've had at a Women's World Series in all four for just women. So yeah, unbelievable. Really, really proud and so happy for Dutch rugby because it's made a huge impact in the country.
And a wee celebration tonight?
Absolutely.
Congratulations. Back to you, Melody.
Thank you very much for that, Scott Hastings. I've got Nigel Stammer-Smith joining me now.
Yeah, I love to see you. And what fun it's been. And nice thoughts there from Gareth Gilbert, the coach of Netherlands, our hosts here.
So this is the presentation of the bowl to the winners, the Netherlands. It's the chairman of the organisations committee from Amsterdam Sevens, George de Vries, and the tournament director, Arnold Mitchell. So it's a lovely occasion for these ladies to end up with some silverware. They've been a bit hot and cold, but when it counted, they came through. We've got some good, talented players here. The full-time professional athletes, part of the Olympic committee, the athletes that they have in the Netherlands. Having a bit of a dance. Party time for them now, I'd say.
And of course we'll be seeing them next in Moscow, won't we, when they are in the pool with Canada, Tunisia and New Zealand. And they will be one of the dark horses maybe in that competition.
I think if they work on the basics, just strip it back a little bit and just work on the passing skills. They've got everything else. They have fitness, they've got agility, they've got a star player in Kelly van Haaskamp. They do have girls with the ability to be ball players, but they just have to get the accuracy. I think that's the only thing that's missing in this very talented team.
Well, perhaps the last few words here from Gareth Gilbert, to the coach about his team. Played so much better today.
The two games today have been, unfortunately, in the bottom of the bowl. But to be honest, the rugby we played in this last game,
chatting him earlier today, and he was disappointed yesterday. They started well off with a big win, and then Russia were a big surprise for them, I think, and they lost quite comfortably there and lifted their game back up to New Zealand. I mean, I know it's 15-0 to New Zealand, but in fact it was a quite an encounter, wasn't it? They had the two of them.
They played well in that match. I think they will be disappointed in general, but at the end of the day, when you finish well, you've got something to work from. Interesting to see where they go. I'm sure they'll be involved in the Grand Prix, the European Grand Prix, which is
probably be in the Eurovision song contest. The way they're singing now, very good. Well, happy end for them of this tournament. Well, what a wonderful city it is. We were lucky to go to the famous Rijksmuseum day before yesterday and saw Van Gogh and Rembrandt there and Vermeer. It's amazing. It's an area of water, isn't it? 1,280 bridges are over the canals. And there's one particularly famous one called the Skinny Bridge, which is extraordinary. A lot of culture too, of course. And, well, as you know, it's got all the tulips here and the flower markets, the restaurants, the pubs, fine old architectural street buildings. and it's always thought as being a European city of beauty and romance. Population of about 800,000 people, and not just hockey being the big game for Netherlands and soccer, but rugby is coming a big game here, especially with the women here. Well, we know that New Zealand are going to be the overall IRB Women's Sevens World Series, and this is the table where we are at the moment. New Zealand, of course, may well get another 20 points in their final with Canada, or will it be Canada who will get 20 points? And the avoidables, of course, go from 20 points down to 18 to the runners-up, and 16 to the third place, 14th, and all the way down. So we are going to see the next one, which will be the 7th and the 8th placing, with Australia and France, with Australia already third in the overall championships, behind New Zealand and England, and the USA fourth at the moment. France, of course, have only had one tournament this season, and that was in Dubai, so they are down in 14th place, but it doesn't really mean a great deal because they didn't play in Houston and in Guangzhou in China as well. So the winners we've seen this season have been New Zealand twice in Dubai and China. England, of course, they won in Houston in the USA, and pretty close behind England have been Australia and United States and Canada. And those, I suppose, perhaps with outside Netherlands as well, will be the top 5 or 6 in the chances of getting the Rugby World Cup Sevens in Moscow. What do you think?
I like Russia's chances. I think that they haven't been in China. They've had less sevens experience than some of the other teams, and they have been dynamite here. Of course, they'll play off the 3rd and 4th. But you never know. I mean, Australia, they don't play many tournaments. They have a very young, exciting team, full of touch players, converted from touch rugby, which is extremely popular in Australia. They've got a huge population there, but a small base of players.
Yeah,
you never know.
Absolutely. I think they've been very exciting promise for the Rugby World Cup Sevens, where they have their regions in Moscow, in Krasnoyarsk, and also up in Siberia, where a lot of women play sevens there. Very athletic too, haven't they? And a lot of pace across the whole. The one thing I think they're a bit short of at the moment may be a bit of beef up at front.
I think that they do have beef, and it's the other Hamadova sister who isn't at this tournament. I think she's about 1.81 m, and she was 78 kilograms.
Yeah, but they weren't, this is where they were not getting enough possession, really, were they, when they were playing New Zealand?
I think with Russia, they want to stay away from playing that power game. They want to use the width, the space. As we look at the Australian lineup and then the French.
Yes, France there, well, the debutants and experience with coach David Courtet. 3 new players who are playing in their first tournament, Meunier, Gracineau and Bilez. But of course, well, the person who leads them, who's played in both World Cups, in both 7s and 15s, has been the captain, Fanny Horter, 27-year-old. And she really is a class rugby player, 7s and 15s as well. Melody.
She's a great name. She was at the Dubai Rugby World Cup, the 7s, in 2009. She's only 27, so she's got plenty of time left in her, for instance, for the Olympics. And she's aggressive. In fact, this whole team plays very direct 7s, confrontational.
And she will remember when they were the one side who beat Australia. France beat Australia in the Rugby World Cup Sevens 09, and of course as Australia went to win the whole cup title, and France beat them in the pool 14 points to 5, and Fanny Horter was there. So they've been developing this season. They just played into Dubai, didn't do too well there. They only won against Brazil, losing to Australia there 29-0. But they've done a lot of work in between times, and here they come with an Australia side which coach Chris Lane has given some of his younger and less experienced players their chance for the starting lineup for Australia, with 3 teenagers in the side, with Evania Pelite, Alicia Quirk and Charlotte Kaslik. They are the 3 teenagers. And the referee here, well, he's been playing both in the men's and women's World Series events, and that's Kevin White from Scotland. And of course these days we see so many results in sevens games that are so unpredictable these days in the world, women's and men's. So France underway, and into the ball goes Australia, the Wallaroos. Oh, and a breakthrough by Bilez. Bilez nearly got in time, but it was Pelite who was there in cover for Australia.
It's gone down, release, tackle blue. Playing advantage.
Right on their own goal line here.
It's advantage over.
Nice cut inside by Penitani. One of the 17-year-olds breaks down again. And France now with a chance with Gracineau, one of the bigger players in their side. Coming from Bordeaux, away by Mounier. Good passing here, and Horta. Well, it wasn't the best pass from her ever, but still it's with Maillan. And a chance. Horta passes it on, and France get the first try. The try scored by Anaïs Lajuzine.
Doesn't look good.
Yeah, it doesn't too.
Well, it was pretty messy, to be honest, but a nice little dummy there. The Australian defence, they hadn't numbered off. No one knew who was taking who. And Lagugine into the line and just basically skipped over.
Yeah, it's unlucky there. Player sort of landed on her quite reasonably. It wasn't an offence or anything, but just landed awkwardly there. But what a good start it is for French, with a chance to become 7th. This being the 7th and 8th place position. And it looks that's good news. Anaïs Lagugine.
Time on.
What a wonderful conversion. So tremendous. Well, the perfect start by France. And Australia disappointing, of course, with their 2 defeats today, losing to Russia and losing to Spain, narrowly in both, of course. But, you know, confidence is a big part in sports. Is that a little knock on? Perhaps not, from Penitani.
Sorry, thank you.
This is Quirk. Bounced into touch.
Yeah, just that end pass, just going slightly to deck. I do like how the Australians play. I think they've got very good basic skills. They've started out being able to spiral pass, have plenty of width. It's just some of the other basics of sevens, for instance, their defensive lines. Let's see how they do it this time.
But what I like about France is they have flair, like the men do as well. And look at this, beautifully done. Cutting across now is Biez. Big tackle there. They've been very close in the encounters they've been in all the games, apart from against England. They've only lost by 1 point, 1 try or 1 penalty. And what's happening there? Is it knock on? Or is it 22? No, it is going to be a scrum.
Yeah, she needed to stay on her feet and try and pick it up and stay in play. Yeah, this French team, I think they've got tricky feet. They changed direction a lot. It's very difficult to mark them because they don't have any particular structure like you'd expect some teams, you know, them to go wide, but
well, they play off the cuff, don't they?
They really do.
And that's, I think that's particularly exciting.
Across the board, isn't it, with French teams?
Yes, it is. You know, they only lost, well, they beat Canada, of course, in the opening game, 8-7. Lost to England 5-12. Beat South Africa. Lost to USA 7-10. You know, it's all close, except that one game against England in the Cup quarter-final, the vital round, of course, on the second day. Pressure here. France camping in Australia's 22. Straight into the hands of Lagagine. Not a good pass, Horta. Took it back, though. Recovered it again.
No hands.
Maillard into the hands of Ledouf. That's a clever little kick. It's a race, but the race is won by Pelite.
22.
Yeah, good pace there by Pelite. But to be honest, she'd come out of the line of defence and she needed to clean it up. Quick tap there from the Australian.
Shannon Parry. Australia. Pelite and away by Parry again. And this is Kaslik, a very promising 18-year-old. Pelite again. And now Australia on the real breakaway now. And this is going to be perhaps a chance for Penitani, this 17-year-old from Maruba in New South Wales. Absolutely, well, just left them behind. All the French side just couldn't catch with her.
Well, I think the 3 teenagers in this team have been the best this tournament. Penitani, one of them. They've been really aggressive, put their foot down, gone for it when they had breaks. Kaslik, the other one involved in that, she got the pass away to her. They've been outstanding.
So the conversion could level it to 7-all. This is Katrina Barker. No problem with that.
When you look at this Australian team, they're just starting out in terms of developing their side.
Well, absolutely. I think, you know, Chris Lane is thinking, right, Olympic Games 2016, 17-year-olds, 18-year-olds, bring them early on. So level all, 7-all. Doesn't go 10 metres. Bad mistake, really. Just gives free ball to the opposition. Little tap and shake it. Well, nice bounce. Lucky, wasn't she, really, there with Maillard. Back inside to Gracineau. Meunier. Marjorie Maillard once more. And now to Ledouf. And Horta went forward.
Well, the intention was right because she had a man out free outside her. The pass, had it been backwards, it would have been on.
Yeah, a real chance there. There was a little space.
All of these
forward pass.
All of these French girls have played a lot of 15-a-side. There's plenty of experience in their team with a couple of 30-year-olds.
Crouch. Touch. Set.
Yeah, just Lagagine and Horta, the 1-2 who played in the last Rugby World Cup sevens 4 years ago. Good play again. This is Horta, Fanny Horta, into the hands of Biez. 21-year-old, comes from Perpignan, which is a quite a strong women's rugby club, that is. Here's Horta. The hooter has sounded, 7 minutes up, but here's a chance. Might get another try. Well, if it's gone wide and a bad pass, either way, it would have been a try if it had been a good pass. There was definite overlaps, both sides. What a waste.
It was, because everything up until that point had looked so good.
Here come Australia, though, as they so often do, the counter-attack. And once again, it's Penitani, and no one's going to catch her. Well, hardly out of their own half, and yet they've got 2 tries. And really, I think France can just sort of kick themselves for wasting 2 opportunities already in this half. And so it's Australia who take the lead at half-time.
What I like about that is that Pelete drew the defence across, and then Penitane cut back, but late. And that meant she ran into the hole, and then all she needed to do was glide her way to the try line. Really powerful player as well, the 17-year-old who's played in the Australian Youth Olympics and plays on the wing. And with the conversion, Australia, extraordinary really, I think have only been out of their half only twice. 2 tries, 2 conversions. They lead at half-time 14-7.
Good fight back. Well done, that's that spirit, all right? Now we're going to find it again. All right? Let's just dig deep. Let's get something out of it. Still going to make our one-on-one tackles. We've got to stay on our feet, get our legs in nice and tight. Make that shoulder contact and keep those legs moving, all right? We're missing tackles because we're lunging from too far away. All right? The rest of it's all right. Good enthusiasm. Yeah. Be strong over the ball. Get that ball out the breakdown as quick as we can, all right? Because they're coming through and trying to storm the half-back. So clear it. Oh, okay. All right. There'll be a hole next to the ruck, all right? If it's on, go through that hole.
Huddle, and here David Cote with France. Well, they're very much in this one. I thought it would be up and down, which it will go. It's unpredictable. And that's been wonderful the whole season, really, hasn't it? We've got New Zealand and Canada in the final, and that will be the 4th different final that we'll have seen this season.
And the other good thing about that is that not all of these teams have used the same squad, so a lot of them are still developing. So even though New Zealand have won this first series, that doesn't mean they're going to win the World Cup, because England have only actually rolled out their top squad, the biggest names, once, and that's when they took out Houston. And then there's been plenty of experimentation in a number of the other sides. For instance, Rebecca Tarvo from Australia, the very, very talented centre, she's been left home, and she will be at the World Cup, no doubt about that.
Blue, you ready?
So,
Golden, you ready?
14-7. Australia want to end up on a winning note, albeit not in the final they'd love to have been in. But here come France. Nice little switch inside there from Lepesque. This another youngster. Good play, and here's another youngster too, Biaz.
Play on. Happy with that.
I gotta say, that was one of the best fins I've actually seen this entire tournament from Le Duff. She basically gets the ball here. Have a look at this. Eyes up, Madison Leslie Elliott, and takes her out with her palm of her hand. Love it.
Fine, that's fine.
Mistake, of course, by Biaz to kick the ball after it.
Going backwards.
And that is sort of, well, something you learn after a while. Gordon Tietjens will not let his men sevens play kicking the ball. It is tempting sometimes when you think you're a bit isolated. Still in play. Amandine Vaupre, one of the more experienced players in her rugby years. She's 31, but it's also her new appearance in a tournament in the World Series.
She's lucky the Australian player knocked that on, because she was actually off her feet and playing the ball on the ground.
Crouch, touch, set.
That's where the hard stuff goes in the front row. Kept in play by
Gold, you're going
Charlotte
down.
Kaslik.
6.
As you said, I think she's a very promising youngster, the 18-year-old. France with Grassino into the hands of Jade Lepesque.
Roll 1. Release, check to 6.
Well, there's no one to pick up the ball afterwards except the Australian. How sensible. Picked up now with Alicia Quirk.
Ouch.
Absolutely. Well, that's what rugby can happen, particularly around the bottom of your ribs there.
Well, it was her head that got smashed. She got tackled around the ribs and then her head.
Yeah.
Let's have a
And
look.
the yellow card.
There you go. Too high. Dangerous stuff.
It was. So I thought it was a rib that was hurt, but maybe the head. And that's unfortunate indeed. So France down to 6 players for 2 minutes.
Grassino.
Camille Grassino, yes, from Bordeaux. One of the newcomers. She'll learn not to do that again.
Well, the thing is, it's even worse in a sevens game if you don't have discipline, because the field's so big and with 6 players, you've let your team down, basically.
It's bad enough with 7 on the field.
Exactly.
You're right.
So Alicia Quirk is okay.
Mark, hold it for me.
21-year-old from Sunnybank in New South Wales. And they give us the ball straight away. Yes. Well, there you go. Kaslik.
Okay, roll 7.
With those 2 tries, a bit of a setback for France.
It's advantage over. Backwards of goal.
And missed, that was by Jade Lepesque. Had a chance there to kick it on further, but they've got a penalty here.
Let it go.
And just inexperience from Quirk, once again, playing on the ground.
Remember, 6 only in this French side at the moment. Fanny Horter. Knocked down by Etheridge. Break now by Christine Ledouf. Horter again inside. Meunier. Nice pass into de Ledouf. Tried to get the supporting player who wasn't quite near enough, and that was Amandine Vaupré.
I do like how the French play, because when they make a bit of a break,
3, 10 and 12
they're always
blue.
looking to offload
3, 10 and 12
to keep the continuity going. And Ledouf has been good in this match.
Here comes on Marie-Charlotte Ebel, one of the biggest side in their squad.
Just going to go to the back.
She comes from
Substitutions complete.
up in the Normandy area.
It's fine. Release her, blue. Playing advantage.
Oh, and taken away, but...
Tackler, she's gone to her knees. You've got to
unlucky
release.
for France there.
That's an interesting way of tapping the ball
Release,
there.
tackler. Thank you.
Absolutely. Nice pass, beautiful pass coming from Etheridge there. Bit of pace here with Kaslik again. And now Leslie Elliott. But France surviving well with their 6.
Sitting off. Let it go.
Still only with 6 as well, and the breakaway from Lepesque. Lepesque, has she got the pace? Not quite, I don't think. Hurled into touch by Evania Pelita.
Jade Lepesque, she's such a solid sevens player.
Time off substitutions. Numbers, please.
She's played with a lot of New Zealanders. She's been based in Auckland. Came back to star in the Six Nations.
Okay, just hold on.
The thing about her is her work rate. she'll keep going all day.
1 and 5 golden off.
Well, the 2 minutes hasn't, has it come up? Yes, 1, 2, 3, 6. No, still not quite 2 minutes to get back. A complete 7 for France.
Time on.
Now, the line out last time, they did a nice off-the-top ball, but the halfback received it so close to the sideline. She needs to come around more. Now, that's better.
Behind their own goal line at the moment, but that can often be a very position from which to counter-attack. Well, good defence really from the 6 French players. And they have a chance now with Christelle Ledeuf. Goes wide, surely they must score here if they go wide. Now it's a chance for Lepesque. This time she gets the score. And that opens the game again. 14-12. And with 6 players, all credit to them.
That was excellent work. And Jade Lepesque kept the width out wide, and that allowed her team to identify there was an overlap there because the Australian defence had been lazy. They hadn't slid across, they hadn't numbered up, and Jade Lepesque over for a fantastic 5 points, and that makes this game very close.
Lepesque, who made her debut for France in Las Vegas, an international invitation to a year ago now, indeed. She also played in London last week, where France were disappointed there. They lost every game with this same side. Transformed. 14-12, 2 points the difference.
Okay. Hands are on.
Good breakout this by Australia here, Palita.
Playing advantage.
The referee gives the penalty for not releasing the ball quickly enough. Full squad now for France. But they've got to get a score.
Gold.
Just a last one chance, and in fact with that is a penalty to Australia. They can just use the time up now, just the last few seconds. In fact, there's the hooter. The ball goes into touch, and Australia just hang on there. With a bit of luck, one senses, but at least in the first half, their 2 breakouts were superb tries, whereas France had most of the possession and most of the territorial.
They certainly have. It's a good win in the end for Australia, 14-12. They've had brief moments of where they've been brilliant. In fact, that's been the signature of their entire tournament, really.
So, 7th in this World Series Women's in Amsterdam is for Australia, and France take 8th.
So as you can see from that graphic for the plate final, last met yesterday when Spain lost by 17 points to 5. Well, Spain produced the best performance in the semi-final, dispatching Australia by 55. Irene Mateo is a dangerous player to watch out for, whilst Elizabeth Martinez scored 2 tries in that semi-final victory. United States, who were unbeaten on day 1 with victories against Brazil, Spain and Australia, slipped up this morning in the quarter-final match. Watch out for the strong-running Venetia McGee, though, the US skipper, and Victoria Foylean, who has notched up to 5 tries already in this Amsterdam tournament. Now that's what they're playing for. The plate here in the IRB Sevens World Series. An excellent crowd here for the series of finals here at the Amsterdam Sevens. And well, alongside me, the former England 15s and 7s player Sue Day and Sue. A real improvement here for both teams. We were both talking about these how even these two teams are actually matched.
Yeah, really tight one to call. They've had really different tournaments. USA did very, very well yesterday. Spain had a poor day yesterday. We've come back really, really strongly, inspired by Marina Bravo. So an interesting call. Interesting to see how it turns out.
Number 5. 3. Ready? You ready,
So
Captain?
the team's all set.
Ready?
And kicking off for the United States, Kimber Rossier. She's the playmaker of this team. Rossi, 23 years of age, and well, an advantage here because it was a knock-on from Gillian Potter right from, in fact, it was Potter who knocked the ball on, so advantage being played. All the USA up quickly in the defensive alignment there through Kelly Griffin. Now the ball played back here. Oh, very strong, aggressive play there by Spain. The ball comes back out wide, and extra men outside. Alexandra Castillon. Castillon gets the support of Irene Mateo. The turnover ball. McGee and Foylean. And this is Gillian Potter. Potter up the tram line she goes. Cover tackle then comes in. Sabre tackle, offload there into Griffin. Griffin on the inside to Foylean. Foylean gets the support of Griffin. Great interplay, but adjudged that the ball was knocked forward, says referee Marlies Jordan.
Great interplay, wasn't it? Lovely support from the US team. Here goes Gillian Potter down the ring, really stretching those long legs out. Lovely offload. Looked like a simple 2-on-1 and Foylean was going to be in, as she has done all tournament, but great scratch defence from Spain.
Yeah, 5 tries in this tournament. That's a big front row there. Left of your pictures, McGee on the scrum.
Touch. Set.
So disruptive scrum. McGee, Potter, and in that middle is Kelly Griffin. Kelly Griffin, the hooker in this USA women's team, being towered by her props. Look at that. There's a clear head height difference between the hooker and her 2 props.
Yeah, the interesting one to get the balance right in that scrimmage, won't it? You think USA have got to try and take Spain on physically here.
Good hook by Spain, and Spain just opted to just kick the ball down towards the 10-yard line. So just playing the territory game, Spain.
Yeah, I think against a big physical side like the US, who do like to compete at the breakdown, it's not a bad move at all to kick for touch there. Get it out of the danger areas. You don't. Well, last thing you want is a turnover on your own 5-metre line.
Open up.
Devon Ossiani with the throw-in. Of course, the scrum half also acts a hooker in the sevens game. 7 minutes each way. The main final coming up, that's of course is 10 minutes each way, so a test of fitness as well as endurance.
What is it?
As a player, I was never quite sure of the wisdom of those 10 minutes each way at the end of the tournament.
They fell back, so I'm happy, okay? There are no influence on the game, okay? Coach!
Berta Garcia on that far side, propping for Spain. Ball put in. Mata Caban was the scrum half. Now, good play here from Elizabeth Martinez, and out wide is Laura Esprit. Esprit takes on Christy Riggenberg on the outside. Riggenberg grabs onto her opposite number, recycle possession, and an attacking opportunity. Berta Garcia, long pass then, out onto Marta Caban. Alexandra Castillon not finding much space down that wing. Look at the USA flatline defence once again. McGee, well, missed the tackle on Berta Garcia. Oh, good offload there from Marina Bravo. And USA will eventually a 2-on-1 on the far side. But a good tackle comes in from Christy Riggenberg. So again, extra players over. Pass wasn't quite delivered to Castillon. Castillon. This is Berta Garcia. Garcia up the middle. Garcia, can she get the opening try? Yes, she is. Garcia for Spain then opens the proceedings in this plate final.
Yeah, the US had done a really good job of keeping their defensive shape there from one side of the pitch to the other and back again. But Spain stretched them really well, and when you do that, you start to create holes. Just puts her head up here and goes for it. Unfortunately, I think the two US defenders almost trip one another up. She sees the gap and powers straight under the post. Really strong player.
Yeah, an excellent try there. Scored in the... of course, these two teams did meet in the early rounds. Well, that was a misconversion, and really that's inexcusable even at this level. Spain 5, USA 0. But of course, these two teams did meet in the group stages. USA won that one by 17 points to 5, but it's 5 points up for Spain, and certainly proving a handful. And look at that for a possession stat.
Amazing, isn't it? The US have hardly had their hands on the ball at all. It's been such a step up for Spain today compared to yesterday. It's almost like they didn't wake up yesterday. They just couldn't get things going, couldn't get over the gain line. Today, completely different story.
Yeah, not only losing to the USA, but they lost to Australia by 7 points to 31 before putting 26 points on Brazil. Today they played against New Zealand, lost that by 5 to 14, but then turned over Australia 15 points to 5. So these two teams really quite evenly matched. Rosier with the pass away. Oslani. Good passing here to, this is McGee. Potter comes back in the angle. Now can she cut an angle to the post? Yes, she can. The response is immediate.
Potter saying to Garcia, anything you can do, I can do better. We've had from each team, the big, strong forward showing the speedy players out wide how it's done. I'm going to take it through the middle and I'm going to do it really well.
Well, even Potter didn't need a broomstick to get under the sticks there, did she?
Oh dear. No, she's good. Really strong running, fantastic knee lift, and no one's catching her.
She actually has really caught the eye in this tournament, Sudi, hasn't she? Really hard working, and also her defensive skill. When she hits that tackle, you know you're going to get a bit of a bruise.
Yeah, hard working's the thing about Gillian Potter. She does so much work in first phase, so much work in the tight, and yet has enough energy when someone gives her the ball in space like that to really go for it. A real find for the US team.
So Kimber Rossier, she's a good little player, this girl, and has all the skill set. And you'll notice that, well, there's the half-time whistle. So Spain were quite happy just to have the breather as Marino Bravo kicks the ball into touch. We've been royally entertained here in this plate final. It's United States, however, who lead Spain at half-time by 7 points to 5.
Spain 7, United States of America.
Last 7 minutes, it's about getting the balls to the walls. Okay? The balls must stay disciplined. Don't play their style again. Make them play up to our style again. Get the tempo high, get the pace high, get moving off the ball. Right? Stick the tackles. If you miss something, you get on your ass and you chase all the day. So let them outwork. Because remember, the prize for our side is no one ever outworks it among the Americans. No one ever outworks us. We're smarter. We've got more heart than anyone. Take this simple. So proud of the way they've been playing. My smile's on my face.
Come on, guys, you got to go, 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 go.
Well, Boris Gutierrez is the coach to the Spanish team. Just having his final words. Well, I was just speaking to Mr. Arnaud Michel, the tournament director, and well, Arnaud Michel and his cohorts and the organising committee, they've done a grand job here to include the IRB Women's Sevens World Series into the Amsterdam Sevens, the 42nd playing of the Amsterdam Sevens. This is the plate final between United States and Spain, and Arnold and his team, well, they've done a magnificent job here, Sue.
Yeah, they really have. It's been a fantastic place to have the final round of the Women's World Series. Amsterdam always put on a great show of sevens, so great to be here.
A real atmosphere. Now, kick-off for Spain is through Laura Esbri taken by McGee. Well, that was solid, it was powerful, it was strong. Into Griffin, but Griffin spills the ball, the mistake that comes in there. And 4 passing or 4 errors from the United States in the tie so far.
Yeah, it's those errors that have let them down, isn't it? They've been a really strong side. They've got some great pace and power, but at times it's just those handling errors that have let them down. It's pretty crucial for Spain to get Marina Bravo up and going again. She's an absolutely critical player for them. Captain, playmaker, and often finisher. Yeah,
normally a fullback in 15s, but running repairs and sporting a rather bit of natty headwear, is it not?
Very, very colourful, isn't it? It looks like there's a bandage on the side of her head that's perhaps protecting.
What I love about this women's game is that there's no love lost between these teams. They hit the tackle as strong as anybody in the world of rugby. Scampering away was Marta Caban. Wide pass here, Elizabeth Martinez out onto the wing, Laura Esprit thumped to the ground by Kimber Rossi for the United States. Well, there's players over if they can move the ball quickly, but held up centre field. And not potentially the right option from Paula Mendy Lopez. Turnover ball, was it? No, it's back on the Spanish side. This is Lopez. Lopez tackled by Christy Riggenberg. Again, USA, they're good to set their defensive line. They're piling in the tackles.
Excellent defensive pressure and defensive organisation for US so far.
And of course, when you don't have the ball, it really is well. What about that for a pass? What a wonderful bit of skill that was. This is Berta Garcia. Garcia, well, oh, marvellous tackle comes in from Victoria Follerin. Show then by Maria Ribera. Ribera goes to deck. Lopez manages to offload here to Berta Garcia. Garcia's been strong, but look at Gillian Potter's tackle. Up for the cause. Now, Marina Bravo, she's the captain, throws a long pass. This is out wide. Well, here's the speedster, Laura Esprit, and Esprit is in under the post. No one at home for the United States. And that puts Spain into the lead in this plate final.
Yeah, Spain had a lot of possession there, didn't they? It came from a fantastic piece of vision in their own half from Marina Bravo that got Spain over the gain line. And then they just kept possession, kept putting the pressure on until there was Martinez one-on-one with Riggenberg, and Martinez has all the pace. Riggenberg had no chance.
The Esprit in for the try, and the additional 2 points she adds to her try. And Laura Esprit, the minute she got the ball, she knew where the space was on the wide outside. And when you don't have the ball in sevens, it's hard work when you're defending all that time.
Yeah, they'd stretched the defence so much that Christy Riggenberg was all on her own. Esprit could have gone on the outside, gone on the inside, and that's so hard to defend against. She finished really well.
So Laura Esprit has kicked her team into the lead, 12 points to 7 with that try and conversion. The take was through Gillian Potter. McGee, now through the hands, it goes out wide to a Machino. Clean ball here for the United States. They're in the 22. Victoria Follerin. Well, just a knock on here from Spain. And for Leon, it's all about whether the United States can get the ball into the flying winger.
That's exactly right. When she has a bit of space, she's impossible to stop. But that time, Martina decided to cut back inside.
Well, there was a big tackle that came in from Marina Bravo, and it looks as though Victoria Follerin, well, I don't know if she's really well enough to continue. She's all over the place.
Yeah, she certainly looks like she's struggling. Here we go. a big hit, and I think, oh, it's there on the floor, so it's not so much the tackle as the landing from the tackle, and she's hit her head really hard there and looks in a bit of trouble.
Well, she's upstanding, so that's a good sign, but interesting. I'm just trying to listen into Marlies Jordan, the referee, and I just wonder if she should have a word. She was closer to the action, may have seen, certainly when Forlean came off the tackle, she knew, well, when she stood up from that bang on the head, she knew that she wasn't quite well, but, well, that's good to see, actually.
Yeah, and a player in that situation, give them the choice, are you okay to carry on? Of course, every time the answer is going to be...
A player always wants to stay on the pitch, especially when there's a little bit of silverware at the end. Well, Marchino, she's a strong running Natalie Marchino, and here we go. Well, the kick was half charged down. Good input here from Martin Caban, up the middle goes Maria Ribera, but they spill in the ball. McGee now takes the ball away. Potter was inside. McGee well tracked down and tackled by Laura Esprit. Well, kicking the ball away. Was that a good idea, Sudé?
That was not...
Penalty. Well, you can't throw the ball out because it's a penalty, so... Marta Caban didn't realise that by throwing the ball out is an automatic penalty, and the United States have just taken a quick one. Christy Riggenberg goes on the wide arc on the outside. Has she got the pace to get in at the corner? Gillian Potter, whose work rate has been so impressive, is in support, as is McGee. Ball spilt, though, from the United States. Backwards, says referee Marlies Jordan. But maybe reassesses that decision and blows for the knock-on.
I think US probably a little bit unlucky there. I'm not sure that Spain ever got completely 10 on that penalty. Probably lucky to get the penalty in the first place. A big mistake from Spain to give them that. All coming from the kick in the first place, which can't have been the right option.
Sorry, Sue, I was just going to say 1.5 minutes, literally, or 1 minute 20 seconds on the clock. You really feel as though Spain will have to score from deep, but of course it's the United States putting at the scrum, so they have to, at this moment, the clock is your best friend. All right, there was a knock-on, so that has been agreed, so it's back into Spain's put-in.
Yeah, so Spain need to keep their hands on the ball now. It's all about the next 55 seconds. If they can keep the ball, they win the game.
Interesting that the pick up from Griffin. Now Griffin out into Potter. She drives for the line, brought down in the tackle. Recycle possession. Forlean is on the outside. Can she score? The American into the corner. Well, she's one of the fastest here, and is that the winning try? Luckily she stayed on, and for the United States that may well be the winning try for this USA team in the plate final.
If there's one player on your team that you want to have their hands on the ball in that situation, it's Paula, and she has been such a great finisher for them here. Gets the ball in her hands here, nobody is going to stop her from there. Over the line, scores the try, but it's wide, of course. Conversion drops short, and so it's all square.
12 all. Do we have extra time? Well, the hooter went there, I think, and overheard it on the PA system here, so we're in the final play then. Christy Riggenberg. Well, that was well taken by Marina Bravo, such a solid player. Well, you can't end the game on a penalty.
Yes.
So the tap and go will be through Marina Bravo, the captain, who has been a power of strength in this team. Switch play was possibly on, but the ball bounced favourably for Spain. Look at the pressure and the tackles coming in from the States. They've still got the ball through. Maria Ribera into Martin Caban. A loose pass on the wide outside. Elizabeth Martinez now. Martinez skips and dances. Riggenberg was in with a tackle. Was that a knock on? Yes, it was. Well, extra time. What gripping and thrilling play here between these two teams.
Goodness me, as a player, extra time, it's exhausting, Sevens. They've just got through 2 really tough halves and they've got to go again. Fantastic scramble defence from the US at the end there. They did not give up, kept putting the pressure on.
Extra time is quarterfinal Spain against.
Well, officially, the coaches actually shouldn't be on the field at this half-time, and that's against the laws of the 7-a-side game. And the Spanish coach is complaining here. It's a little bit of an edge and advantage. So it'll be first score, golden score. Well, they are actually allowed on. So anyway, first score will dictate where this plate goes to. Will it be on the plane to the United States or will it be down to Spain?
Yeah, pressure's on, isn't it? No side now can afford to make a mistake. It's so important that they keep their hands on the ball, keep it simple, don't throw loose passes, don't throw loose offloads, keep the ball.
Well, Victoria Forlean, she got injured there. She crunched her head off the paddock. She stayed on the pitch. Well, and she scored the try to keep the United States within the final. The conversion was missed. So it's a golden score that will dictate where this plate goes to, and that can be a drop goal or a try.
Worth remembering, of course, that Spain, I think their first try, missed a conversion pretty much in front of the post, and that's why conversions are so crucial in sevens.
Yeah, very much so. Well, when I said to the audience who'll be watching this at home, yes, there is the option of penalty, a penalty drop goal, or a try scored. There is actually one other way you could score, which is it's a penalty try. So there you go, a penalty try. So there's 3.
How many penalty tries have you seen in sevens?
Not many. Anyway, back to the action here. Hope you're enjoying this at home. We certainly are here in Amsterdam. Extra time on the plate final. First to score wins the plate. Griffin then searches for the ball. Riggenberg through the hands out wide. This is Marchino to Victoria Forlean. Forlean up the touchline, throws the ball back inside, intercepted by the covering Spanish player Marta Caban.
Worked out very, very well from the US there in the end, because the offload went into Spanish hands, but then they managed to bundle her straight into touch. So great possession from the US on the halfway line.
Well, this is going to test the fitness of both these teams. Katie Doughty with the throw-in. She's figure skated for 12 years. She's skating across the paddock on this occasion. Natalie Marchino up to the 10-yard line. Good quick ball here. This is Gillian Potter. Route 1 for Potter. McGee, the captain of the United States team. She's physical, she's strong, but the tackling is good from Paula Medina Lopez. Katie Doughty. Well, this has been excellent work by both teams. Marchino absolutely skived in the tackle by Marta Caban. Griffin picks up on the halfway line. Well, we've had one stoppage. There's McGee up the touchline. McGee for the plate final. And McGee has won the plate final for the United States with that individual brilliance. And celebrations all round for the United States.
A great captain's job from Venetia McGee there, wasn't it? Really good finish. She must be absolutely exhausted, but did the real leader's thing.
Well, Venetia McGee from the New York Rugby Club. She participated in the 2010 Women's Rugby World Cup. Well, she'll remember that one for a long, long time, because she scored the winning try here in the IRB Women's Sevens World Series in Amsterdam, the plate final. And the two coaches, well, what sportsmanship is that? Absolutely superb. So delight all round for the United States. Final. What a great final. United States 17 points to 12. Let's join Melody Robinson down pitch side.
I had Coach Rick Suggett with me. That was a little bit close for comfort.
Oh, yeah, you know, we've always had a lot of respect for Spain. We've always had close games against them. They're so fiery. But again, credit to our girls for sticking through it. We showed a lot of heart and a lot of character, and hopefully the fans really enjoyed today's game.
You've won the plate. Are you satisfied with your overall tournament?
No, we're never satisfied, as you know, but you know what? We're really happy. The Dutch Rugby Union did a great job. The IRB did a really good job in making sure that it was a world-class event. And again, you know, hopefully on for better and better things. And we're really looking forward to watching the next final.
Now, World Cup next month. It's obvious your team is super fit. What are you doing in the lead-up?
Well, we're probably going to spend some time in the ocean in San Diego and just enjoy ourselves for a week. And then, yeah, we're going to get back to the drawing board and, you know, take a good look at the teams that are in our pool. And then hopefully we get a few knockoffs in the other pool so we got an easy route on day 2.
Do you think you're going to change your squad at all?
Boy, oh boy, you know, I hope not. I mean, we got a couple of surprises waiting back home, but, you know, we're pretty loyal here.
Well, congratulations on the plate and enjoy the beach too.
We'll enjoy it. Hey, thanks a lot, you guys. Great tournament. Appreciate it. Good to see you again.
Well, there was a good tournament. There is what the girls have been playing for. And Ronald Mayer of Westholder Sport, who will present the presentation plate. And with him is George de Vries, the chairman of the organising committee of the Amsterdam Sevens, and also Arnold Michel in the middle at the back there. And delight for the United States, and the happy smile there from Venetia McGee, the captain's try to win this plate final. Don't go away, folks. Third, fourth playoff coming up next.
Well, our second to last match today, it's the playoff for the third and fourth. It's two teams with similar attributes: power, aggression, fitness. England against Russia. They've never met each other in the World Series, so this is going to be very interesting. Russia played 17, won 11, lost 5. You can see that England have won 18. Here's the lineup for the Russian team. No surprises here. This is the core 7 that the coach Pavel Baranovsky has been using. Muharia Mova, the captain, and of course we just keep mentioning her name, Hamadova, in the number 5 jersey. But for England, check this out. Just 2 reserves, and they're probably the key players, Rachel Burford and Katie McLean. What's going on here today?
Well, for start, it looks like England have got some injuries there. No Tash Brennan, no Kay Wilson, no Marley Packer. So it's a short, you know, they're short for this game, which is never good in the last game day of the tournament. But then with Rachel Burford, Katie McLean on the bench, probably the 2 most experienced players. It looks like Barry Maddox is doing what he said he would do all along and giving those players a shot who probably aren't within his core for the World Cup, giving them one last chance to show what he can do.
Well, it's a great test because it's pressure time. And they're playing one of the sides that I believe will feature very strongly in the World Cup next month, especially on home soil. That gives you a massive advantage. England doing the little warm-up that we've seen them do a number of times here, getting the shoulders ready. Susie Appleby in the middle, giving instructions.
Just an excuse for Susie to get herself onto the pitch, isn't it? Probably wants to play.
Well, she was a very good halfback in her time, no doubt about it. And Sherry Trumbull, she gets the honours of the second to last match. That means after the 2 days of play, she's been ranked number 2 out of the referees. She has had a good tournament. The IRB have been developing female referees because the aim is at the Olympics that it will only be female referees for the women's competition. That's fantastic. So we're underway here. Harmadova looked like she was going to take it, then she left it, and that played straight into the hands of England. And this is a good attacking phase we can see here. Laybourne gets taken down, the speedster, and now Matthews, good passing skills here. It's Fran Matthews, two sisters out there. It's Alexandra, big, powerful. Oh, nice hands, Emily Scott. This is good work. Chamberlain just inching ever closer to the try line. England, there's a lot of aggression here. Big defence from Harmadova. Oh, she's put her body over the ball and won it for Russia. Excellent work at the breakdown. Big pass. And I've got numbers here, Russia. What can they do behind the 22? It's very accurate passing. And now it's Usata, who's at the end of the chain, looking to go to the far side of the field. What's Harmadova going to do? She opts to pass. There's a 2-on-1 there. And this is a good break for Russia. She's running towards her support players here. And two of the support players reach her. The pass from Kazakova. This is great play from Russia, just continuing the attack. How long will this English defence last? Well, not long, because Yamatskaya has gone through and Matthews has missed her. That is a fantastic try after I don't know how many phases, but plenty.
Yeah, they stretched the defence in there. They've done that better and better as this tournament's gone on. Move teams from one side to the other. It just creates space then for the pace of Yamatskaya. Puts her head up, sees Emily Scott in front of her, not quite in position in defence, and just goes for it.
Well, what's interesting about Russia's pattern is that they play almost identical to New Zealand.
Yeah, that's right. When the two teams played each other earlier in the tournament, you almost couldn't tell the difference. Really, really slick passing, moving it one way, moving it the other. The whole point of which is to just stretch that defence, create a gap somewhere for the speedy second players to have a go through.
Well, effective that time, no doubt about it. And Hariamova has converted. So it's 7-0 to Russia. And Hariamova does the honours at kick-off time, and she's gone deep. Lands just over the 22. Russia wanting to make England attack deep in their half, and this is Laybourne. She always likes to put the foot down, but then she pulls out. What's happening here, this breakdown battle? Wow, Harmadova again, upsetting England ball. And the Russians win it back.
Yeah, we've seen this time after time from this Russia team. They're so strong in the breakdown, put so much pressure on, turn the ball over. That's where the try came from initially, a turnover on their own 5-metre line. They've really put the pressure on there.
Every single one of these Russian athletes are good at that breakdown area, as we see Malikina. She passes up to Harmadova. Now she puts the pedal on, and she's quick, and she's certainly determined. And her teammates tell her, put the ball under the posts. And she does indeed. So that is another try for Russia, looking good so far.
Yeah, at the moment they've just got a little bit too much power for England on the outside, haven't they? You saw Ruth Laybourne go for it, then change her mind and stop on the other side of the pitch. Here, Harmadova wasn't in two minds at all. She just went for it. And I think, you know, maybe England, that's what England need to do, really go for those outside channels.
Yeah, the opposite mindset from the two on the wing there. She has been fantastic. Scores so many tries. She's an absolute weapon. So that makes it 14-0. I think she's a star. She's very lean, all muscle. And of course, if you haven't watched Women's Sevens before, you probably don't know, but she's got a sister even bigger than her. She's 1.80 m. And her sister's 78 kilograms and about the same height.
Yeah, and she's played in earlier tournaments, and I'm sure the opposition are hoping that she doesn't make it back for the World Cup.
This is better from England. And the ball out there to Allen. And Laybourne does a cutback, and that's nice. Good footwork. Oh, she's looking good here. Will she make the break? Just pulled in from Maligina. And once again, Russia win the breakdown battle, win possession. And here's a threat. Good defence. You see Yamatskaya get around so often, but she was taken care of. And here she is, Hamadova, just glided through the two defensive players. They can't even touch her, and she goes in for her double.
Yeah, so you can see that England are holding off her a little bit. They know that she's the key player. They know that she's a strong runner. The worst thing you can do against a player like that is sit back and wait for them to come to you. The English defence, you can see here, is not coming up very quickly. They've got to push up on her. You've got to push her backwards.
Well, that was actually Laban, who is probably faster than Hamadova. She needed to push across, push hard, be aggressive.
That's right, you can see England, I think, missing. On the bench, they've got Rachel Burford, Katie McLean, who'd be their two biggest organisers ordinarily. And I think you can see that in defence, in attack, in fact, all areas of the game. They just don't quite look as organised as we've seen them earlier in the tournament.
So it is a huge lead Russia have at this point, 21-0. It's not like England are doing anything too bad. The only thing they need to pick up, the completion rate of tackles, 60%. That's the first error they've made all game.
Yeah, and they're making it hard to complete the tackles because they're not pushing up. It's so much harder when they're running at you. They're very, very tired, and they'll be hurting from being 3 tries down, but the worst thing you can do is take your foot off the pedal and sit back.
Yeah, it's one of those things, it's a mindset thing. If you give them less space and you're more aggressive on defence, it's better for you. So, Yamatskaya under a bit of pressure there in the back, and England, this time, they've won possession at the breakdown. It's a pass from Chamberlain. Probably not a great idea to try and take them on physically. Sonia Green. Just pass a little bit high, but that, you know, is a symptom of great defence also from Russia. So half-time here, England have got to turn it around because Russia leading them 21 points to 0. Well, Russia have a pretty colourful coach here, Pavel Baranovsky. Let's have a listen in and see what he's got to say.
Подумайте об этом. Девушки, послушайте меня 2 слова, 2 внимательно. У них, кроме 6-го номера, в краю больше никто не побежит и не захочет побежать. С 6-го номера вы должны быть, смотреть его. Помните, он у вас подрезал всех троих? Закрывайте центр быстрее. Не оставайтесь нападающие с того края. Четвертые побежали закрывать. Вам не надо вперед бежать. Но дырку в центре надо закрыть. Девушки, вы должны очень
Не вылетайте.
Смотрите, дальше вы хорошо играете. Каждый раз захват, напрягайте раз. Учитесь это делать. Вы молодцы.
Yeah, they've got the fire in their bellies. They want to perform at the World Cup on that stage at the end of June. And this is all about putting the building blocks together. You know, Russia has only got 1,530 female players registered. Only 510 of them are adults, so that's the pool that Baranovsky's selecting from. But 6 clubs are professional, so these girls are actually full-time professional athletes, and it tells because they are fit and very skillful. So let's have a look at what England and Emily Scott can pull out of the bag, and it's not a good start.
No, commendable that Emily Scott wants to have a go, but the last thing you want to do with the first play of the game is turn the ball over by running off the pitch. Russia didn't really have to do anything there to affect that turnover, so it's giving the ball straight back, unfortunately, to Russia.
Now, how do you move up? Nice shot of The lifters and their hands on the shorts, that's how they get them into the air. And just somehow Russia just keep getting really clean ball as Petrova takes on the line. Good tackle by Claire Allen. She just tapped Petrova, but they've got numbers. It's a 3-on-2. Oh, Muhariamova. It could have been a try.
It could. They ball just didn't quite go to hand, did it? They were in there. They had a 2-on-1. They had the best finisher in the team, Hamidova, on the outside, but just didn't quite go to hand. Big scrum for England here, though. Russia have absolutely dominated in every contact area. They really need to lay a marker down here and get this ball back.
So Fran Matthews, nice little pass. They're well behind the advantage line. Leyburn, good hit. She's managed to get a bit of ground pulls out, resetting England. And there's a bit of space out here. Up to attack up the middle. The passing's good. And now they start to go forward. But the last pass there to Leyburn, just not good enough.
Yeah, just overcomplicating things, I think, there a little bit, England, because things aren't going their way. They're just trying to force things, make things happen. They must have cut back across the pitch 2 or 3 times. They need to stretch, Rush. You need the player out on the wing to really pull it wide, then play it back to create the spaces. If you play the ball around the middle, you're never going to make space.
And as Gordon Titchens always says, going forward is key. Forward momentum first and foremost. So this is looking promising here from Emily Scott. She's towed it through. Good football skills. Will she win the race? No. It was Yamatskaya who recovered. Better to the ball. And the score might be 21-0. England starting to get their hands on the ball a little bit more in the second half.
Yeah, it would have been a real tonic for them then if Emily Scott could have got to that ball first. A little bit of football through the middle, not the most well-crafted try in sevens, but, you know, I think England will take any points they can get at the moment.
Well, they've won games through this tournament from being gutsy, never giving up. You know, they don't have that ball player, and particularly in this 7, but every single one of them has got a lot to offer. The work rate, fitness, and so they have another chance here. Claire Allen, she gives it to Leyburn, and this time she just put her foot down and then pulled out again.
No, red, no!
Oh, blown right off the ball.
Red forward, inside.
But hits from the side. So Russia penalised. And when she's talked, it's a yellow card there, kicking the ball away.
Yeah, they said, the referee said right at the start of this tournament, any kind of play like that, any kicking the ball away to stop the attacking team playing it quickly would be a yellow card. So, you know, they can't say that they weren't warned about that.
So now it's 7-on-6. England must take advantage of the extra man. And they've gone wide, which is a good option. Hamidova came off her man. Here's Leyburn. She's got the try line in her sights, and this time she goes over. Good work.
Yeah, she wasn't in any doubt at that time. A couple of times in this game, I think she may have been better off just going for it, and didn't. This time she did, and she's into the corner. England made the extra player count, kept it simple, and they got over the line.
Yep, it was smart thinking. They don't have their 2 communicators and leaders on the pitch, but that time they stepped up and showed good heads.
Yeah, and it was great hands from Claire Allen. She had Hamidova breathing down her neck, just managed to squeeze the ball away to Ruth Leyburn.
Yeah, I wouldn't think I'd like to have Hamidova coming in outside shoulder looking to smash you. So 21-5, playoff for 3rd and 4th in the final leg of the inaugural IRB Women's Sevens Series. Oh, that's a great tackle from Sonia Green. Well done. That's how you take care of Hamidova. But the ball stays in Russian hands, and this is a nice little attack on the far side of the field. Usatap. so good at maintaining possession and going from side to side. And Hamadova, bit of space, good tackle again, Ellen. She's working hard. Defence has to slide over because Usita, there's a mistake there, and Laban can take the credit for that.
Yeah, that's a fantastic effort, for a defensive effort from England there. It's worth noting this is the same 7 players that started the match who are still going. They haven't had much ball, and defence in sevens is really hard work, so really gutsy stuff.
We'll have to slide from one side of the field to the other. And here is the Sinbin back on, so that was Kazakova. Returns to the field, so it's back to 7-on-7.
4 red, kind of guys. 4 red.
It's war out there. Black eyes. There's bruises all over the body.
That feeling at towards the end of the last game of 2 days worth of sevens, you just can't wait and it's saying something to get in that ice bath.
And you also dread the start of the game as well, like the girls playing the final, the 10-minute halves. It's just tough. It's nice work there. Ellen takes it in. Well, Russia have just been so competitive in this area. And look, another turnover. It's a good attack from Petrova, and she's got fresh legs. And it shows, and she has just sped away over the line. So this game looks out of reach now for England. It's 26-5.
Yeah, as they've been doing all day, really, really good work in the breakdown from Russia. Turnover ball so hard to defend against and run that in. And then Sonia Green working really hard there, the England number 5, even right at the end of that game, to cut them off, try and stop that extra 2 points.
So conversion no good. Russia has been excellent this tournament. Surprised a few people. A very balanced team. They've got aggression, speed, the power player.
Yeah, they've had a really, really good tournament. I'm sure they've been planning this for a long time to reach their peak at the end of the World Series in time for the World Cup. They weren't very, very, very good really last weekend in London, and they've just picked their game up so much this weekend.
So England take it wide. Laban's waiting on the wing. She is covered by the defence. So they look to take it back to the other wing. This is good work. Chamberlain popped it up. Got to go on and bridge. Sonia Green with the pass from halfback. And this is a better passage of play. That's a good pass there to Laban. She shows and goes. Pops it up. It went backwards. Claire Allen cleans it up. She's got Emily Scott. Oh, Emily Scott maybe should have kept that ball in. So there you go. Russia, an extremely good tournament from them. 26 points to 5 over England. That is a very good accomplishment.
Fantastic result for Russia. Huge result for Russia going into the World Cup. Probably their best result ever, finishing this high up in the tournament. As the World Cup comes, they'll be so pleased with that. Just worth noting, poor old England played that game with 7 players. They must be exhausted. 7 players, 12 players, though. Russia were the best team out there by some way. Great performance.
So looking forward to seeing these Russian girls on the World Cup stage. England, remember, they've got a big squad, 38 that they can select from. And we're very excited. It's great to see the emotion. A tight team there. Russia 26-5 over England for the playoff for 3rd and 4th. So this is it. It's the final. New Zealand against Canada. I'm so excited about this because I believe that these two teams are similar to each other. They've both got ball players, they've got big forwards, and they've got speed out wide. I think this is going to be very evenly contested. Nigel Stammer-Smith.
Well, the 34th and final game of this first IRB Women's Sevens World Series here. And a fourth different lineup in the final. New Zealand in their third time, Canada in their first. And a New Zealand side, physical strength there. Look at the 1, 2 and 5. All three of them heavier than 12 stone. And then they've got the captain, the brilliant Coriana Manuel at scrum half, and then the two strong, quick three-quarters in Portia Woodman and Kyla McAllister. But I think that advantage up front is very significant. Here is Canada, backbone of their side. Well, look at Kelly Russell, Mandy Marchak, Jennifer Kish, the captain. Two of them in the Rugby World Cup 7s 09, and all three of them in the Rugby World Cup 15s 10 years ago. And I'm actually thinking here that just watching Russia, they're going to be with England, France and Japan in Moscow. They're going to be a real big threat, aren't they?
I'm so excited about the fact that we have new nations coming out, putting their hand up, being competitive on a world stage. The amount of work that's gone in from different unions and the IRB to start developing this game has been fantastic.
Well, it's 10 minutes each way, remember, in the final for this cup. And especially a remarkable honour here for the referee, Chelsea Gurr from New Zealand. And another history in the IRB Women's Sevens World Series, with a referee officiating in a cup final who lives from one of the teams. In this case, Chelsea Gurr lives in Christchurch in New Zealand. And in fact, it's happened also with the men during a cup final in the men's series when Marius van der Westhuizen from South Africa was the referee in the cup final, which South Africa were also in Glasgow. So 10 minutes each way, the cup final here in Amsterdam, the Netherlands Sevens. And, well, what a wonderful tournament it's been so far. And all credit to the people who officiated it and committed from the Netherlands Bond. And immediately it's Canada with the power that they have too. Kelly Russell there. Into the hands, well, this is a key person, Jennifer Kish, the captain. And now into the hands of Bianca Farella. Farella, has she got the pace? I think she has. It's going to be a race to the line, and it is a try. Brilliant from Bianca Farella, the 21-year-old who plays for Mount Royal in Quebec. And what a start for Canada.
Farella has been their start this tournament, but this try set up by her captain, Jen Kish, drew and passed. And for New Zealand, it was a defensive lapse. Sarah Goss came off her man. And you cannot give a girl with the pace of Farella any space. Kelly Brazier made an effort, but it's the first points to Canada.
Farella, who's been in both the previous tournaments that they've been in. And what a start that is for Canada with the conversion too by Mandy Marchak, 7-0. They've thrown down the gauntlet, haven't they?
Oh, they have. Well, they actually are the defending champions of the Amsterdam Women's Sevens, so they know what it is to play on this field in finals.
But not the official IRB Women's Series. So, New Zealand will get the tap penalty here. Careless restart by Canada. And how often will we see New Zealand come straight back when they've just conceded a try? In goes Kelly Brazier. Away now, Itunu. Powerful she is. And Manuel, the captain, into the hands of McAllister. Great passing. Brazier. This is Goss. And now Hirayumi. Oh. Bounced off Jennifer Kish, didn't she? And Emmanuel again. Brazier. McAllister, oh, beautifully done. Cutting inside there. Well, she has been a real danger to the oppositions.
Well, that was well worked by New Zealand because they'd taken the ball all the way to this side of the field. Hedermet tied up a couple of defenders, and that meant Canadian defence was stretched on the other side. Brazier took the ball to the line, and then McAllister just hit it with pace. They know about the threat of Woodman on the outside. That gave her a little bit more space, and she took it.
Well, she owes a lot to her father, who was very much her big influence in building her talents of rugby, as indeed her brother as well. 7-all. What a start. Good crowd here, of course, with the Amsterdam, their own sevens. All their players now coming to watch. Kish sets it up again. How often has she done that? Great tackle coming in on Mandy Marchak. Elusive, isn't she, Farella? But well tackled there. Held, I think it was Karimi who got hold of her. Nice pass on from Mandy Marchak into Jennifer Kish. Jen sets it up again. Good possession. Harvey now with Moleshi. The gap closed there, but the ball went backwards. This is Dubisset Boris. And a penalty here. Had to roll away there. Penalty against Rihanna Manuel.
Yeah, the key is when you make the tackle, you must release, even if you're standing on your feet. Release the player, then you can contest the ball.
Here's Kayla Moleshi from Williams Lane in British Columbia. Now here's Kish. Kish going for the short side, looking for the switch. Picked up, well picked up indeed by Dubisset, but I think the ball just did go forward.
It was a nice switch by Kish, but the thing is, she's a great workhorse. She's fantastic as a forward, but she doesn't have the pace to take on players like the ones that are in this New Zealand team on the outside.
One player from the province of Alberta plays for the Edmonton Rockers. Two of the biggest front rows in this tournament. Goes again, taken away on the put-in to Canada. Dubisset, wide out, Farella, goes again. Great acceleration. She's done it again.
Well, that was just individual brilliance, wasn't it? She's got gas. She flat-footed Portia Woodman, who herself being the top try scorer in this IRB Women's Series, is no slouch. Let's have a look here. So Woodman just gave her too much space, and then she was left grasping air. It's a lovely try from Farella.
Conversion attempt by Mandy Marchak. Stays at 12-7. Plenty of time, of course. We've seen New Zealand go down in the scoreline and come back, as just the men do as well. But it's a good start, a good confident start by Canada here. Kish, tremendous. Marchak. Good tackle by Hiremi. Moleshi. Just knocked on, was it? Or was it, yeah, just the pass just a little too far in front of the player, Kelly Russell.
There's quite a a bit of aggression happening in the game.
No love lost in finals, there aren't other.
These two teams respect each other, there's no doubt about that. Oh, it was a karate throw. Harvey.
Yeah, a bit unnecessary, I suppose, on Magali Harvey. Good pressure there, given by Harvey. Dubisette. All the possession at the moment going in Canada's hands. Goes wide out again to Harvey. Another good tackle coming on Itunu. Still the possession. Kelly Russell. And the block was good. Good work really by McAllister. Stopped it, otherwise there'd be a certain try there, I think. Now it's Moleshi again. Another big tackle coming in. Itunu with almost 13 stones into the impact. And a penalty here. Got to run away, quickly taken. Here's a chance with Moleshi. Offloads into Kelly Russell. Not quite sure where to go. To Kish it goes. There was a real chance there, I sense, and Magali Harvey goes for the corner. And dumped he was by Hiremi in the corner. I just wonder if that's, I don't think that's safe. I don't think that's a fair tackle. I'm not sure. Let's have a listen here. I think Linda Itunu and Hiremi have been pretty physical, haven't they? Perhaps over the top. What do you think?
No, I love the physicality.
Yeah, but that
it has to be legal.
That was not legal, I don't think. And the worry here.
It's because it was around the collar. Let's have a look at it.
Exactly, that's what I mean.
Yeah,
that
it's
is
too high.
You can't do that. You're not allowed to do that.
The thing with tackling and being aggressive,
that isn't a tackle
in a game like this, is sometimes it's difficult to know when to turn it off, and in that case there it was bad technique, too high, grabbed by the collar.
It's illegal, that's what we're saying. It's illegal. So she's out for 2 minutes.
And it's one of those moments that could be
a key one.
A turning point. Now New Zealand, who have been defending a lot, we've got 6 players. They're going to have to push themselves, and Canada meanwhile will want to try and score at least 1 try.
7 against 6 then. Canada here. Jen Kish, she's got through, dives, and try number 3 for Canada in this first half.
Jen Kish leading from the front. It's just straight through, power. And Huriana Manuel, a player who's usually very strong defensively, went too high. She got fended off, and Kish went through.
Good time to get your first try in a tournament, in the cup final. 19 points to 7 then in this cup final. And remember that Canada in their first cup final in this World Series. The hooter of 10 minutes goes. Kish with a big tackle there on her opposite captain, Huriana Manuel. Last play of this half then. A lovely break. This is McAllister. She's got away again. Chased all the way by Farella, but she's going to get it. Tremendous individual effort from Kyla McAllister. Typical New Zealand. Bounce they back.
That was just wonderful. It was the way she hit the ball. She was running with pace. And look at her face. She's just determined to get to the try line. She's looking angry because she was involved in missing the tackle before on Jen Kish. She's exceptional. She's the fastest in the New Zealand squad, and she showed it then.
Conversion attempt with Kelly Brazier. Plays from the Alhambra club down in Otago. Super kick. Keeps them well in touch. 19 points to 14. What a game. 33 points already on the board in the first half.
I always knew this one was going to be close. I think Canada are actually outplaying New Zealand. I think their ball players have been more effective. And New Zealand have fallen off a couple of tackles.
Decisive fouls, we go for it. Great patience. Got the patience. We're chasing too much because we're getting out of sync. Come up and just slide or come up, okay? Just slide or come up. Don't race up with your line speed, but come up together. Stay connected together. Now we're going to be really connected here. Is it whose kickoff is it?
There, the Tom figure of John Tate. Well, this season they've been 7th in Houston and lost in the plate final. But improved as the season went on. They came 3rd in Guangzhou, the last tournament in China.
Sisters on 3. 1, 2, 3. Sisters!
Well, this Canadian team as a unit are a far more experienced 7 side than the New Zealand one. The Kiwis have really only been together as a squad for about 12 months.
So a full 10 minutes to go. Game is wide open still. Back to Farella again. And then Moleshi. Kish setting the example, my goodness. Pirouettes, goes for the try herself, and she's got it brilliantly. My word, her 2nd try in the cup final, and only her 2nd in the tournament. That was sensational from the Canadian captain.
It all started from the kickoff because Kelly Russell got in the air, got the ball back for Canada, and look at her. She's so powerful. She's got wonderful balance. And most importantly, at this part of the tournament, the last game of the series, she's got fitness, and it's showing right now.
On comes Julia Greenshields for Canada off the bench. What a game, what quality. And this talent of women's 7s is just building all the time, isn't it?
And no one is assured of a gold medal at the Beijing Olympics because anything can happen with the development.
Or even in Moscow. Next time. Oh, wonderful play. Powerful Linda Itunu.
That was Hani Hireme.
Oh.
Big fiend.
Hireme, yes, of course it was. Here comes Brazier. Brazier goes. And back comes New Zealand. Well, that was really brilliantly, wasn't it? Hani Hireme set up the opportunity, didn't it? And then Brazier just took a chance.
Well, check this out. Bang, takes care of one. Bang, take care of another one. And she took out 2 more defenders here. And that meant there was space for Kelly Brazier, who's got one of the best steps you'll ever see off your right foot. And then she does it off her left. It was wonderful. You're seeing some of the best 7s of women's rugby between these 2 fantastic teams.
Still in touch now, 24-21. 45 points and only 3 points between them in this cup final. Still a full 7 minutes to go. What a final. Kish. Maleshi again doing well. Kish once more. She's really doing everything for her side. Paquin away. Marchak. Now Farella. Oh, beautifully played. Wonderful by Karen Paquin. Goes for the corner. Cover is Brazier. And the battle, well played by Brazier, I must say. Superb. Not just the tackle. A penalty came in on the side. Quickly taken into the hand of Greenshields. Little dummy, Farella couldn't get the ball back. It's no try, it's a knock-on. It was thrown forward. What tremendous talent we're seeing here.
Well, there's so much emotion and aggression. You can hear the tackles, the bodies colliding. And then at the breakdown, Canada, they won that battle just before. But the era, you can see the exhaustion on Jean Kish's face.
New Zealand inside their own 22. Brazier. Referee not happy. That was steady scrum. Chelsea Gurr.
This is not an easy game to ref.
Still problems here up front. I want it steady, says the referee.
Touch. Sit.
Shoots out, puts pressure on the Brazier with Maleshi, but still with New Zealand here. Oh, stolen by Maleshi. And the chance now perhaps for Canada, but what's this decision is a penalty against Canada.
Yeah,
I don't think they released it.
Yeah. Let's have a look at this. This is excellent work by Maleshi, because Hani Hireme wouldn't be an easy person to strip the ball off.
That is true.
Well, just 3 points in it, Nigel. I wouldn't have a clue how this one is going to end.
Melody, how is it going to be? 3.5 minutes to come. Subs on from New Zealand, Tyler Nathan Wong and Viney Grigg.
Well, I think Hireme is a good option to bring off. She was showing fatigue then, but McAllister's come off. I'm not sure about that call.
What a great finale to this first ever IRB Women's Sevens World Series. Great pace. Absolutely superb pace by Woodman here. She's going to go the whole way. This is going to give New Zealand the lead. Absolutely spectacular from Portia Woodman. Well, we've seen this through the 2 days here. Her 6th try, and that a spectacular one.
That was fantastic. The ball from Kelly Brazier, who's now in the centre position, was perfect. She hit it at pace. She did a shimmy, went on the outside, and her pace got her to the line. It was an excellent try from New Zealand. She celebrated afterwards, but don't put your arms up too soon, because there's still enough time for Canada to come back.
And the conversion is good. And it's New Zealand now who take the lead for the first time with a lead of 4 points and just about 2 minutes to go. 2.5 minutes, in fact.
So what Sean Horan has done tactically is, when McAllister came off, he's moved Kelly Brazier into the centre position. And she's got plenty of experience.
So Tyler Nathan Wong here, the 18-year-old from Auckland. Restart. Kish again. Pick up by Marchak, was it? Yeah. Got to release it. You can't hold on like that. And a chance for New Zealand. 1 3/4 minutes to go. Good work, Nathan Wongman, setting it out wide into the hands of Brazier. Then the switch. Manuel. Brazier still doing well. He's having a great cup final here. Is it a turnover? No.
Hands in the ruck.
Yeah, I think it was that. And quickly taken. Brazier goes for the corner. Needs to offload if she can. 5 meters out from Canada's line. Next try will be the certainty if New Zealand get this one. Goes into Goose. Goss wide now to Greg. Greg goes for the corner and she gets the try. And that really is the decisive moment.
Well, that was on the end of some very beautiful, accurate passing. Tyler Nathan Wong, the width on that pass was beautiful. Goss drew and passed. It wasn't convincing at the end here by Greg, but didn't matter because she got over the line.
Well, great work by Sarah Goss there. Well, she's a bit of a heroine now, like her own heroine is Farah Palmer. And then 21-year-old Vine Gregg from Manawatu. Well, there is yet time just about, but 9 points behind now. Canada, well, their hearts must have soaked down. In fact, there is no time. It's going to be the last play of this terrific cup final here. 33-24 in a 20-minute women's cup final. An epic. Well, all brave heroines indeed, both here in Canada and New Zealand, as the ball goes into touch, and that is it. There is the... No. It's actually going to be a penalty, so it isn't the last play. This is Jen Kish. What an example she set as captain. Away now by Greenshields. Perhaps a last chance. Brittany Waters coming on for Canada. Ball goes over the top. Mandy Marchak. Manham ball, or Lassen ball. That's a knock on. It's going to be the final whistle. There it is, blown by Chelsea Gurr of New Zealand. And what a superb example of the quality now of women's sevens rugby.
Well, I think we had it all in that final. It was fantastic. Two teams evenly matched. It was entertaining. We had the big hits, the aggression at the breakdown, the players passing beautifully, crisp, running onto it, speed, and then the footwork of girls like this, Kelly Brazier. It was wonderful to watch. Both teams, fantastic performance.
Well, let's go down there with Scott Hastings.
Manuel, the captain of the winning New Zealand team. First of all, give me your reaction to the title.
It's just been an awesome year this year for the New Zealand Women's Sevens team. I mean, we worked really, really hard for this, and we're just happy with the win.
Now, you've won the IRB Women's World Series, and you've also won the trophy here. A double whammy for you.
Yes, amazing. I mean, like I said, we've worked very hard for it, and very proud of the girls.
Now, Canada pushed you very, very close. You had to work hard. Was there an inner belief within your team?
give credit to the Canadian girls. They played awesome. But, you know, we wanted it more. So thanks to all the people that came out to watch and support women's rugby. You've been awesome. Thank you very much.
Well done. The winners, New Zealand, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, what a wonderful performance we have seen here. It's been a great 2 days, I must say, and thank goodness it's been a dry day on this second day here. And so we will now have the presentation, and to go to the podium, Mr. Eric van der Berg, Alderman of the city of Amsterdam, who will present the cup. Alongside him, Willem de Jong, the chairman of the Netherlands Rugby Bond, and George de Vries, the chairman organisations of the committee of the present local Amsterdam Sevens. There, the tall figure of the presentation team, Willem de Jong, who's done such a great job for this first encounter here in Amsterdam at this National Rugby Centre. And there, the cup, that beautiful rugby ball cup there, held by the captain, Juliana Manuel, 26-year-old from Auckland. Well, she learned her rugby from her mother, Lisa, I think, and they are going to be perhaps the favourites that we are going to see next in the Rugby World Cup Sevens in the very weekend of June in Moscow.
It's been a wonderful reintroduction into the world of international sevens for New Zealand. The last time we saw them was at the 2009 Sevens World Cup in Dubai, where they made the finals but lost to Australia. And before that, 2001 was the last official team the NZRU put together and sent to Hong Kong. So they've done a great job.
And so now the presentation for the World Series trophy. And to present the champions of the inaugural IRB Women's Sevens World Series, Mark Egan, the International Rugby Board Head of Competitions and Performance, along with Willem de Jong, the Chairman of the Netherlands Rugby Bond. And here, the presentation, Mark Egan presents the series trophy to New Zealand and the captain, Juliana Manuel. Well, they've certainly deserved it. They won in Dubai against South Africa. They were fourth in Houston, and they were the winners in Guangzhou against England. And here in Amsterdam, in a wonderful final, New Zealand beat Canada to make it their third cup title in this wonderful first IRB Women's Sevens World Series. So a little voice and singing from the New Zealand girls, and here is the actual end of this overall series table. New Zealand then with a comfortable win in the end. Well, those 14 points. England close behind in a way. England with Canada third. United's and Australia there. Russia, well, what are we going to see there in Moscow? Netherlands, South Africa. That is the World Series table of this first ever Sevens series. Doesn't it make it exciting now what we're going to see in Moscow?
It certainly does. I believe that 7 of those teams can beat each other on any given day. The others are probably in more of a development mode at the moment, but that doesn't mean that sides like Ireland, who are starting to put money and time and effort into developing their team, will make an impact. It's so exciting to see these new teams form and play some fantastic sevens.
Well, I hope you've all enjoyed this excellent tournament, and congratulations to Willem de Jong and his committee. So our farewell from our TV directors Govert van Krugenen and Steve Jameson, to our broadcasters and managers Proactive, and to 7870 and Sean Glover and his team HG Vision. And from your commentating team, it's goodbye from Scott Hastings, from Melody Robinson, Susan Day and myself, Nigel Starmer-Smith. Our end of the IRB Women's Sevens World Series. But don't forget, the IRB Rugby World Cup Sevens in Moscow will be on June the 28th, 29th and 30th, both for men's and for the women's tournament. Join us there in Moscow for the great finale to this season of spectacular Rugby Sevens.
Готов, опять сюда.